Chapter 192. Imperial Tutor Yifeng is a citizen of a Yin state. You tried to tempt my citizen without my permission. That's not fair and square. That's the first reason. When I played chess with Imperial Tutor Yifeng, it was obvious that I had a goal and a decision to make. Before the matter was settled, you rudely interfered. That's not fair and square enough. That's the second reason. Miss Meng, what do you think? Yin Chuan asked in a low voice. Bastard, does Miss Meng need to answer to you? Someone shouted from the side. The Jilu Academy accepting students is his good fortune. It's your Yin state's good fortune. Another person shouted. Ha, good fortune. Shang Ruo, I tricked all the great scholars of the Jilu Academy. That's their good fortune, and also your Jilu Academy's good fortune. Yin Chuan shouted coldly. How dare you? Arrogant. That's enough. Meng Rongrong waved her hand and stopped the person behind her from speaking. Meng Rongrong smiled slightly. Are you trying to anger me and make the Jilu Academy give up on accepting Yifeng? I, Yin Chuan, am not that despicable. Yifeng is a citizen of a Yin state. I believe in his character. He won't switch to the Jilu Academy just because of some temptations. Yin Chuan laughed. Then what do you mean? Meng Rongrong said in a low voice. I'm just stating a fact. Miss Meng, I know that the Jilu Academy has countless practitioners and is very strong. The Yin state doesn't care about you at all. However, an academy that has been passed down for 50,000 years must have its own principles. Does the Jilu Academy's principles include bullying others? Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Bullying others? Meng Rongrong looked at Yin Chuan strangely. Are you saying that I'm a bully? Isn't that right? Poaching Yin state's people, doesn't that count? Yin Chuan said with a smile. Meng Rongrong raised her eyebrows. She was somewhat angered by Yin Chuan's crooked reasoning. However, she rationally realized that what Yin Chuan said was not wrong. If the Yin state was considered as a sect, then her wantonly poaching people was indeed a bully. The Jilu Academy has been passed down for 50,000 years. What it relies on is not only strength, but also principles. This is the foundation of the Jilu Academy. My previous actions were thoughtless. However, if Yifeng doesn't want to stay in the Yin state, I will definitely take him away. Meng Rongrong said in a deep voice. That's natural. If I, Yin Chuan, am unable to keep Yifeng, then you can take him away. I won't stop you. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said with a smile. Stop you? Just you? A person behind Meng Rongrong said disdainfully. Miss Meng, you won't rob him, right? Yin Chuan said with a smile. Meng Rongrong's eyes flashed with anger. Yin Chuan's words made it seem as if she was a despicable person. Yin Chuan, keep dreaming. Yifeng is a person who is about to die. Only the Jilu Academy is his home. Only the Jilu Academy can let him display his talents. How can he stay? Another person shouted. That's right. What can you give him? Meng Rongrong said in a deep voice. No matter what I can give him, I think that after playing another game of chess with Yifeng, he will definitely not want to enter the Jilu Academy. I didn't mean anything by all that I said just now. I just want to emphasize that I hope Miss Meng won't make things difficult for him. Yin Chuan said with a serious face. Make things difficult for him? Do you think that Yifeng will stay in the small Yin state? Meng Rongrong said in a strange voice. Obviously, in Meng Rongrong's mind, the small Yin state was indeed not worthy of being shown in public. I'm sure, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Keep dreaming. That's impossible, the Jilu Academy students said in disbelief. Meng Rongrong raised her eyebrows as if she had sensed something. At this moment, Yin Chuan suddenly stood up and bowed slightly to Meng Rongrong. Miss Meng, please fulfill my wish. Meng Rongrong's face twitched slightly. She couldn't see through Yin Chuan. Why was he so confident? Fulfill his wish. After the game, if Yifeng is willing to come with us, Meng Rongrong said in a deep voice. I'll clap my hands and send you off. Yin Chuan said with a confident smile. Meng Rongrong looked at Yin Chuan strangely. As long as you don't use underhanded methods, I'll fulfill your wish. Meng Rongrong nodded. Meng Rongrong was also full of confidence. The Jilu Academy was a paradise for the wise. People like Yifeng yearned for it. Yifeng was old, so how could he give it up? Yin Chuan's actions are honorable, Yin Chuan said with certainty. After that, Yin Chuan led Lu Jin out of the pavilion. Eldest young miss, has this brat lost his mind? How is that possible? Someone stepped forward and asked. That's right. I admit that this kid plays chess well, but in my academy, there are many people who are better than him. It's impossible for Yifeng to be so short-sighted as to not be willing to follow us just because of a game of chess. While everyone was criticizing Yin Chuan, Meng Rongrong felt irritated. She didn't know why. Chapter 193. Star Luo Manor, Soaring Palace. Grandfather, what is that Yin Chuan up to? Elin said unhappily. What's wrong? Yifeng put down the book in his hand and smiled. What did he say? Flatten the island in the middle of the lake and want to play Go with you? What does this game have to do with the island? He's looking for trouble, Elin said unhappily. Didn't he explain? Yifeng smiled. He explained, but what kind of explanation is that? The Grand Preceptor's Go skills are sufficient, but he doesn't know how deep they are. I will let the Grand Preceptor see the true extent of his Go skills. What is chess? Grandpa, look, what is he saying? How can you not know about your Go skills? You still need a brat like him to tell you what to do? Elin said angrily. Then fix the island in the middle of the lake according to what he said. Yifeng shook his head and smiled. But, Elin felt even more strange. Go. Yifeng smiled. All right. Elin sighed. Flatten the island in the middle of the lake and build a Go platform. At the lakeside, Meng Rongrong, Changqing, and the others looked at the busy lake with strange expressions. First young miss, what is Yin Chuan doing? Playing Go in the middle of the lake? Is there such a thing? Changqing asked curiously. Let's wait. The game is about to start. We will know then, Meng Rongrong said. All right. In the valley, in a large hall, fog filled the air, making it difficult to see one's fingers. At the center of the hall was a desk. 8 oil lamps were lit. Lu Jin was grinding while Yin Chuan was writing on a piece of paper with the Dream Immortal brush. On the paper, Yin Chuan was writing the word fog. When the word fog appeared, the fog in the surroundings trembled. Lu Jin, how many do you have? Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. The Lord has already written 109 of them, 108 fog characters. The word fusion, Lu Jin said respectfully. All right, that's enough. Yin Chuan nodded. I'll rest for 2 days. You go and tell Yifeng that I'll see you at Huxin Island 2 days later. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Lu Jin replied. Starnet Villa in the Outer Valley. The group of Go masters were no longer playing Go. However, none of them left. Instead, they all went to the entrance of the valley. A group of household servants stopped him. I heard that the Emperor's equal and master, are preparing to play a second game of Go. Can you pass on the message? We only wish to watch the battle. A white-browed chess master said politely. That's right, we won't say anything. We just want to watch the battle. Please report this to Master E. We really want to watch this game. The group of Go masters longed. The previous game was already a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. Now, it was rumored that the second game would be even more exciting. To ordinary people, it was merely a lively atmosphere. However, to these Go masters, who loved Go as much as their lives, this was a fatal temptation. So much so that everyone was jointly pleading just to watch this game. Grandfather, the Go masters outside are jointly requesting an audience. However, wouldn't it be breaking the rules if so many people come in at once? Elin asked with a frown. If they want to watch, then watch. When the time comes, don't stop anyone who wants to watch. Yifeng said with a smile. Yes. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yin Chuan washed up and slowly walked out of his residence. Lu Jin led the way to the small lake. Chapter 194. At this moment, all the Go masters stood by the lake, watching eagerly as Yin Chuan walked over step by step. There was worship in their eyes, but they also felt speechless. They finally obtained the right to watch the Go game after much difficulty. However, they discovered that the two were playing in the center of the lake. How could they watch this? At a pavilion on the other side, Meng Rongrong wore a conical bamboo hat as she sat on a stone bench, drinking tea and watching quietly. Chongqing and the others stood behind her, watching this scene strangely. No one knew what Yin Chuan was up to. There were some simple cooking utensils, pastries, and a go board in the center of the lake. There were also 2 benches for resting. A white-haired old man sat on the go board. This old man showed an indifferent expression as he watched Yin Chuan walk over from a distance. Yin Chuan also saw the old man. However, he did not say anything as he was separated by the lake. Emperor equal to the emperor, please. Lin stepped forward. All right. Yin Chuan nodded. Yin Chuan carried the Jade Emperor's sword on his back, and Lu Jin carried a painting on her back. They followed Lin onto a small boat, which quickly reached the island in the center. They reached the shore. Yin Chuan greets the Grand Preceptor. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Yifeng greets the Emperor equal to the Emperor. Yifeng also said politely. Yin Chuan chose this place to play Go with the Grand Preceptor to show off the exquisiteness of my Go Dao. I hope that the Grand Preceptor will like it. Yin Chuan said with a smile. I'll wait and see. Yifeng nodded. Yifeng did not say much. Yin Chuan did not say much either, as now is not the time. Lu Jin. Yin Chuan looked at Lu Jin. Yes. Lu Jin quickly unfurled the spatial painting and slowly took out a piece of paper. Lin's eyes widened in surprise. In the distance, in the gazebo by the lake, Meng Rongrong said strangely, Spatial magic treasure? Yifeng's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. Lu Jin lifted the chessboard on the stone table and pressed the piece of paper under it. Melt? Good writing, but what does it mean? Yifeng smiled. You'll know soon enough, Yin Chuan said with a smile. Lu Jin go. Yin Chuan looked at Lu Jin. Yes. Lu Jin stepped onto the small boat from before, and the household servant quickly steered the boat to the shore. Then, Lu Jin took out pieces of rice paper from the scroll. He placed one of them by the lakeside and used a rock to press it down. Buzz! The small lake was suddenly surrounded by mist. What's going on? Fog. Why is there fog here? Indeed, only this area has fog. There is no fog anywhere else. That piece of paper? Could it be an immortal magic treasure? The Go Masters exclaimed in shock. However, Lu Jin ignored them. Instead, she went around the small lake and quickly arranged the pieces of rice paper, pressing them down with a rock to secure them. The fog grew thicker. With the lake's water replenishing the fog rose. Many gazes focused on each piece of rice paper. Startling wind and rain? Yifeng exclaimed in shock. Oh, the Grand Tutor knows about it as well. Yin Chuan smiled. Your father mentioned it before. Unexpectedly, you actually reached this level at such a young age. Yifeng sighed. Yin Chuan did not correct Xiao Chun. He only smiled faintly and said, when cultivators play Go, they infuse their magic energy into the chessboard. Right now, we are only in the strength realm and naturally cannot do that. I used a trick using fog to manifest the Go Dao after gaining magic energy. Let's wait and see, Yifeng said with a smile. At the side, Yifeng's grandson revealed a stunned expression as he stared at Yin Chuan. It was like he was seeing Yin Chuan for the first time. At the pavilion by the lakeside, startling wind and rain? Was this written by Yin Chuan? Chongqing exclaimed. Chapter 195. It's not a stroke of the brush, but a stroke of the brush, Meng Rongrong said in a low voice. What? A stroke of the brush? A stroke of the brush? How is that possible? The crowd exclaimed. Indeed, it can't be wrong. Although I haven't reached that level, I can still see that his chess skills are so good, and his calligraphy skills are so good. It's a pity that my brother isn't here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Yin Chuan take the lead. Meng Rongrong frowned. There was envy and dissatisfaction in her tone. Young Mistress Brother? Mr. Monroe? Yes, Mr. Monroe was the genius of the academy back then. If it wasn't for that incident back then. No matter what, Mr. Monroe is still young Mistress Brother. The relationship between you two can't be severed. Otherwise, Mr. Monroe wouldn't have given young Mistress the essence-boosting pill. Chongqing said with a smile. Meng Rongrong nodded. She didn't want to say anything else. Not long after, Lu Jin arranged the 108 fog characters around the lake. For a moment, the entire lake was shrouded in a thick fog, and the thick fog was rolling nonstop. It was impossible to see the two people in the center of the lake. The chess masters couldn't see the chessboard in the lake in the first place. Now that it was shrouded in fog, they couldn't see anything at all. However, no one complained. Instead, they became even more excited. On the island in the middle of the lake, Yifeng looked at the fog in surprise. Yilin's mouth was wide open. "This is," Yifeng asked. "The Julu Academy must have countless wise people, and many of them have made great achievements in chess. Although I haven't been to the Julu Academy, I can feel the flourishing culture there. However, my calligraphy today contains some special Taoist rhymes. What I want to show the Grand Tutor is the way of chess in my heart. Grand Tutor, watch carefully," Yin Chuan said with a smile. "Please." Yifeng gestured for him to move aside. Yin Chuan didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up a black piece between his index and middle fingers and placed it in the center of the chessboard. Pa! A piece was placed in the Tianyuan position. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud clap of thunder in the sky. Rumble! The white fog in the lake suddenly started to circle around the small island in the center. It circled clockwise, faster and faster. It was like a huge whirlpool with the island in the center. At the same time, a huge dark cloud had appeared above the white fog vortex. When the piece was placed in Tianyuan, a loud thunderclap came from this dark cloud. In the center of the dark clouds, a hole appeared. It was as if a black chess piece had been placed, and a large chessboard had appeared on the dark clouds. What? The surrounding mortals all looked at this scene in horror. In the pavilion by the lake. Words? Showing the chi aura when the brush falls? Yin Chuan's words fused with the chessboard? Meng Rongrong asked in surprise. The fusion of calligraphy and chess. Changqing and the others were also stunned. How old is Yin Chuan? The people outside were already shocked, and Yifeng, who was on the island in the center of the lake, felt the same way. For a moment, it was as if the chessboard had fused with the surrounding white fog. Yifeng felt as if he was immersed in it. 4-4. Yifeng placed a white piece. Nay, nay, nay. In the rolling white fog, there was the sound of countless horses neighing. Boom! In the sky, there was another loud clap of thunder. Above the dark clouds, a white cloud spot suddenly appeared, as if it was reflecting the chessboard below. The sound of horses? Why is there the sound of horses? Yilin asked in surprise. This fog enters the chessboard, and the chess pieces are all in the fog. When the troops are arranged and the pieces are placed, there will be thousands of troops in ambush. Yin Chuan explained. Pa! As he spoke, Yin Chuan placed another piece. Nay, nay, I'm invincible. Kill, kill, kill. In the white fog, tsunami-like war cries came, as if waiting for Yin Chuan's orders. The hot-blooded cries stirred the hearts of the people. Yilin was so frightened that he fell to the ground, his face full of horror. Yifeng closed his eyes and felt it. When he closed his eyes, Yifeng felt like he was in the sea of clouds, sitting alone on a high platform. The sea of clouds surged in all directions, and in the chessboard in his hand were thousands of troops, waiting for him to arrange the troops, waiting for him to arrange the chess pieces. When he placed a piece, it was like placing thousands of troops in the sea of clouds. The chessboard was the battlefield, and the chessboard was the end of the world. His blood, which had been silent for decades, seemed to be ignited at this moment, boiling with zeal, dominating a region, challenging the world. Chapter 196. Dominating a region and challenging the world. Yifeng's eyes suddenly opened. A look of disbelief flashed across his eyes. Yin Chuan was clearly sitting right in front of him, but when he closed his eyes, he felt like Yin Chuan was sitting on the other side of the sea of clouds, arranging troops with him. When they played chess in the past, arranging troops was just a personal thought, an illusion. But now, he felt like he was seeing it with his own eyes. Tens of thousands of soldiers, a magnificent army? This is my go game? Yifeng frowned. That's right. Continue. Yin Chuan nodded. Sure. With me, I am invincible. The two of them continued to place down their go pieces and arrange their troops. For a moment, Yifeng closed his eyes and sensed that millions of soldiers filled the sea of clouds. They filled the entire world. The two of them were not fighting Go, but fighting the entire world. Wherever the Go pieces were placed, the troops would arrive. Every Go piece represented a different meaning. Some were bright Go pieces, while others were dark Go pieces. The bright Go pieces became tens of thousands of soldiers, while the dark Go pieces became tens of thousands of hidden murderous intents. More and more Go pieces were placed on the Go board. The shouts in the white fog grew louder and louder. Clap! Yin Chuan placed the Go piece on the edge of the Go board and slowly pushed it toward the center. Battle cries could be heard from the white fog. Kill! Kill! Hiya! Hiya! All troops charge! It was like a magnificent army suddenly raised their sabers and charged toward Yifeng's battlefield. The black Go piece came to a stop. Bang! Rumble! Kill! Go all out! Clang! 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 Roars could be heard as if two armies were fighting. In a sea of clouds, a great battle broke out. The original arrangement of troops ended, and a new phase began. When the Go pieces were placed, the world moved. Ambitious and ruthless characters rose to fight for the world. Yifeng closed his eyes and felt like he was in the middle of this exceptionally vast battle. The sounds of fighting and the neighing of horses could be heard continuously. In this noisy environment, Yifeng was not disturbed at all. Instead, he became even more engrossed in the game of Go. His mind was completely focused on the game of Go. He commanded the troops in the Go Bowl to attack the Cloud Sea battlefield, to attack the enemy, to attack everything. It was a showdown between two great chess masters. At the side, Yifeng's grandson was like a small boat in the middle of a roaring sea. He was shaking unsteadily, and his heart was trembling with fear. Vaguely, Yilin could see valiant generals condensed in the white mist charging forward, some even charging past him. Yilin had never felt such excitement in his life. At this moment, when Yilin looked at Yin Chuan again, there was no longer a trace of unhappiness. There was only fear. This person was too terrifying. Above the lake, thick fog was rolling. No one at the lakeside could see what was inside. He could only see the dense fog that was constantly rotating. It was incomparably mysterious. The spinning speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, as if it was corresponding to the internal layout of the chessboard. Kill. Rumble. I'm invincible. Charge. Kill, kill, kill. Roars of wind and thunder came from the white mist. The sounds of thousands of troops fighting and charging rang out. At this moment, the Go master at the lakeside was stupefied. Why are there such sounds? Roars of wind and thunder. The sounds of battle on the battlefield? What is going on inside? Chapter 197. The Go masters felt confused, agitated, and excited. They even cheered in their hearts. The Go Dao. This was something that they had been pursuing all this time. They only knew that the Go Dao was profound. However, this was the first time they discovered that the Go Dao could be so powerful. Go! Go! The Go masters clenched their fists tightly as they looked at the white fog. They also looked at the dark clouds in the sky. Thunder rumbled endlessly in the dark clouds. Every time there was thunder, it was a Go stone. The black Go stones were dark pits, and the white Go stones were white clouds. The Go masters looked at the white fog and listened to the sounds of battle as they quickly recorded the Go stones with their brushes. This grand occasion of 1,000 years would definitely be passed down through the ages. In a pavilion at the side, Meng Rongrong, Chongqing, and the others frowned as they looked at the sky. First, young miss, what's going on? Chongqing asked with a frown. Yin Chuan? When he wrote the character for fog, he infused the rhythm of the battlefield. Hence, when the two placed their Go stones, the character and the Go stones merged. When they placed their Go stones, they created a vast battlefield, setting up the world. Meng Rongrong explained. Some of the great scholars in the academy can do that as well. However, They rarely play like this in front of others. This is Chongqing's first time seeing this. Chongqing sighed. First time? Ha! Let's continue watching. Meng Rongrong's eyes grew increasingly frustrated. On the other side, Lu Jin sighed as she watched this scene. Then, she instructed an embroidered uniformed soldier beside her. You stay here. Eunuch Lu, you are leaving? That embroidered uniformed soldier asked, feeling confused. Right? The Lord has another mission for me. You will stay here to serve the Lord. If the Lord has any requests, you will be responsible for relaying them. Lu Jin said. Eunuch Lu, don't worry. That embroidered uniformed soldier immediately guaranteed. All right. Lu Jin nodded. While everyone was focused on the Go game in the middle of the lake, Lu Jin left the middle of the valley. Half a day later, in the Yin capital Imperial Palace, Lu Jin met with Yin Emperor. Lu Jin, I heard that Yin Chuan is playing against Yifeng? Yin Di asked curiously. Yes, the Lord sent me to deliver a message to you, Lu Jin said solemnly. Oh, Yin Emperor asked curiously. Lu Jin took a deep breath and said, the Lord says that it's about time. He wants the Yin Emperor to send a messenger pigeon to the front lines of the southern border and send troops to the state of Zheng to take back the 42 cities in the northern border of the state of Zheng. 42 cities in the northern frontier? Is it time now? Yin Di narrowed his eyes. Yes, the Lord has said that you will be able to take it now. You have to be quick, or else there might be unforeseen circumstances. Okay, I got it. Yin Emperor nodded. In that case, Lu Jin will take her leave. Lu Jin said. All right. Yin Di nodded. After watching Lu Jin leave, Yin Di frowned and fell into deep thought. Outside the Imperial Palace, Lu Jin saw Hua Guang, whose clothes were somewhat tattered, as soon as she came out. Eunuch Lu, how is it? Hua Guang asked with a smile. According to the Lord's request, I've already informed Yin Emperor. What happens next is none of my business, Lu Jin said with a smile. The Lord is really amazing. He's playing a game of Go in the valley and another game outside. Hua Guang sighed. Actually, the Lord should be playing 3 games right now, Lu Jin said with a smile. Oh, the layout outside the valley is 1 game. The game inside the valley is another, and the game with Meng Rongrong is another game. We have nothing compared to the Julu Academy. In comparison, Yifeng is definitely more confident in the Julu Academy. Even if he's willing to play against the Lord, it's still the same. If we want to change Yifeng's mind and defeat Meng Rongrong, we have to win the first 2 games. We have to win the first 2 games to stimulate the 3rd game and defeat Meng Rongrong, Lu Jin said in a deep voice. Chapter 198. That's right. No matter who it is, no matter how many reasons they have, they're all willing to go to Julu Academy. Those who aren't willing to help ordinary people in the power state. I hope that the Lord will win. Hua Guang nodded. We'll definitely win, Lu Jin said solemnly. Yes. Also, the Lord asked you to come back and look for Poisoner's relics. Have you found them? Lu Jin asked doubtfully. Motherfucker, it's the Zhao family who was hiding Poisoner. When the Poisoner was forced out, the Zhao family took everything and fled Beijing. I've already sent people to hunt them down. No one can take away what the Lord wants, Hua Guang said in a deep voice. Lu Jin nodded. In the middle of the valley, on the island in the middle of the lake, thick fog pervaded the air and killing intent was everywhere. Yilin could not get a word in at this moment. Yin Chuan and Yifeng stared at the chessboard with rapt attention. The dragon has been formed. Wait for me to slaughter it, Yifeng said solemnly. Pa! A white piece landed on the chessboard. As the white chess piece was placed, a roar came from the surrounding fog again. Yifeng closed his eyes and once again saw the countless troops on the sea of clouds attacking according to his plan. 10,000 arrows. Yes. Bam, 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 bam. 100,000 arrows soared into the sky like a storm, shooting toward the other side of the sea of clouds, toward the forces controlled by Yin Chuan. Yifeng's heart was surging as he watched. The 10,000 arrows were shot out simultaneously, not because of their power, but because of their momentum, A feeling of surging momentum arose spontaneously. Yin Chuan stared at Yifeng. Seeing that Yifeng was enjoying this feeling, he revealed a satisfied smile. Slay my dragon? How could it be that easy? Reversal of yin and yang. Sacrifice death for life. Yin Chuan smiled. Ha! On the chessboard, Yin Chuan destroyed 3 of his own pieces, but because these 3 pieces were seeking death, the dragon came back to life. Once the dragon came back to life, the slaying of the dragon failed. And to counter Yifeng, shield block. Dang, 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 dang. Everyone charge. Yifeng closed his eyes. Above the cloud sea, Xiao Qian's initial advantage immediately reversed. The 2 armies clashed in close combat, instantly causing countless casualties. Yifeng raised his eyebrows. He pondered for a moment. Grandpa, it's time to eat. Yilin whispered from the side. No. Yifeng continued to look at the chessboard. I know that you won't be able to eat at this time. We don't know how long this game of chess will take. This is a fasting pill. 1 pill will last you 15 days. Yin Chuan handed over a small bottle. Yifeng stopped playing Go and looked at the small bottle. Then, he took a deep breath and nodded. All right, Venerable Grand Tutor, how is this Prince's Go setting? Yin Chuan asked with a smile. This is the first time I have seen something like this. It is exquisite and peerless. Yifeng said gravely. My Go pieces are not just on this chessboard. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Oh, in the future, my Go pieces will not just be here. No matter how big the sky is, everything will be my chessboard. Yin Chuan said seriously. Oh, Yifeng narrowed his eyes. Venerable Grand Tutor, you don't believe me? Yin Chuan asked with a smile. The Lord has great aspirations. This old man is already old, Yifeng said, shaking his head. Venerable Grand Tutor is undervaluing yourself. Old? How are you old? Yin Chuan countered with a smile. Yifeng smiled faintly and did not answer. Venerable Grand Tutor, what do you think of my Yin state compared to the Julu Academy? Yin Chuan asked again. Compared? Yifeng's eyes flashed. Yifeng was an extremely intelligent person. He immediately understood Yin Chuan's meaning. However, he looked at Yin Chuan with uncertainty. Yin Chuan wanted to develop the Yin state to be as powerful as the Julu Academy? Is that possible? Yifeng asked with a frown. Chapter 199. Is that possible? Yifeng frowned. The first person to become an immortal, before he became an immortal, he looked up at the sky and said the same thing as you. Is it possible? Yin Chuan smiled. Yilin was at a loss. The first immortal? Who was the first immortal? Did he say that? Yilin was at a loss, but Yifeng understood. It was not important whether the first person to become an immortal said anything. What was important was Yin Chuan's current attitude. Was that even possible? Yes, why not? Yifeng smiled and shook his head. The Lord's idea is admirable, but I can tell you with certainty that it's absolutely possible. Yin Chuan said again. Oh, Yifeng narrowed his eyes. In terms of the political system, is the political system of the country not perfect? Yin Chuan asked. Perfect, it's a pity that in the end, it won't amount to anything. The world is so big, and the countries all belong to the immortal sections. They belong to any immortal sect. It has never changed. Yifeng shook his head. Yin Chuan frowned slightly. Yin Chuan naturally understood where Yifeng's certainty came from. For Yifeng, although he could not enter the world of cultivators, it should not be too difficult for him to gather some information. Yifeng said that the country had always been suppressed by the immortal sects. Yin Chuan was silent for a moment. Could it be that in this world, the dynasty had reached its end? What kind of place was he in? The Lord. Yifeng was puzzled. Yin Chuan came back to his senses. He no longer wanted to dwell on this matter. Instead, he shook his head and said, as you said, the country has always been at the bottom. But why does this kind of government still exist? Yifeng frowned slightly. Because a country has its own uniqueness and a strong vitality that cannot be obliterated. Even if they are at the bottom, they will still be immortal. Yin Chuan said solemnly. So what if it is, as you say? Yifeng frowned. Yin Chuan smiled and said, aside from the gate of immortality, what can you see in Yin state? Oh, in the cultivation world, there is the Julu Academy. In the Yin state, there is the Imperial College. In the cultivation world, there is the Buddhist and Taoist sections. In the Yin state, there is the Temple of Heaven. In the cultivation world, there is the geomancy of the netherworld. In the Yin state, there is the Diguan to measure the power. Do you think it's related? Yin Chuan smiled. Yifeng's face suddenly turned serious as he stared at Yin Chuan. This was because Yifeng could hear a great ambition in Yin Chuan's tone. This ambition was something Yifeng had never seen before. Yin Chuan's goal was not only as big as the Julu Academy, but also the world. Not just the world of mortals, but the world of cultivators as well. That's impossible, Yifeng shouted. Grand Tutor, let's continue. Think about it again. A few days ago, when Meng Rongrong tried to recruit you, why didn't you agree immediately? Yin Chuan smiled. Yifeng narrowed his eyes. I think you have your own considerations. Think about it again. Why do you have those considerations? Yifeng, what exactly do you want? What's the most important to you? Yin Chuan laughed. Let's continue, Yifeng said solemnly. Yifeng did not want to be entangled in this matter. He wanted to use the game of chess to forget those thoughts that he should not have. All right, let's continue. Yin Chuan nodded. 1 month later, wind and thunder rumbled, and the clouds roared. The valley in the valley of the star Luo Mountain Manor had already become a mythical place. Countless Go masters waited with surging hearts. Just waiting was enough to express their boundless devotion to the Go Dao. Meng Rongrong, Chong Qing, and the others had already waited for a month in a pavilion by the lake. Chapter 200. Thunder rumbled in the sky, horses neighed in the fog, and an army roared. The tragedy of the battle was on full display. It had been a month, but the game was still not over. Meng Rongrong stared gloomily at the lake shrouded in white fog. Yin Chuan, Meng Rongrong's eyes flashed with irritation. Young mistress, you don't have to worry. Yin Chuan can't beat you. Yifeng isn't a fool. Why would he give up the chance to live forever? That's right, young mistress. How could a game of Go convince Yifeng? The Julu Academy students kept comforting Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong let out a long sigh. Then she smiled bitterly and said, I thought so too, but I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling. It's as if Yin Chuan's chips are getting higher and higher as the game goes on. That's impossible. The great scholars of the Julu Academy should be able to do that. Chong Qing frowned. Did you see the cloud chess game reflected in the sky? Meng Rongrong asked in a low voice. I saw it, but so what? Yifeng's rhythm is getting smoother. Meng Rongrong said in a low voice. Rhythm? Smoother? It's just that I'm liking this game more and more. Meng Rongrong said in a low voice. But it's just a game of Go. It doesn't mean anything. Chong Qing frowned. I hope so. Meng Rongrong took a deep breath. Miss, you don't have to be so concerned. If Yifeng really doesn't want to enter the Julu Academy, then it's his bad luck. Chong Qing advised. No, it's not just Yifeng's problem. There's also Yin Chuan. I'm Meng Rongrong. How can I lose to Yin Chuan? How could he lose to a mortal? You think you can steal the person I want right in front of me? Absolutely not. Meng Rongrong said in a deep voice. Not only did it involve self-esteem, but it also involved the confidence of the past. Meng Rongrong could not lose. Beijing. It was a large restaurant, and behind the restaurant was an extremely elegant courtyard for rent. There were 8 Taoist priests sitting in the courtyard. The leader was none other than Zhu Jiansheng of the Day sect. Zhu Jiansheng looked at the other 7 people and said, Junior brothers, I'll have to trouble you this time. You're welcome, senior brother. As long as you say the word, we'll naturally do our best. One of the Taoist priests smiled. Moreover, I'd like to see how the son of the previous sect leader is doing. Another Taoist priest said, Yeah, it's a pity what happened back then. Otherwise, Yin Chuan wouldn't be in the mortal world for the next few years. He would be the young sect leader of the Day sect. However, I didn't expect Yin Chuan to be so famous after returning to Beijing not long ago. He even knows how to play chess? That's not all. He made Dan Xingzi suffer so much with his mortal body? Ha ha ha. The group of brothers chatted and laughed. Dan Xingzi is the eldest disciple of King Mai. He used to be high and mighty. I didn't expect Yin Chuan to humiliate him. I heard that he gathered 7 or 8 of his friends to vent their anger on Yin Chuan. Everyone, you have to protect Yin Chuan. Zhu Jiansheng said. Don't worry, senior brother. The previous sect leader, Yin Tao, took good care of us back then. How can we allow others to humiliate our sect leader's son when he was harmed by a traitor? A Taoist priest said solemnly. That's right. Although there are people in the sect who hate Yin Tao, we are very clear about our grudges. We will definitely ensure that Yin Chuan enters the sect safely. Another person said. Chapter 201. Okay. While the 8 of them were talking, a woman in purple walked out slowly from a side room. She was tall and wore a gorgeous purple robe. Even her hair was purple, but she was wearing a golden mask on her face, so no one could see her face clearly. The woman walked elegantly and slowly towards them. They didn't notice her at first, but when they saw her, their faces changed. Walala! The 8 of them jumped up from their chairs at the same time and quickly retreated to the side. They stopped when they were about 20 feet away from the woman. When they looked at her, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Miss C, why did you come out? They looked at the woman in fear. I'm sorry. I'll be careful next time. The woman sighed. No, it's our fault. Miss Z, please don't take it to heart. We were just talking about Yin Chuan. We were about to tell you. Zhu Jiansheng said immediately. The woman in purple was puzzled. Although Yin Chuan just came back, he has a high reputation in Beijing. He has captured a Qi state expert with his strength state cultivation. Now, he is playing chess in Xingluo Mountain Villa. I heard that they have been playing chess for a month. It's very exciting. Zhu Jiansheng reported from afar. Yes, Miss Z. Although Yin Chuan is just an ordinary person, he is very intelligent. It's not a disgrace for Miss Z to have a fiancé like Yin Chuan. Another person said from afar. Fiancé? How can someone like me be his wife? Miss Z said with a wry smile. Miss Z, please don't think like that. Your marriage was set by Yin Tao and his wife. Uncle Yin Tao will not harm his son. He must have his reasons. Don't think too much. Zhu Jiansheng reported from afar. Miss Z looked at the crowd and shook her head with a wry smile. I've already harmed them. I don't want to harm their son, too. No, Miss Z, please don't think like that. The death of Yin Chuan's parents has nothing to do with you. It has absolutely nothing to do with you. Zhu Jiansheng shouted. Is that so? Miss Z shook her head. Zhu Jiansheng looked at his 8 fellow disciples and retreated far away in fear. Just like this, they were not convincing at all. Zhu Jiansheng said with a wry smile, Miss Z, you see, it's not appropriate for us to intervene in your marriage. Why don't we wait until we see Yin Chuan? What do you think? Alas, well, I won't make things difficult for you. I'll go back to my room first. You go and see when he's done with his game. After he's done, help me inform him that I want to meet him. Miss Z sighed slightly. Don't worry, Miss Z. Zhu Jiansheng promised. Don't worry, Miss Z. The other 7 junior brothers also responded. Yes. Miss Z nodded and returned to her room. Crack. When the door closed, the 8 Marshall brothers all let out a long sigh. Let's go out for a walk. Zhu Jiansheng said. Good. All the junior brothers shouted in agreement. After leaving the restaurant, the 8 Taoist priests walked on the street in silence for a long time. Miss Z is so kind and has such a good character. Why do I feel scared every time I see her? One of them asked. Miss Z is a jinx. So what if she has a good character? Another person frowned. 6th junior brother. Zhu Jiansheng glared at him. Fine, I was wrong. I won't say any more. 6th junior brother suddenly smiled bitterly. Alas, this marriage was arranged when Marshal Uncle Yin Tao was still alive. I don't know what will happen in the future. Zhu Jiansheng sighed slightly. Senior brother, why did you bring Miss Z here? Another person asked. Do you think I wanted to? That day in the Drunken Immortal restaurant, I heard that Dan Xingzi wanted to deal with Yin Chuan. I immediately scolded him. Who knew that the Drunken Immortal restaurant was Miss Z's property? If she wants to come, would I dare to stop her? Are you going to stop them? Jiao Jiansheng said gloomily. I don't dare to. Forget it. Let Yin Chuan deal with it. He's his fiancé. Why should we worry about her? That's right, that's right. The 8 of them walked on the street. Suddenly, in the distant sky, 2 huge bats flew in from outside the city. Dan Xingzi, that guy's here. Zhu Jiansheng's eyes lit up. Chapter 202. Yinjing. Inside the palace. Lu Jin and Hua Guang were currently facing Yin Emperor. Zhao Tianwang, how dare you? Yin Emperor's eyes were filled with anger. With one palm, the Yin Emperor shattered the tea set on one side. Zhao Tianwang declared himself the emperor and established the state of Zhao. He really has guts. Lu Jin also said solemnly, Hua Guang, when your men went after the Zhao family, did they manage to steal the poisoner's belongings? Yin Emperor suddenly turned his head and looked at Hua Guang. Yes, we managed to get a part of it. However, from the captured Zhao family members, Zhao Tianwang also took a part of it. Hua Guang nodded. Oh, what about it? Yin Emperor's eyes lit up. Hua Guang stared at Yin Emperor and shook his head. Sorry, we'll leave it to the Lord to deal with. Let's wait for the Lord to finish his game. Yin Emperor stared at Hua Guang with a gloomy expression. However, he quickly recovered and smiled. Of course, Yin Emperor, may I ask if the 42 cities in the northern border of the state of Zheng have been handed over? Lu Jin asked. Lu Jin didn't address him as Your Majesty anymore. Yin Emperor also noticed the problem in Lu Jin's words. However, he didn't object. A pigeon reported that the state of Zheng is cooperating. Yin Emperor nodded. That's good. Everything is going according to the Lord's plan. Lu Jin sighed. While the 3 were talking, an angry roar came from the outside. Yin Chuan, you little brat, come out. Thunder rumbled and echoed throughout the palace. The 3 people's faces changed as they walked out of the main hall. At this moment, there were 2 huge bats circling high up in the sky. There were 4 people standing on each of the bats. One of them was the eldest senior brother, who had been captured by the feng shui poison not long ago. He stepped on a bat and hovered in the air. Everyone looked down coldly. Soon, he saw Hua Guang. After all, Hua Guang was beside Yin Chuan last time. It's you? Where is Yin Chuan? The green-robed eldest senior brother shouted. I am Yin Emperor. Who are you? Yin Emperor walked to the front. Yin Emperor? It's good that it's you. The state of Zheng's northern border's 42 cities have been handed over to you. Now, release my junior apprentice brother and the state of Zheng's crown prince, shouted the azure-robed eldest apprentice brother. Release him? Yindi looked at Hua Guang. No, we are under the Lord's orders to keep them under custody. Unless the Lord gives the order, no one is to be released. Hua Guang shouted. Huh? Yin Emperor raised an eyebrow. His expression turned ugly. However, Hua Guang was only loyal to Yin Chuan. Without Yin Chuan's order, he wouldn't dare to release them now. What about Yin Chuan? The azure-robed eldest senior brother shouted. The Lord is playing chess. Wait for the Lord to finish. The Lord is a man of his word, but no one can give the order without the Lord. Hua Guang said solemnly. Playing chess? Did something happen to my junior apprentice brothers? Release my junior apprentice brothers, or we will wash Yin capital with blood today. The azure-robed eldest senior brother shouted. Oh, wash Yin capital with blood? How dare you, Dan Xingzi? Is this King Mai's idea? A provocative voice sounded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 8 figures shot into the sky and landed on the roof of a palace in Yin capital. They stood on the roof of the palace and glared at the 8 people on the bat. Zhu Jiansheng, it's you? Eldest senior brother, Dan Xingzi, said coldly. It's us. Can't you talk nicely? Do you think you're so high up on the bat? Who are you trying to show your arrogance to? Zhu Jiansheng said disdainfully. It's Yin Chuan who went back on his word. Zheng has already returned the cities. Why aren't you releasing them? Dan Xingzi said solemnly. Chapter 203. Did Yin Chuan say he won't let him go? Can't you wait for a game of chess? Zhu Jiansheng said disdainfully. I don't care. I want to see my junior brother now. Dan Xingzi drew his sword and shouted coldly. Sheng. Zhu Jiansheng also drew his Chongqing and said, Yinjing is not a place for you to behave atrociously. While the two sides were at loggerheads, another purple figure slowly flew up from the distance, flying towards a crowd. Miss Z, Zhu Jiansheng and the others immediately became serious. Dan Xingzi and the others didn't know who this woman was at first, so they still drew their swords and faced her. Retreat. Dan Xingzi's expression changed drastically as he shouted. The two bats immediately flew away. After flying far away, Dan Xingzi looked at the woman in purple with a panicked expression. Miss Z, why are you here? Dan Xingzi said with a fearful expression. My cultivation isn't as high as yours. What are you afraid of? Miss Z said calmly. I wouldn't dare. Were we in front of Miss Z? Dan Xingzi smiled apologetically. Since that's the case, I'll say something. Miss Z said calmly. Please speak, Miss Z. Dan Xingzi said carefully. You've already waited so many days for your junior brother to be captured. Waiting for Yin Chuan to finish his game shouldn't be a big deal, right? Miss Z said calmly. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Dan Xingzi's expression changed. Below, Huguang looked at the sky strangely. He then whispered to Lu Jin in disdain. Why does this brat look so despicable? Lu Jin smiled and sighed. No matter what, it's best that he didn't disrupt the Lord's plan. Huguang nodded. Zhu Jiansheng, where is Yin Chuan playing chess? Missy thought for a moment and asked. I heard that he's at Xinghua Mountain Villa. Zhu Jiansheng immediately said. Well, all right, since we're waiting here, let's go and have a look. Missy said after thinking for a while. All right, Zhu Jiansheng replied. Senior, let me lead you there. Lu Jin immediately stepped forward and said, Oh, Eunuch Lu? That's good too. Zhu Jiansheng immediately laughed. Another month and a half later, Star Luo Mountain Villa, within the rolling white fog, Yin Chuan and Yi Feng were playing Go. Climbing 9-5 again, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. A piece was placed on the 9-5 position again. Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! Within the cloud sea, Yin Chuan's army cheered loudly. Their powerful aura pressed down on the cloud sea territory controlled by Yi Feng. It's the 9-5 again, Yi Feng said with a gloomy face. This time, the 9-5 was different from the previous time. At least, it wasn't like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, but it was still slightly stronger. Yi Feng held a white piece between his index and middle fingers and was about to place it down. However, he couldn't place it down. It was as if there was a huge force forcing him not to place it down. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! The surrounding noise made Yi Feng frown. Phew! Yi Feng placed the white piece back into the bowl and stopped placing it down. Now that we've played this game of chess, you should know what you're thinking. Yin Chuan smiled. Looking at Yin Chuan, Yi Feng had a complicated look in his eyes. He gently shook his head and said, What guarantee do you have? What you said is unprecedented. How can I believe you? Chapter 204. Think about your life. You have such high intelligence. You love learning, but you are not a fool. Otherwise, you would have written books and entered the Hamlin Academy. But you did not. You're just a grand tutor. Do you like power? I think that is not the case. As the grand tutor, you arranged the chess pieces of the Yin state and doubled the size of the Yin state's territory. Double. That's not just wanton plundering. You also have to consider the patriarchs of the immortal sects in the surrounding countries. Not only did you fight against 4 countries, you also used your intelligence to fight against 5 people from the immortal sects. They didn't even notice. Or perhaps it's because of your methods that they didn't dare to do anything about it. Immortals? So what if they are immortals? You enjoy it. You like to set up the world. You like to manipulate chess pieces to set up a game. Yin Chuan stared at Yi Feng. I like it, but it is not enough. You are not enough to convince me. Yi Feng stared at Yin Chuan. Not enough? Then I will give you another reason why you must stay and help me. Yin Chuan smiled. Oh, Shun Fei Tian. Yin Chuan smiled. Yifeng's eyes narrowed. I heard from Lu Jin that Yilin accidentally mentioned that you have a flying sky hall. In order to commemorate your dead wife, all the decorations in the hall are arranged in pairs. You must care a lot about this Chun Fei Tian. Yin Chuan laughed. So what if I do? Yifeng said in a low voice. Clearly, he did not like others talking about Chun Fei Tian. That is easy. The Julu Academy is only an academy in the Yang realm. You actually want to join a sect that cultivates feng shui, because a powerful feng shui master can even travel between the two realms. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Travel between the two realms? Really? Yifeng's expression was filled with anticipation. Traveling between the two realms is indeed possible, but there is a prerequisite. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Oh, after a person dies, they may not necessarily turn into a ghost and enter the underworld. There's a greater chance that their soul will scatter, ending everything once and for all. Do you understand? Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. I don't care. If I die in this life, then so be it. If I don't die, then I will definitely make a trip to the underworld. Yifeng said solemnly. Haha, you're oversimplifying things. It's not easy for a feng shui master to travel between the two realms, let alone bringing someone else along. Are you suitable to be a feng shui master? Yin Chuan asked with a smile. Yifeng frowned. The Julu Academy may not be able to give you what you want, but I can. As long as Chun Fei Tian turns into a ghost, I will send you to the netherworld one day. Because in my celestial empire, all rivers flow into the sea. All lands under the heavens belong to the emperor, and all lands on the shores of the land belong to the emperor. A feng shui master must also be a subject. If you help me conquer this vast land, a large number of feng shui masters will help you open up the path of yin and yang. My celestial empire can even extend to the netherworld, commanding thousands of ghosts, and help you find Chun Fei Tian. What do you think? Yin Chuan said again. Yifeng stared at Yin Chuan in shock. How can I believe you? Yifeng's expression changed. Seeing Yifeng's change in expression, Yin Chuan knew that he was about to succeed. After 2 months of hard work, he was finally about to convince Yifeng. Otherwise, Yifeng's expression would still be unchanged. Yin Chuan smiled faintly, holding the chessboard in his hand. Ha! He flipped the chessboard over. The chess pieces immediately scattered on the ground. Rumble. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, and a large number of lightning bolts struck down. The rolling lightning caused the lake water to splash in all directions, and the mist slowly dissipated under the lightning. At the side, Yilin stared at the chessboard with wide eyes. The game isn't over yet, Yilin shouted. However, Yifeng and Yin Chuan didn't care. It was just a game of chess, so what if it was over? The rolling mist dissipated, slowly revealing the scenery by the lake. At this moment, there were thousands of people surrounding the small lake. A group of chess masters, Meng Rongrong 6, the Dugu Sword Emperor, Yin Wudi, Yin Emperor, Hua Guang, Lu Jin, Dan Qingzi, Zhujin Sheng's 8, and Miss Z. Behind Hua Guang, there were nearly 3,000 members of the embroidered uniform army. After leaving for more than 2 months, the 3,000 members of the embroidered uniform army had all returned. Greetings, my king. The 3,000 members of the embroidered uniform army bowed respectfully. At the side, Yin Emperor's expression changed. King? Not the Lord? He hadn't abdicated yet. Yin Emperor was infuriated, but he suppressed the anger in his heart. How did it go? Yin Chuan placed his hand behind his back and looked at the 3,000 embroidered uniform army. Ka. Nearly 500 embroidered uniform army soldiers each took out a box from behind them. The box slowly opened, revealing bloody human heads inside. The heads of the Chu Kingdom's emperor, royalty, and officials are here. The heads of the Han Kingdom's emperor, royalty, and officials are here. The heads of the Wei Kingdom's emperor, royalty, and officials are here. The group of embroidered uniform army soldiers reported. What? Yin Emperor exclaimed immediately. The heads of the emperor, royalty, and officials are here? Yin Emperor knew that the embroidered uniform army had gone out on a mission and had just returned, but no one expected them to do such a thing. Was this considered the destruction of the three dynasties? The three dynasties that were as famous as the Yin state were all destroyed? Yin Emperor could not believe it. However, Yin Emperor was too familiar with the portraits of these heads. Yin Emperor had already overestimated the might of the embroidered uniform army. However, he did not expect the embroidered uniform army to be so terrifying. In the past 2 months, they actually managed to charge into the three dynasties' capitals and kill the people with the highest authority. On the other side, Dan Xingzi also looked at the heads in shock. At the same time, he looked at Yin Chuan and felt a chill. Yin Chuan's insults from the past were still vivid in his mind. He is not insulting me. Is he telling the truth? Dan Xingzi felt a chill in his heart. These 500 people decided the military affairs of the three dynasties. Over the years, they caused the deaths of nearly 500,000 soldiers and soldiers of the Yin state. Now they are all dead. Do you think you can trust me now? Yin Chuan said with a smile. Yifeng slightly closed his eyes as he faced everyone, as if immersed in a final mental struggle. Yifeng, since the game of Go is over, you should give me an answer, Meng Rongrong said sullenly. Chapter 205. Yifeng, since the game is over, you should give me an answer, Meng Rongrong said in a low voice. Meng Rongrong stepped forward. In the past 2 months, Meng Rongrong had experienced a sense of defeat that she had never felt before. From absolute confidence in the beginning, to irritation in her heart, to worry about her gains and losses. Meng Rongrong was also a strong chess player. Although she might not be better than Yin Chuan and Yifeng, she could at least understand the game. As the chess pieces were placed, Meng Rongrong seemed to have noticed the change in Yifeng's mentality. Change? Was the Jiulu Academy really that good? Could it not be better than a tiny Yin state? What kind of joke was this? Yifeng still had his eyes closed, but Yin Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong. Yin Chuan did not speak. He only smiled slightly, but this smile was like a slap to Meng Rongrong's face. Oomph. Meng Rongrong snorted and ignored Yin Chuan. At this moment, Yifeng's eyes slowly opened. Thank you for your kindness, senior. This old one is old and does not want to suffer anymore. I just want to live out my remaining years in peace. Yifeng said. His voice was calm, revealing his inner peace. What? Yifeng, what did you say? Think carefully. Chongqing exclaimed. Are you crazy? Do you really want to die? Meng Rongrong had a premonition, but Chongqing and the other 4 were not prepared. They were stunned by Yifeng's words. Grandpa, what are you doing? They want to help you become an immortal. Why don't you? Behind him, Yilin suddenly exclaimed. Grandpa has his own plans when he does things. Don't interrupt, Yifeng said indifferently. But, Yilin was going crazy. All right, Grandpa isn't as smart as you, Yifeng said calmly. Oh, Yilin calmed down immediately. That's right, in the Yi family. Who would dare to say that they were smarter than Yifeng? Although Yilin had thousands of ideas in his heart, compared to his grandfather's wisdom, he could forget about it. What benefits did Yin Chuan give you? Or rather, how did he force you? Meng Rongrong was still unwilling to give up. Yin Chuan smiled. Miss Meng, you're framing me. Shut up, Meng Rongrong scolded. Meng Rongrong was defeated for the first time in her life. Meng Rongrong could not believe it and was unwilling to accept it. Shut up? Miss Meng, don't forget what you said before. You're the young mistress of the Jiulu Academy. Do you need me to teach you the word trust? Yin Chuan shouted. You. Meng Rongrong was speechless at Yin Chuan's words. Back then, she had personally promised Yin Chuan that, as long as Yifeng was unwilling to go to the Jiulu Academy, she would not force him. But now, Yifeng also shook his head. Senior, this is my own idea. I'm sorry. Did you hear that? Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Meng Rongrong's expression changed. Even though she was wearing a bamboo hat, from her clenched fists, one could see the indignation in her heart. Let's go, Meng Rongrong said in a low voice. Yes, Chongqing and the others replied. With a wave of her sleeve, Meng Rongrong led the 5 of them into the sky. As they flew, Meng Rongrong turned her head and gave Yin Chuan a deep look, deeply engraving this hateful fellow into her memory. Then, she led the 5 of them away. After Meng Rongrong left, Dan Qingzi called out, "Yin Chuan, where's my junior apprentice brother?" Dan Qingzi called out. As soon as Dan Qingzi called out, his 7 friends also stepped forward, looking as if they were about to confront Yin Chuan. Dan Qingzi and the others stepped forward. Zhu Jianxing also stepped forward with his 7 junior apprentice brothers, guarding against Dan Qingzi's sudden attack. Chapter 206. Yin Chuan glanced at Dan Qingzi, then turned to Yin Emperor. "Yin Xiuyu, have you handed over the 42 cities?" Yin Chuan asked. "Yes." Yin Emperor nodded. Yin Chuan nodded. "Did you hear that? Zheng has kept its promise. Let them go." Dan Qingzi shouted. "Hua Guang, let them go." Yin Chuan didn't press the issue. "Yes, I brought them here. I'll bring them out immediately." Hua Guang answered. With a wave of his hand, the embroidered uniformed soldiers quickly walked out of the valley. Soon, the 3 prison carriages were pulled into the valley. Prison carriages? Dan Qingzi recognized them at a glance. Xing. He quickly lifted the curtains of the prison carriages, revealing the 3 people inside. Lu Gang, 3rd senior brother, and the Crown Prince of Zheng. Lu Gang and the Crown Prince of Zheng were handcuffed and shackled. They didn't seem to have suffered much. The only one who had suffered was the 3rd senior brother. His shoulder blade had been pierced, and he couldn't move at all. "First senior brother." Lu Gang cried out in surprise. "Senior," the Crown Prince of Zheng said excitedly. "First senior brother, save me, save me." The 3rd senior brother was so emotional that tears were coming out his eyes. This period of imprisonment was a darkness that 3rd senior brother had never experienced in his life. Xing, Xing, Xing. Dan Qingzi's friends stabbed their swords, instantly tearing the cage apart. "First senior brother, quick, take me away." The 3rd senior brother grabbed Dan Qingzi after being saved. He wasn't in the mood for revenge, only the fear of leaving this place as soon as possible. His mind seemed to be in a daze. "Your junior brother is too cowardly. Piercing his shoulder blade will only hurt for a while. It's not like we tortured him. Look at how scared he is. Also, I've already sent someone to inform the prison to release the others. My Yin state will prepare horses and rations for them to return to their countries." Hua Guang said disdainfully. "That's not torture." Dan Qingzi shouted angrily. Yin Chuan said indifferently, "Take your men and leave." "You, Yin Chuan, you bastard. Your entire family will die a horrible death." Dan Qingzi cursed. Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold and murderous. "Pa!" Suddenly, a purple light flashed, and a crisp sound rang out from Dan Qingzi's face. A slap landed on Dan Qingzi's face. It was so powerful that half of Dan Qingzi's face swelled up. "Who is it?" Dan Qingzi was so anxious that he immediately roared in the direction of the slap. Turning his head, he happened to see a purple-robed woman wearing a golden mask, revealing a pair of eyes that were staring coldly at him. At first, he was anxious, but in an instant, he felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Dan Qingzi's face trembled as he looked at the woman in fear. "Miss Z, why did you hit me?" "Dan Qingzi, if I hear you curse Yin Chuan again, I'll take your life," the woman in purple said coldly. Dan Qingzi opened his mouth in shock. Dan Qingzi did not understand why Miss Z was protecting Yin Chuan. However, today, Dan Qingzi once again experienced the grievance of that day. Why are you protecting him?" Dan Qingzi said resentfully. "There's no reason. Now, take your men and scram," the woman in purple said coldly. I. Dan Qingzi was at a loss for words. At this moment, Dan Qingzi did not know what to say. This matter was too inexplicable. The woman in purple walked towards Dan Qingzi step by step. As she approached, the expressions of Dan Qingzi's friends changed drastically, and they quickly retreated. Leaving Dan Qingzi alone was like a lone boat on the ocean, facing a storm. Chapter 207. She didn't give off any aura as she walked closer. Miss Z, don't come any closer. I know I was wrong. We'll leave immediately. Dan Qingzi shouted. Miss Z stopped when she heard Dan Qingzi shout. Let's go. Dan Qingzi felt quite unwilling as he led everyone out. He walked incredibly quickly, grabbing 3 people and leaping out of the valley. Before he left, he didn't forget to glare at Yin Chuan with hatred. Yin Chuan just smiled at this look and turned to look at Miss Z in surprise. She didn't give off any killing intent or aura. Dan Qingzi and the others were scared out of their wits. Also, Zhu Jiansheng and the others seemed to know Miss Z, but they were also avoiding her. What were they afraid of? Yin Chuan looked at Miss Z strangely, then turned to the Dugu, Sword Emperor, and Yin Wudi. Have you paid your respects to the Dugu, Sword Emperor? Yin Chuan smiled. Yes, I have. I feel much better now. This time I brought Woody back to say goodbye. Everyone else has said their goodbyes. You are the only one left. I didn't expect to see such a big game of chess before leaving. Dugu Jianwang said with a smile. Congratulations, you've put down one of your worries. Yin Chuan smiled. The Dugu, Sword Emperor nodded. Yes, I've put down some of my worries. Don't worry, I'll do what I promised you. I'll bring Woody back to the Dugu family soon. Yin Chuan nodded and turned to Yin Wudi. Uncle Wang, thank you. Yin Wudi said sincerely. Lu Jin, Yin Chuan called. Yes. Lu Jin quickly took out a bag. She handed it to Yin Wudi. Puzzled, Yin Wudi took the bundle and gently opened it. There were 50 books inside. Books? Yin Wudi was slightly taken aback. These are the 50 most authentic books on the art of war in the Yin state. I approve of you following the Dugu, Sword Emperor, to learn the art of the sword. However, I also have a request for you. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Uncle Wang, please speak. I don't want you to become a dead sword. I want you to become a divine sword with wisdom and thoughts. I've read these 50 books. They contain a lot of military tactics and psychological warfare. They won't be of much help to your cultivation, but they will definitely be beneficial to your intelligence. My request is that you memorize all of these 50 books. Remember, understand them thoroughly. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yin Wudi looked at the 50 books. His expression changed. Yin Wudi could feel Yin Chuan's kindness. It was a kindness that was truly for his own good. After taking a deep breath, Yin Wudi bowed deeply to Yin Chuan. Uncle Wang, don't worry. I will remember Uncle Wang's words. Yin Wudi said solemnly. Yin Emperor's expression was complicated. Even his son didn't seem to respect him that much. All right, you can go now. Yin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Dugu, Sword Emperor, we'll meet again. Yin Chuan said with a smile. We'll meet again. The Dugu, Sword Emperor nodded. He waved his sleeves and took Yin Wudi to the sky. They disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. At this moment, a small boat arrived at the island in the middle of the lake. Yin Chuan, Yifeng, and Yilin boarded the small boat and slowly sailed to the shore. They reached the shore. Yin Chuan, did you ask the Grand Tutor to come out of seclusion? Yin Emperor stepped forward and asked with a smile. Yifeng smiled and said, Yin Emperor, you must be joking. I'm old. How can I come out of seclusion? Yin Emperor was slightly stunned. Yifeng, and I only played a game of chess. Yin Xiaoyu, don't think too much. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Yin Emperor was stunned again. Then, Yin Emperor felt depressed. Even a fool could see that Yifeng gave up on entering the immortal sect to help Yin Chuan. Now, he actually said that he didn't want to enter the Yin state. I've used up too much energy these days. I need to go back and rest. Goodbye, Yifeng said with a smile. As he spoke, Yifeng and Yilin walked into the depths of the valley with the help of a group of household servants. They left behind an embarrassed Yin Emperor. Chapter 208. Yin Xiaoyu. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Yin Emperor looked at Yin Chuan. Chu State, Wei State, and Korea State are without a leader at this moment. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Yin Emperor suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. Previously, he was only surprised by the strength of the embroidered uniform army. Now, Yin Emperor understood what Yin Chuan meant. Without a leader, the three kingdoms were like dragons without a leader. It was the best time to attack cities and seize territory. I understand, huh? Yin Emperor suddenly laughed. I'll have to trouble you from now on. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Don't worry, I'll do my best and wait for your return. Okay. Yin Chuan nodded. Is the Grand Preceptor really not coming out? If he comes out, he will definitely help our Yin state to conquer the three countries faster. Yin Emperor said after thinking for a while. No need. The Grand Preceptor is too old. Let's not disturb him anymore. Yin Chuan shook his head. All right. Yin Emperor nodded. I've just finished a game of chess. I'll rest here for a while. Before going to the day's sect, I'll go to Yin Jing to say goodbye to you. Yin Chuan looked at Yin Emperor and said, Okay, then I'll go back and hold a court meeting. Yin Emperor nodded. After sending off Yin Emperor, Yin Chuan looked at the 8 people of the day's sect and the woman in purple again. Yin Chuan, you're amazing. I didn't expect you to make such a big move in this game of chess. Ha ha ha. Zhu Jianxing suddenly laughed. Not bad. I've never seen anything like this before. One of Zhu Jianxing's junior brothers laughed. These are? Yin Chuan looked at the crowd. Them? He's my junior brother. Wherever he goes, there's 7 of us. The 7 swordsmen of the day's sect. This is the great swordsman, the second swordsman, the third swordsman, the 7 swordsmen. Zhu Jianxing said with a smile. Senior brother. The 7 of them immediately blushed. Ha ha ha. Didn't you like this name? Just call me that, it's fine. Anyway, you're used to being called that. Zhu Jianxing laughed. The 7 of them felt helpless, but from their expressions, there was a sense of complacency. Yin Chuan was slightly startled. Sure enough, birds of a feather flocked together. Zhu Jianxing was a free and unrestrained person, but the 7 swordsmen were very narcissistic. Greetings, 7 swordsmen. Yin Chuan said with a smile. You're welcome, you're welcome. The 7 of them exchanged pleasantries. And this is? Yin Chuan looked at the purple-clothed woman with a golden mask. Miss Z? Zhu Jianxing looked at Yin Chuan with a strange expression. Miss Z spoke first. I'll go back to my residence in Yinjing first. Yin Chuan, after you've rested, come and see me. I have something to tell you. With that, Miss Z turned around and walked out of the valley. Yin Chuan was puzzled. Zhu Jianxing and the others watched Miss Z leave, then looked at Yin Chuan with a strange expression. What's wrong? Who is she? Yin Chuan asked with a puzzled expression. No way, Yin Chuan. Have you really forgotten? She's your wife. Zhu Jianxing said with a strange expression. Yin Chuan, who had always been calm, was also confused by the question. What was going on? Wife. It's normal that Dan Xingzi doesn't know. It's also normal that we don't know. After all, she has always been very mysterious and never went to the day sect. But we all know that you have a fiancé, no, a child bride. It seems that when you were young, your parents arranged this marriage for you. Don't you remember? Zhu Jianxing said with a strange expression. That's right. I only found out 2 months ago that Miss Z is actually your fiancé. Awesome. The great swordsman gloated. Yes, Junior Yin Chuan, tell me, what were your thoughts when you had a wife when you were young? Second swordsman laughed. Chapter 209. Let's not talk about your childhood. What are your thoughts now? The 5 swordsmen laughed. The group of people from the immortal sect was now asking Yin Chuan curiously. Hua Guang, Lu Jin, and the others had strange expressions on their faces. Go, don't disturb the Lord. Hua Guang ordered the embroidered uniform army to leave. At the same time, he asked the chess masters to leave. Yin Chuan was also confused. Fiancé, after taking a deep breath, Yin Chuan said, I have forgotten most of my memories. Can you help me recall? Yes, you have soulless syndrome. The 4 swordsmen raised their eyebrows. Sai, what a pity. This is the first time I've seen someone with a child bride. I really want to know how he feels. The seven swordsmen said regretfully. Black lines appeared on Yin Chuan's forehead. This group of people were quite sanctimonious when they didn't open their mouths. But now that they opened their mouths, what? All right, stop fooling around. Zhu Jiansheng shouted. Oh, the seven people nodded. Yin Chuan, you really don't remember? I don't remember. Yin Chuan nodded. Yes, you should have been very young back then. Your mother should have arranged this marriage for you. We all heard a little about it, but we didn't know who it was. 2 months ago, I heard that Dan Xingzi was going to bring people to make trouble for you at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. I scolded him and then gathered these 7 junior brothers to protect you in advance. Zhu Jiansheng said solemnly. Oh, thank you very much. Yin Chuan nodded. Who knew that Miss Z would find out about that quarrel? Later on, she came to find me and showed me a certificate that your father had left behind. She asked me to bring her to see you. Zhu Jiansheng said solemnly. Oh, when I returned to the sect, I met the sect leader and all the uncles in the sect. They confirmed that Miss Z is indeed your fiancée. Fiancée? Yin Chuan had a strange expression on his face. Yes. Zhu Jiansheng nodded solemnly. When I saw you before, you were all afraid of her. Why? Yin Chuan asked curiously. The 7 swordsmen's expressions changed almost at the same time. What's wrong? Yin Chuan asked again. Zhu Jiansheng smiled bitterly. Looking at Yin Chuan, he seemed to be unable to say anything. He thought, then sighed. Well, all right, so be it. I'll tell you. But this is just my personal opinion. You must not tell Miss Z. Zhu Jiansheng laughed bitterly. Yes. Yin Chuan nodded. No one knows what Miss Z's full name is. We only know that she's called Miss Z and lives in Carefree City. Carefree City is similar to a city in the mortal world, but it's many times stronger. There are many shops opened by cultivators in the city. The sky-shaking bow, sun-shooting arrows, sky-piercing spear, etc. that you want were all bought by me in Carefree City. Zhu Jiansheng explained. Carefree City? Yes, continue. Miss Z has been living in Carefree City for more than 10 years. I've never heard of any power behind her, but in the entire Carefree City, no one dares to offend her. Zhu Jiansheng said. Oh, why? Zhu Jiansheng looked awkward, as if he couldn't say it. Say it, it's fine. I won't blame you. Yin Chuan shook his head. Yes, Miss Z's cultivation isn't high, but no one dares to go near her, because whoever goes near her will be unlucky. No one can tell why. Zhu Jiansheng said strangely. Chapter 210. Oh, for example, Dan Xingzi is also a lecher. Once he saw Miss Z. She was wearing a mask, but Dan Xingzi saw that her figure was better, so he recklessly approached her. Just when he was about 10 feet away from Miss Z, suddenly, Zhu Jiansheng's eyes widened. What's wrong? Yin Chuan asked curiously. A huge hammer suddenly fell from the sky and hit Dan Xingzi's head. You don't know how tragic that scene was. A large part of Dan Xingzi's scalp was smashed off, and his face was badly mutilated. Half of his body was smashed into the ground, and he was on the verge of death. It was a fight between 2 experts, and Dan Xingzi was unlucky enough to be hit by it. Zhu Jiansheng said. Yin Chuan asked curiously. That's not all. Anyone who gets close to Miss Z, regardless of whether they have good intentions or bad intentions, doesn't have a good ending. Truly, they are all undeserved disasters, inexplicable disasters. Zhu Jiansheng said. Such a thing happened? Is it a coincidence? Yin Chuan frowned. Coincidence? It's a coincidence, but it's all a coincidence. It happens 100 times a year. Even if one doesn't get unlucky on the spot, it won't be long before they get unlucky. It's too strange. The 3 swordsmen trembled. Is there such a thing? Of course, it happened to me once. That day, I bought a bottle of elixirs in a shop. At that time, I saw the shop assistants hiding from me in fear. I didn't know what was going on until I turned my head and realized that they weren't hiding from me, but from Miss Z, because someone concluded that as long as they stayed 2 feet away from Miss Z, they wouldn't be affected, but I was only 10 feet away from her. Do you know what 10 feet is? Cold sweat appeared on the three swordsmen's forehead. 10 feet? What happened after that? Everyone looked at the three swordsmen. I was fine at that time, but a month later, my disaster came. The three swordsmen said with a sad face. What disaster? I spent 10 years of my savings to buy 3 bottles of pills, but they're all fakes. My long sword made of mysterious platinum was broken when I was killing a trash demon. I was also involved in a fight between 2 immortal state experts for no reason. I was chased by the 2 immortal state experts and got lost in the territory of an immortal state demonic beast. That demonic beast made me. That's right. That's why I'm not a human anymore. The most hateful thing is that my lover of 80 years actually eloped with a kid in the essence stage. My God, that kid is ugly, poor, and useless. She's blind. The three swordsmen recalled with a face full of grief and hatred. Juji and Sheng and the others looked at them with pity. The three swordsmen were too pitiful. Yin Chuan had a strange expression on his face as he said, "Maybe it's a coincidence." What coincidence? I'm not the only one. Many people have the same experience. Wherever Miss Z goes, it's like a big explosion, blowing up everyone. The three swordsmen shook their heads and said, "Yes, that's why Dan Xingzi was so scared when he saw Miss Z." The great swordsman said, "I heard that Miss Z is the reincarnation of a jinx. I've heard that Miss Z is a cursed loner. I heard that Miss Z is the reincarnation of a jinx." Everyone was talking about Miss Z in fear. That's enough. Yin Chuan frowned. Everyone suddenly became quiet and looked at Yin Chuan. No matter what, Miss Z is my fiancée. Let's end the introduction here. Yin Chuan shook his head and said, "Okay." Everyone nodded and stopped talking. Yin Chuan, I know it's wrong to talk about someone's fiancée behind their back, but what we said is true. She's really strange. I just want to remind you. Juji and Sheng said seriously. Okay, I know. Yin Chuan nodded. Chapter 211. After seeing off Juji and Sheng and the 7 swordsmen, Yin Chuan stood at the entrance of the valley and frowned as if he was thinking about Miss Z. Lu Jin and Huo Guang once again came to visit Gu Zhonggu's residence in the valley. Zhao family. Zhao Tianwang has established a country and ascended to the throne? Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. Huo Guang nodded. Yes, Poisoner's belongings. They split up and took them away. We got half of it, and the other half was taken away by Zhao Tianwang. We were originally going to chase after them, but after thinking about it, we decided to let the king make the decision. Well done. Since he's going, he's going. Yin Chuan smiled. Don't chase after them. Huo Guang was slightly stunned. Chu, Han, and Wei have been destroyed. I was originally worried that the Yin state and Zheng state would fight each other in the end and give up on the Great Land. Now that the 3 new states of Yin, Zhao, and Zheng have been established, there will be a lot of work ahead. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Oh, that's right. Huo Guang immediately understood. Yin Chuan nodded with satisfaction. Huo Guang finally understood. My king, we have obtained 3 items from Poisoner's relics. Your Majesty, please take a look. Huo Guang immediately said. Then he placed 3 plates covered by curtains in front of him in front of Yin Chuan. When the curtain was lifted, 3 items were revealed. The first plate was a silver compass. The needle was trembling slightly. There were 18 circles on the compass, and each circle was independent of each other. It was as if they could all rotate. Silver compass? Looks like Poisoner's attainments in feng shui are pretty good, Yin Chuan said solemnly. On the second plate was a small black ball. Astral fog? King, we've seen the compass before. What is this fog? Huo Guang asked curiously. Do you remember Ding Wugu's protective shield? Yin Chuan smiled. Of course I remember. Back then, he smashed a small ball, and then a large amount of black gas covered himself. No matter how he shot arrows, we couldn't get inside. It was as if there was a wall of gas blocking us. Could this be it? Huo Guang's eyes lit up. That's right, this is it. However, this is much more advanced than Ding Wugu's astral fog, Yin Chuan said with a smile. At least this trip was worth it, Huo Guang said with a smile. On the last plate was a green flower. Its petals were extremely large and emitted a faint green light. This is the blue face flower. It's a type of food for practitioners. Don't be fooled by its small size. If you eat it, it's equivalent to eating a Qi Jing demonic beast. Yin Chuan smiled. Qi state demonic beast? Green-faced flower? Hua Guang asked in surprise. Yin Chuan said, leave this flower for Yifeng. When we reach the cultivation world, we'll have plenty to eat. Everything is up to the king. 2 days later, in the middle valley of the Star Luo Villa, in the pavilion by the lake, Yin Chuan sat in front of a chessboard and drank tea. Lu Jin and Hua Guang stood behind him. Yilin looked outside the pavilion nervously. Outside the pavilion, Yifeng's body was covered in a layer of blue stellar energy. He spread out his arms and sensed his surroundings. In the sky, a dark cloud was facing Yifeng. Boom, boom, boom. Bolts of lightning struck down from the dark clouds, bombarding Yifeng. However, the green aura around Yifeng's body blocked the impact of the lightning again and again. Boom! After the 9th thunder, the last bolt of heavenly thunder struck down. The dark clouds in the sky slowly dispersed. The green gangqi around Yifeng had already disappeared. He stood there motionlessly, as if he was comprehending the experience of this tribulation. First heaven's lightning tribulation passed. Grandpa is in the essence realm. Grandpa is in the essence realm. Yilin trembled in surprise. Chapter 2:12. Yilin understood that once Yifeng became powerful, the Yi family would rise as well. Yi family? The head of a cultivation family? Yilin was so excited that he couldn't control himself. Phew! After a while, Yifeng let out a long breath and slowly opened his eyes. Grandpa, there's a small tuft of black hair in your white hair. Yilin said happily. Yifeng's heart was also surging. The essence realm? Was it really the essence realm? This is just the beginning. It won't be long before your white hair turns black and your wrinkles disappear. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Taking a deep breath, Yifeng stepped into the pavilion. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yifeng bowed solemnly. You deserve it. I happen to have one too. Otherwise, I would have been embarrassed to persuade you. Yin Chuan said with a smile and gestured for Yifeng to sit down. Yifeng sat down slowly and said, I guess that Your Majesty must have something that can help me break through. Yin Chuan smiled and said, I'm going to join the Day sect soon. I'll leave the world to you. To what extent does Your Majesty need me to do? Yifeng looked at the chessboard in front of him and asked calmly. Chu, Han, and Wei. Without a leader, the 3 countries will rise up and become warlords. It will be a period of great chaos. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. That's right. Although Zheng has lost 42 cities, the 3 countries will have greater opportunities because they have no leader. Therefore, we don't have to worry about Zheng for the time being. As for the new Zhao country, it will be expanding its territory and fighting everywhere. The Yin state will be the same. It will be an era of war when the 3 countries rise up and fight everywhere. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. That's right. My thoughts are the same as Your Majesty's. Yifeng nodded. You don't have to participate in the politics of the 3 countries, but you have to participate in all of their affairs. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Oh, your disciples and old men are all over the world. What you need to do right now is to place your disciples and old men in the important positions in the major cities of the 3 kingdoms like a game of chess. It doesn't matter whether they are rebellious, treacherous, loyal, or treacherous, as long as they occupy all the important positions and wait for my return. When we return, what I want is to unify the mortal world in this region in the shortest time possible, like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. It's the entirety of this region. Yin Chuan said solemnly. You want to unify the 5 nations? Yilin asked in surprise. Liner, don't interrupt. Yifeng said solemnly. Oh. Yilin still looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. 5 countries? Yin Chuan's appetite was too big. I'll leave this green face flower for you to eat. Eat it 1 slice at a time. Also, in the years to come, I'll send people to deliver you everything you need in the world of cultivation. Records, medicinal pills, magical treasures, demonic beasts, techniques, everything you need. Count it as your salary. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Yifeng stood up and bowed solemnly. Lastly, I want to emphasize one more thing. Yin Chuan said solemnly. In the entire 3 kingdoms, you are the most important. When things are impossible, you can abandon everything. As long as you are fine, we can start over again. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yifeng looked solemnly at Yin Chuan and said emotionally, I understand. It's good that you understand. We're leaving. Take care. Yin Chuan stood up and said, The world of cultivation is filled with countless obstacles. King, take care. Yifeng said, Don't worry. I'm more familiar with the world of cultivation. Yin Chuan smiled. As they spoke, the group walked out of the valley under Yifeng's escort. Chapter 213. Outside the valley, 3,000 members of the Brocade E-Army were waiting respectfully. Yin Chuan mounted his horse. Let's go. Giddy up. Giddy up. Giddy up. Giddy up. Yin Chuan led the cavalry and rode away, stirring up a cloud of dust. At the entrance of the valley, Yifeng bowed solemnly to the departing troops. When my king returns, the 3 countries will be united, Yifeng said to himself. In a restaurant in Yanjing, all the guests were asked to leave. The Brocade E-Army was guarding the place, making it a forbidden area. In the restaurant, Zhu Jiansheng and the 7 swordsmen looked at Yin Chuan. Miss Z is waiting for you in the back courtyard, the great swordsman said. Okay. Yin Chuan nodded and was about to step in. Remember, 2 feet. You must be 2 feet away from her. Zhu Jiansheng emphasized again. Yin Chuan smiled faintly and walked into the inner courtyard. In the small courtyard, Miss Z, who was wearing a golden mask, sat quietly at a stone table. On the stone table, there was a brush, ink, paper, and an inkstone, as well as a pot of wine and 2 small cups. The mouth of the mask seemed to be able to open and close automatically. Even with the mask, Miss Z could drink the wine alone. He was drinking wine alone as if he was thinking about something. Yin Chuan had already arrived at the small courtyard. He stood at the door and looked at Miss Z quietly. Looking at Miss Z drinking alone, Yin Chuan felt a sense of loneliness. The loneliness emitted from Miss Z. Phew! Miss Z seemed to think of something regrettable and sighed slightly. With this sigh, Miss Z also noticed Yin Chuan. She saw that Yin Chuan was standing at the door and did not come over. Her eyes, which were exposed by the mask, revealed a complicated look. In the end, no one could avoid the 2 feet barrier. Even Yin Chuan was standing 2 feet away. Miss Z smiled bitterly. You're here? Miss Z's voice was slightly bitter. I'm here. Yin Chuan nodded and stepped forward. He walked towards a stone table. What are you doing? Miss Z glared at him. Yin Chuan didn't say anything and just continued to walk forward. Had he stepped into the range of 20 feet? Had he stepped into the range of 20 feet? Don't come over, don't come over. Miss Z exclaimed and quickly stood up. Sit down. I'm already within 20 feet. Yin Chuan said with a smile. You, how can you still laugh? Miss Z shouted angrily. When Yin Chuan was 2 zhang away, he hoped that Yin Chuan would be able to step into the 2 zhang range. But when Yin Chuan really did step into the 2 zhang range, he hated that he couldn't let Yin Chuan quickly retreat 2 zhang away. However, Yin Chuan did not back down. Step by step, he walked to the stone table. Sit down, don't stare at me. Yin Chuan laughed. Didn't Zhu Jiansheng and the others tell you about me? Miss Z was confused. I, Yin Chuan, have great fortune. How can anything happen to me? Yin Chuan made a gesture of inviting her to sit down again. No, you don't understand. This is fate. No one can escape from it. Miss Z sat down bitterly. Speaking of which, I can't remember a lot of things before last year, including my parents and you. Yin Chuan said, I know, you have lost your soul. Your mother once asked an expert to examine you. The problem comes from your soul, not from the invasion of evil. After a long time, you will recover one day. Miss Z nodded and said, Oh. Yin Chuan looked at Miss Z curiously. As for me, you definitely don't remember. We only met once. At that time, you were only 1 year old, and I was 10. I remember you, but you can't remember me. At that time, you were—" Miss Z recalled with a sweet voice. Yin Chuan smiled quietly. Miss Z seemed to find that her thoughts were wandering. She immediately came back to her senses and stared at Yin Chuan in silence. "Why didn't you say anything? Yin Chuan, Zhu Jiansheng, and the others should have told you about my evil. It was you and my parents who arranged the marriage. I won't force you. You're at a letter of divorce, and we are even." Miss Z bit her lips and said coldly. Chapter 214. Yin Chuan, I'm sure Zhu Jiansheng and the others have told you about my curses. Back then, it was you and my parents who decided on our marriage. I won't force you. Just write a letter of divorce, and we'll be even. Lady Z bit her lips and said coldly. Yin Chuan picked up a cup of wine from the stone table and took a sip. He frowned slightly. I've already prepared the brush and ink, Lady Z said in a deep voice. Staring at Lady Z, Yin Chuan paused for a moment and said, I still don't know. What's your name? Lady Z smiled wryly. My name is ZZ. Write it. Lady Z closed her eyes. Yin Chuan didn't take the brush. He shook his head and said, I don't know how to write it. ZZ opened her eyes. Why? ZZ didn't understand and looked at Yin Chuan. I don't remember the past, but I know that you're Yin Chuan's fiancé. I don't know what my parents were thinking, but I know that from then on, our fates were linked. This is a responsibility. It's not something I can throw away just because I want to. In this, you've poured 16 years of your feelings into it. Yin Chuan stared at ZZ and said, no matter if it's something I asked for or something my parents forced on me, a responsibility is a responsibility. I, Yin Chuan, can't just brush it off cleanly. I, Yin Chuan, can't do it. I can't do it. In my impression, this is the first time we met in Xinglo Mountain Villa. In my heart, I don't have any feelings for you. If you don't have any feelings, I, Yin Chuan, won't force you to do anything. But I have a responsibility. At the very least, I can't abandon you. But, ZZ frowned and said, no, let me finish first. Yin Chuan stopped ZZ. I've been thinking about the curses that they talked about. I've guessed a possibility. Perhaps you've been cursed by some kind of powerful curse. I've heard that some of the demon race's innate talents have some curse arts. You might have been hit by one of them. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Curse? ZZ was slightly stunned. That's right. It's very likely to be a kind of curse. Moreover, it's a huge curse. This kind of huge curse is linked to the heavens and earth. It even requires the sacrifice of a demon immortal for the curse to succeed. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Really? ZZ's voice trembled slightly. That's right. Before your curse is lifted, you will always be my fiancé. With me around, no one will dare to look down on you. You won't be so lonely anymore. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, but don't you know? Everyone says that I'm a jinx. Whoever treats me well will die very quickly. My mother died after giving birth to me. My father died because of me when I was 10 years old. Your parents might have died because of me too. Break the curse? I don't know how long you'll have to wait, but you'll also... ZZ said fearfully. Aren't I still fine? Don't worry, I'm blessed. I won't die. I haven't finished speaking. Yin Chuan smiled. Go on. I'll think of a way to lift your curse. I'll think of a way. Before it's lifted, you'll always be my fiancé. After it's lifted, you'll no longer be called a jinx. At that time, if you're willing, you can come to me at any time. Just let me know, and I'll dissolve the marriage and let you seek your own happiness. Yin Chuan said solemnly. What did you say? ZZ stared at Yin Chuan without blinking. She couldn't believe it. Earlier, I saw your loneliness, and I can also feel it. For more than 20 years, you have no friends, no family, and everyone fled when they saw you. It should be the despair of being abandoned by the whole world. Yin Chuan said after thinking for a while. Chapter 215. Ow, how do you know? ZZ's eyes did not blink. Because I'm your fiancé. Don't be afraid. You won't be alone in the future. You still have me. Even if the whole world despises you, I'll still be with you. Yin Chuan smiled. Looking at Yin Chuan's smile, Zizi bit her lips so hard that they were about to bleed. That's all. I still have things to deal with outside. We'll go back to the day sect in a while. Yin Chuan smiled and stood up. Zizi looked at Yin Chuan and did not say anything. By the way, your wine is really good. Yin Chuan smiled as he turned around and walked towards the entrance of the courtyard. Looking at Yin Chuan's calm back, 2 streaks of tears streaked down her mask. In the restaurant, Zhu Jiansheng and the 7 swordsmen were pacing back and forth, their faces full of anxiety. Oh, Yin Chuan stepped in. Yin Chuan, you're out. That's great. Zhu Jiansheng ran over immediately. Yin Chuan, are you okay? The 3 swordsmen scratched Yin Chuan as if checking if he was missing an arm or a leg. Yes, she's a jinx. Yin Chuan, stay away from her. The reincarnation of a jinx. Yin Chuan, you're definitely out of luck this time. Everyone continued to criticize, but Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows. Everyone, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Huh? Everyone was slightly stunned. Thank you for your help to Yin Chuan last time, but I still want to emphasize one thing. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Oh, the Miss Z you're talking about is my fiancée. As long as I'm alive, anyone who calls her Heavenly Curse Star, Reincarnated Star of Calamity, God of Plague, and so on will be my enemy, Yin Chuan said coldly. The 8 of them gaped in shock. Zhu Jiansheng and the 7 swordsmen had strange expressions on their faces. In the end, Zhu Jiansheng was the first to speak. All right, from now on, I won't tell anyone. Yin Chuan smiled warmly. In the rear courtyard, Missy suddenly raised her head. Her originally black eyes suddenly turned purple. Under her purple eyes, the walls in front of her seemed to become transparent. Separated by a few walls, Miss Z could clearly see everything in the restaurant. Hearing Yin Chuan's words, Miss Z stared at him blankly. She sniffled and wiped away the tears on her mask. Yin Jing drill ground, looking at the civil and military officials behind Yin Emperor. Yin Chuan said solemnly, Yin Xiuyu, I'll be back in a few years at most. All these years, just do your best. I'll wait for you. Yin Xiuyu nodded. Yin Chuan nodded. By the way, I'll give you a plaque. Yin Chuan waved his hand. A group of brocade guards quickly handed over a wooden plaque. On the plaque, there was a line of big words. Those who offend the Yin dynasty will be killed by me. On the other side of the line of big words, there were the 2 names Yin Chuan and Zhu Jiansheng. There was also a seal with the word Z printed on it. This can scare the ancestors of Chu, Han, and Wei. Yin Emperor's eyes lit up. Ha ha ha, scare. My and Yin Chuan's names don't count for much. The most important thing is the small purple seal. Not to mention the old ancestors of the 3 empires. Even if all of their sects were to come, they would definitely be scared witless when they see this seal. Zhou Jiansheng interjected with a smile. Oh, good. Yin Xiuyu was extremely satisfied. Good, that's it. Yin Chuan picked up a cup of wine. Farewell, Emperor equal to the Emperor. The civil and military officials said respectfully. Yin Chuan nodded and drank the wine in his cup. Yin Emperor and the other officials also drank the wine in their cups. Turning his head, Yin Chuan looked at the 3,000 brocade guards. Let's go. Yin Chuan got on his horse. Zhu Jiansheng, the 7 swordsmen, and ZZ also got on their horses and headed out of the city. Yin Chuan, are you really going to bring so many people back to the sect? Zhu Jiansheng asked along the way with a strange expression. Why? You don't allow it? Yin Chuan smiled. You do allow it. Official disciples can bring their servants to the Day sect. But no one is as exaggerated as you. 3,000? 3,000. Do you know that all the disciples and servants of the Day sect add up to 4,000 people? You brought 3,000 people? You will have an explanation when you return to the sect. Zhu Jiansheng shook his head with a strange expression. Is that so? Then I'll explain slowly. Ha ha ha. Yin Chuan laughed indifferently. Zhu Jiansheng and the 7 swordsmen had strange expressions on their faces. Not far away, Zizi looked at Yin Chuan's free and easy back. For some reason, the dark clouds covering her heart suddenly dissipated a little. A few days later, a group of people arrived at the foot of a mountain in the north of Yin State. Thousands of people looked at the rolling mountains in the distance. Zhu Jiansheng looked at the 3,000 embroidered uniform army with a wry smile on his face. Yin Chuan, actually, the sect leader gave me a flying boat this time. It can carry us through the air. In a few days, we will arrive at the Day sect. But you have so many people. The flying boat can't handle it. We will go with you on the mountain path. Zhu Jiansheng said with a wry smile. Yes, don't worry. We will definitely escort you to the Day sect. The 7 swordsmen immediately expressed their stance. Thank you. Yin Chuan nodded. At this time, Huoguang ran over from afar. My king, all the food is ready. The soldiers are ready to set off at any time. Huoguang said solemnly. My king's sedan chair is also ready. Lu Jin said respectfully. No need. I will walk with everyone. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone replied. Let's go. Yin Chuan shouted. Yes. All the soldiers carried their things and followed Yin Chuan to climb the mountain quickly. On the other hand, Jiu Jiansheng, the 7 swordsmen, and ZZ were able to reach the peak of the mountain with just a single step. The mountains in the north were like flat ground in front of these Qi realm experts. Although the mountain path was difficult, none of the 3,000 embroidered uniform army retreated. The path to immortality was right in front of them. Who would want to retreat? Yin Chuan led the soldiers. Even though the embroidered uniform army had to carry a lot of things, they didn't complain. In the next few days, the soldiers encountered 3 monsters. A snake, a bear, and a leopard. They were all in the essence state and were extremely fierce. Zhu Jiansheng and the others didn't interfere. They were all trained by the embroidered uniform army. Strength state? The 3 monsters had eaten a lot, but today they were all eaten by a group of strength state cultivators. After eating, they complained that it wasn't enough for the 3 monsters. The army of 3,000 was like a swarm of locusts. From this moment on, they officially swept through the cultivation world. Wherever the locusts passed, nothing was left alive. Wherever the army passed, white bones were left. Chapter 216. They sect in a hall. A man in his 40s was sitting cross-legged in the north of the hall. He was dressed in a Taoist robe and had a broad face. He was meditating with his eyes closed. His body was emitting a faint mist. The only thing missing was that he did not have a left arm. He was only a one-armed Taoist. The one-armed Taoist slowly opened his eyes. 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes. In front of the one-armed Taoist was a young man. He was the 3rd-generation disciple of the Day sect, Feng Xiao, who was defeated by Yin Chuan with a grape a year ago. Congratulations, father. You've cultivated Qi into spirit and entered the immortal state. You've become a 1st-generation disciple. I've also become a 2nd-generation disciple. Feng Xiao smiled. The one-armed Taoist looked at Feng Xiao and smiled dotingly. Becoming a 2nd-generation disciple because your cultivation is not high enough. It's not good for your growth. No, becoming a 2nd-generation disciple means you can enjoy more resources in the sect. What's not good for me? Feng Xiao was puzzled. You haven't tempered your mind enough. The one-armed Taoist shook his head. Temper my mind? Feng Xiao frowned. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been defeated by Yin Chuan with a grape. The one-armed Taoist said patiently. Feng Xiao was embarrassed. Then, he said with a gloomy face, Humph, Yin Chuan tricked me. How would I know? Tricked? Don't blame others for your incompetence. Fortunately, it was Yin Chuan. If it were someone else, you would be dead by now. The one-armed Taoist said with a straight face. Father, why are you speaking for him? Have you forgotten? Your left arm was lost because of his father, Yin Tao. If it weren't for that traitor, Yin Tao, who colluded with the demonists, you wouldn't have. Feng Xiao said with hatred. Bastard, Yin Tao is the previous sect leader. Don't be disrespectful to him. The one-armed Taoist said in a deep voice. So what if he's the previous sect leader? Grandfather was the sect leader 2 generations ago. Back then, he gave up the position to Yin Tao. I didn't expect him to bring so much trouble. Grandfather had no choice but to take charge of the Day sect again. Feng Xiao said unhappily. Trouble? Although Yin Tao had brought trouble to the Day sect, his contributions to the Day sect were incomparable. If it weren't for him, would the Day sect be where it was today? In the future, you're not allowed to speak ill of Yin Tao. Do you hear me? The one-armed Taoist said in a deep voice. All right, I won't tell you. Feng Xiao said in a huff. Father, if it weren't for your broken arm, you would have reached the divine realm 6 years ago. But fortunately, 6 years later, Father is still a divine realm expert and has also become the peak master of the Xian Peak. You can fight for the position of the next sect leader. Grandpa is choosing now. Feng Xiao smiled again. Peak master? Hee, we are not the only divine realm experts in our sect. It's just that the other divine realm experts don't want to be bound by this. I've already lost an arm, so I'm not suitable to fight for the position of sect leader. Moreover, I'm not relying on your grandfather today. I have to rely on myself for everything, and so do you, the one-armed Taoist said. I know. You always say that. You're my father. If I don't rely on you, others will look down on me. Feng Xiao said strangely. Alas, you should learn more from Jiangnan. The one-armed Taoist said helplessly. Eldest senior brother? No, now that I'm a second-generation disciple. He is my martial nephew. Feng Xiao said proudly. Martial nephew? Oh, soon he will be your senior brother again. The one-armed Taoist shook his head. Jiang Nan is a genius. Last time, he was defeated by Yin Chuan. Instead of being depressed, he became motivated. Now he has reached the completion of the essence state and can break through to the chi state at any time. The one-armed Taoist said in a deep voice. Chapter 217. It can't be. It's only been a year. In just a year, he rose 3 levels? How is that possible? Feng Xiao exclaimed. Nothing is impossible. Jiang Nan is a genius himself. Now, he's working extremely hard. Hard work will eventually pay off. And you, cultivate well. Otherwise, even if you're a second-generation disciple, no one will think highly of you. The one-armed Taoist said in a deep voice. Isn't there still Yin Chuan? Bastard, do you like to compare yourself with others? How'd I give birth to such an unfilial son? The one-armed Taoist said angrily. Father, don't be angry. I didn't say. Feng Xiao's expression was strange. Go back to your room and reflect. The one-armed Taoist said unhappily. All right. Feng Xiao walked out of the main hall helplessly. Sigh. The one-armed Taoist sighed slightly, lamenting his son's ignorance. Forget it, he's still young. He'll understand in the future. The one-armed Taoist comforted himself. In the forest, the 3,000 embroidered army soldiers were climbing towards the north. After climbing a mountain, they set up camp beside a large lake and rested for a while. Zhu Jiansheng and Yin Chuan sat beside the lake, drinking tea and chatting. Zhu Jiansheng, tell me about the Day sect. Yin Chuan asked while drinking tea. All right. Zhu Jiansheng nodded. The Day sect leader, Feng Tairan, is the sect leader 2 generations ago. After your father died, he took over the Day sect. The sect leader lives on the main peak. Next are the 4 peak leaders, Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang. The yellow peak leader, Gao Bufan, is the master of the 7 swordsmen. The black peak leader, Feng Tianyu, is the son of sect leader Feng Tairan. The Earth Peak's peak master is my teacher, Mo Wu Hui. Zhou Jiansheng gave a simple introduction. Yellow Peak leader, Gao Bufan. Black Peak leader, Feng Tianyu. Earth Peak leader, Mo Wu Hui. What about Heaven Peak? What about the last Heaven Peak? Yin Chuan asked doubtfully. Sky Peak? Zhu Jiansheng frowned slightly. The Heavenly Peak Master was originally under your father's control. Not only was your father the sect leader, but he was also the Heavenly Peak Master. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Peak suffered a great loss when your parents died. The remaining disciples all went to the other 3 peaks. Now the heavenly peak is empty, Zhu Jiansheng said in a deep voice. And Yin Chuan nodded. In the Day sect, other than naming people based on their master's lineage, the other way is cultivation, Zhu Jiansheng said after some thought. Oh, 3rd-generation disciples will be promoted to 2nd-generation disciples once they reach the Qi realm. Deity realm cultivators were the 1st-generation disciples. For example, if a 1st-generation disciple takes in a disciple, even if the disciple has no cultivation, he is still a 2nd-generation disciple, just like you. Your father is a 1st-generation disciple, so you are a 2nd-generation disciple. Zhu Jiansheng explained. Oh, there's such a saying? Then, what if I inherit everything from my father and become the heavenly peak master? Yin Chuan asked doubtfully. Zhu Jiansheng looked at Yin Chuan blankly. Can't I become the heavenly peak master? Yin Chuan asked doubtfully. This, in theory, you can because your current identity belongs to the heavenly peak. You're the only one in the heavenly peak, so you can naturally be the heavenly peak master. However, if you stay in the heavenly peak, who will you take as your master? You will belong to whoever you take as your master. Zhu Jiansheng said blankly. I won't take anyone as my master. I just want to inherit everything from my father. Yin Chuan shook his head. Chapter 218. What? You don't want a master? Then who will teach you how to cultivate? How are you going to cultivate? It's not enough to just read the books in the sect. Without a master to teach you, how are you going to get the experience? How slow is your cultivation speed? Zhu Jiansheng asked. There's no need. I'll find someone when I want a master. Since I'm the only one in Heavenly Peak, I can't leave. Yin Chuan said. Zhu Jiansheng's face twitched. He couldn't figure out what Yin Chuan was thinking. If I become the peak master of Heavenly Peak, then I'm... Yin Chuan looked at Zhu Jiansheng. You're a 1st-generation disciple. Zhu Jiansheng was speechless. If that was the case, why did Zhu Jiansheng have to call Yin Chuan martial uncle? The sect master and the other 3 peak masters are all in the divine realm? Yin Chuan asked. All of them. Other than the 3 peak masters, there are some idle martial uncles. There are also 1st-generation disciples. There are about 10 of them in total. By the way, there are 2 elders in the sect. They're traveling the world. I haven't seen them before. When sect master Feng Tyran gave up his position to your father, he became the 3rd elder. However, because of that incident, he returned to the Day sect and became the sect master. Zhu Jiansheng explained. Yes. Yin Chuan nodded. Just as the 2 of them were talking, the large lake on the side suddenly started to churn. Gurgle, 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 gurgle. The water in the lake churned, causing everyone to look nervous. The 7 swordsmen, who were eating grilled fish at the side, immediately ran over. ZZ, who was in a small tent, also walked out anxiously. The 3,000 soldiers immediately stopped eating and quickly grabbed their weapons with vigilance. Hua Guang and Lu Jin quickly guarded Yin Chuan. Rumble. In the Great Lake, the water was churning more and more violently. Huge waves even soared into the sky. What's going on? Yin Chuan asked doubtfully. Zhu Jiansheng frowned and said, I don't know. We used to come to this Black Dragon Swamp a lot, but we never found out about this. On ho! Suddenly, an indistinct roar came from the Black Dragon Pool. Following this roar, the lake water surged violently once again. What's going on? We've all swum in the lake before, so why are there demonic beasts at the bottom of the lake? This has never happened before. The 3 swordsmen were puzzled. As he spoke, a powerful aura emanated from the bottom of the lake, forcing the 3,000 soldiers to retreat. It's a monster, and it should be in the Qi Jing realm. Stronger than me? Peak of Qi Jing? Zhu Jiansheng's face darkened. That sound just now, it sounded a bit like a dragon's roar. You said this is the Black Dragon Pool? Yin Chuan looked at Zhu Jiansheng. Yes, but there were no monsters here before. I used to come here often. Zhu Jiansheng was puzzled. I know. ZZ suddenly said. Everyone turned their heads. Miss C? You know? What's going on? Zhu Jiansheng was puzzled. ZZ looked at Yin Chuan. Even though she was wearing a mask, her eyes flashed with guilt. It's me. That day, I was too close to you. Because of me, you had to suffer. Zizi's voice sounded like she was about to cry. Juji and Sheng and the others' faces changed as they moved away from Zizi in fear. It's not your fault. Yin Chuan shook his head. No, it's me. There were no monsters here before. It's me. Because of me, you. I said it's not your fault. Yin Chuan once again interrupted Zizi's guilt. After that, Yin Chuan looked at the lake again. Juji and Sheng, 7 swordsmen, since the monster in the lake is only in the Qi Jing realm, you should be able to resist it, right? Yin Chuan looked at the 8 of them. Haha, don't worry. As long as it's in the Qi Jing realm, the monsters will only be a side dish. Juji and Sheng laughed. It can't be that simple. The 3 swordsmen looked at ZZ and said with lingering fear. ZZ bit her lips. Even though Yin Chuan said it had nothing to do with her, her years of experience told her that it had something to do with her. It's that damn curse again. Chapter 219. The black dragon pool's water suddenly exploded, and huge waves rolled out in all directions. At the center, a huge monster suddenly rushed out. It was 1,000 feet long and pitch black. Its 4 powerful limbs grabbed the surface of the water. It was a huge black dragon. Its dragon whiskers fluttered in the wind. Its dragon mouth roared, and its eyes were filled with anger. The only difference was that it did not have a dragon horn. The monster looked up to the sky and roared. The surrounding lake water seemed to be under its control and swept in all directions. The powerful sound waves caused the surrounding air to tremble. Some members of the embroidered uniform army couldn't stand it and had to cover their ears. Black Flood Dragon. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Flood Dragon. Juji and Sheng also exclaimed. Shing! 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 The 7 swordsmen quickly pulled out their swords with vigilance. Where the Flood Dragon is, there must be vassals. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Vassal. Juji and Sheng was puzzled. Bam! 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 As the Flood Dragon emerged from the water, more and more giant heads emerged from the bottom of the water. Black, red, green, yellow, all of them. They were huge snake heads. There were 10 of them in total, and each of them had a tumor on their head. They hissed as they flicked their tongues. The Flood Dragon roared, and the 10 giant snakes prostrated themselves as if they were worshipping the Flood Dragon. Qi Jing? Juji and Sheng's face darkened. These 10 snake kings are also in the Qi state. Senior brother, where is the Flood Dragon? The 4 swordsmen shouted. He's also in the Qi state. Although he's reached the peak of the Qi state, he hasn't reached the Qi state yet. Juji and Sheng confirmed. Bam! 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 Everything was not over yet. One after another, snake heads emerged from the lake. 10, 100, 200. 200 huge snakes emerged from the lake. These 200 are elite, realm, demonic snakes. Juji and Sheng frowned. A Flood Dragon, 10 Qi State Snake Kings, and 200 Essence State Snake Demons? How could this be? Why were they all at the bottom of the lake? How did you get here? The 5 swordsmen swallowed his saliva and asked in surprise. Roar! The Flood Dragon stopped roaring and turned to look at Yin Chuan. A breeze blew past. The Flood Dragon's eyes were cold as it stared at the group of people in front of it. SSSS. The 10 Snake Kings hissed at the Flood Dragon. You want to eat them? The Flood Dragon suddenly spoke. Hiss, 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 hiss. All the Snake Kings nodded. Not good. Juji and Sheng's expression changed. Yin Chuan, let's go. Juji and Sheng immediately whispered. No, we can't get away. It's too late. Yin Chuan shook his head. That was because hundreds of demonic beasts were staring at everyone greedily, as if they had not eaten for a long time. Where did they come from? The 3 swordsmen asked with an ugly expression. No matter where it came from, we don't have time to investigate it now. The 8 of you stopped the Snake Kings. I will deal with the Flood Dragon, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Huh? Juji and Sheng and the 7 swordsmen were confused. Yin Chuan, are you kidding? Juji and Sheng did not believe him. Even if Yin Chuan was smart, He had no time to prepare for this battle. How could he deal with the demonic beasts? Moreover, it was a flood dragon. Although the Jiao dragon was also in the Qi state, he was much stronger than the Snake King because they were both in the Qi state. It's decided, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Chapter 220. Huoguang. Yin Chuan quickly ordered. Yes, your majesty. Huoguang replied immediately. Lead the first legion and kill the elite realm snakes. Yin Chuan ordered. Yes, your majesty. Huoguang replied. Lu Jin, this old servant is here. Give me the poisoner's relic, the astral fog. Yin Chuan said. Yes, your majesty. Lu Jin quickly handed the astral fog over. Yin Chuan drew the jade emperor sword from his back. He held the sword in one hand and the astral fog in the other. Yin Chuan, I'm sorry. I'm a jinx. If not for me, ZZ said guiltily. Haha, no, you're not a jinx. You're my lucky star. Yin Chuan stopped her with a smile. Huh? Be careful and protect yourself later. Yin Chuan said. ZZ said blankly. In the distance, the flood dragon spoke in human language. You've been following me for so long. Your loyalty is commendable. I'll reward you with this human flesh. The flood dragon said. Roar, roar. The 10 serpent kings roared excitedly. With the flood dragon's permission, more than 200 snakes quickly swam toward the shore. Their eyes were filled with ferocity. Whoosh! More than 100 snakes rushed over, creating a huge wave. Squad leaders, 15 people against one snake. Retreat into the forest and use the trees to hinder the snake's movements. Kill the snakes and make them your food. Huoguang shouted. Yes, your majesty. The 3,000 embroidered army quickly split into 200 groups and scattered in all directions. Zhu Jiansheng and the 7 swordsmen released their powerful auras. The snakes did not dare to approach them. The 200 snakes came ashore and immediately pounced on the embroidered army. Boom, boom. Wherever the demonic snake passed, it would smash a large number of mountain rocks and break a large number of trees as it charged towards the embroidered army. The 10 great serpent kings stared at Zhu Jiansheng and his group. After all, the origin qi in the meat of high-grade demonic beasts was abundant, and in the eyes of demonic beasts, human flesh was the same. High-grade demonic beasts would naturally eat other high-grade demonic beasts. Roar! The Snake King roared. Xing! 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 Zhu Jiansheng and the 7 swordsmen drew their swords and soared into the sky. Clang! 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 A group of sword lights shot out and instantly collided with the group of Snake Kings. Demonic beasts focused on tempering their bodies. Therefore, the snake skin of the Snake Kings was comparable to a strong armor. When the sword light collided with it, it only produced the sound of metal hitting stone. Roar! Roar! The snake opened its mouth, and poisonous smoke rose from all directions, swallowing and spitting at the cultivators. Oof! Zhu Jiansheng snorted coldly. The aura around his body went wild, and the sword light exploded, forcing the 2 demon snakes to retreat. Boom! 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 Strong winds blew in all directions. The group of swordsmen were extremely powerful. Mud, rocks, and lake water were all thrown up into the air during the battle. Sword light soared into the sky, and poisonous gas wreaked havoc. Zhu Jiansheng and the great swordsmen each fought against 2 Snake Kings, while the other 6 fought against 1 Snake King each. The battle was intense. It was an inexplicable encounter. ZZ stood not far from Yin Chuan, as if she wanted to protect Yin Chuan. Huoguang and Lu Jin also stood behind Yin Chuan. Huoguang, Lu Jin, go and help the First Legion. Wherever there's danger, support them. Yin Chuan ordered. What about the king? Huoguang asked anxiously. I'm facing a flood dragon. You can't help me. Yin Chuan shook his head. All right. The 2 complied and quickly retreated. Only Yin Chuan and ZZ were left. In the distance, the flood dragon, standing on the lake's surface, also stared at the surroundings. Chapter 2:21. The flood dragon's face darkened as it looked at the battle around it. At the same time, the flood dragon was also paying attention to Yin Chuan. The flood dragon could speak human language and had a certain level of intelligence as well. Naturally, he could tell from the previous scene that the leader of the other party was actually that kid in the strength state. The flood dragon was confused. Why did so many people listen to him? What was so special about him? Yin Chuan, let me take you away, ZZ said anxiously. No need, don't worry. Yin Chuan comforted her. But you're only in the strength state. You're only in the strength state. ZZ was so anxious that she was about to cry. Strength state? That's enough. Yin Chuan shook his head. No, there's so many demonic snakes. We can't stop them. Let's go before the flood dragon comes. ZZ was about to fly to Yin Chuan. No need, I won't go, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Trash, bite that kid to death. The flood dragon shouted angrily in the direction of the Snake Kings. When the Snake Kings heard the flood dragon's anger, they became furious. Roar! With a loud roar, one of the Snake Kings jumped out of the battle circle and swam towards Yin Chuan, even though it was heavily injured by the great swordsman. Another Snake King was dragging the great swordsman. Yin Chuan, go, Zhu Jiansheng said anxiously. Yin Chuan turned a deaf ear to him. The Snake Kings roared and swam towards Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan looked at the flood dragon and sneered. A snake transformed into a flood dragon? You're so lucky. Among all the snakes, you're the only one who can transform into a flood dragon. However, you're still a flood dragon. You're still my meal. Meal on a plate? Oomph. You're courting death. The flood dragon shouted angrily. Snakes wanted to eat humans. Humans wanted to eat snakes too. If a Chi State expert said that, the flood dragon would not be so angry. However, a mere strength state mortal dared to disrespect it. The flood dragon was furious, and the Snake Kings moved even faster. I'll hold off the Snake King. Hurry up and leave. ZZ said anxiously. I'm fine. Be careful. Yin Chuan shook his head. And ZZ answered and stepped forward. A long sword suddenly appeared in ZZ's hand. He charged towards the Snake King. Roar! The Snake King roared and opened its mouth to bite ZZ. However, it was at this moment that ZZ miraculously appeared. Boom! In the aftermath of the battle in the distance, a huge rock flew over. Coincidentally, it fell right into the Snake King's open mouth. Gulp! The Snake King's eyes were filled with confusion. What'd I just swallow? Chop! Violet Purple slashed out with her sword. The Snake King glared at ZZ. With a twist of its body, it swung its huge tail at ZZ. Its strength was ferocious. As it swung its tail, it brought forth a large amount of stellar energy. Like a storm, it was extremely ferocious. A whip of death lashed out at ZZ. Creak! The Snake King's tail was halfway through when its body suddenly slipped. With a creak sound, its tail deviated and landed on a huge rock. The Snake King's body fell flat on the ground. It fell in front of ZZ in an extremely embarrassing manner. It was as if it had deliberately placed itself on the chopping board. Clang! ZZ easily struck the snake's head. Roar! The Snake King let out a frustrated roar. Boom! Another huge rock from the aftermath of the battle came crashing down. The snake's head was smashed into the ground. Ha ha ha! The 7 swordsmen who were fighting in the distance laughed. At the same time, they looked at the Snake King with pity. Of all the people you could fight, you chose Miss Z? Are you courting death? On the other hand, the flood dragon's face darkened. His capable subordinate had embarrassed himself just now. How could he fall in the middle of a battle? Chapter 222. The flood dragon's face darkened. His right-hand man had embarrassed himself too much just now. How could he fall down in the middle of a battle? Roar! The Snake King roared as it pulled its head out from the ground. The shattered rocks smashed towards ZZ. Ah! ZZ panicked, and the sword in her hand was suddenly knocked away by a piece of rock. She was in a sorry state. The flood dragon regained its composure. Coincidentally, the long sword fell into a crevice, and the sword hilt was inserted into the crevice. Not good. ZZ grabbed the sword with her jiaohu. At this moment, the Snake King straightened its posture and revealed a ferocious expression. Roar! With a loud roar, the Snake King was enraged. It twisted its body again and threw itself at ZZ. Squeak! Under the Flood Dragon's confused gaze, the Snake King slipped again at the same spot. Another horse fell to the ground. What was worse was that his head just happened to fall onto the long sword that was wedged in between the rocks. Chi! The sword pierced into the Snake King's right eye. Blood splattered everywhere. Roar! 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 The Snake King shook its body in pain. Had it gone blind for the second time? Was it blind? The unlucky Snake King hissed in pain. Who could understand how it felt at this moment? Slipped? Or even blinded its eye? The Flood Dragon's face turned ugly again. Trash! The Flood Dragon shouted. It's fine if you can't beat it, but you crippled yourself before even fighting? Why'd I take in such a trash? Roar! The Flood Dragon roared as it rode on the waves. ZZ, run, run. Yin Chuan's face changed. It's okay. It can't do anything to me. ZZ smiled. No, this Flood Dragon is different. It could transform into a dragon and has great luck. Your curse won't affect it much. Yin Chuan said anxiously. Ah! ZZ was stunned. At this moment, the Flood Dragon was already in front of ZZ. Roar! The Flood Dragon roared and opened its mouth to bite ZZ. The huge dragon's mouth spewed out a large amount of fishy smell, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of ZZ. Huh! ZZ seemed to be stunned. Boom! Suddenly, a figure knocked ZZ away. He replaced ZZ. Oh, the Flood Dragon swallowed the figure in one gulp. ZZ, who was flying through the air, saw clearly that it was Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan had knocked her away? ZZ was stunned. Bang! ZZ landed on the ground. No! ZZ howled in grief. Hong long long. Following ZZ's sorrowful roar, the surrounding ground suddenly shook, and deep trenches even appeared in some places. It was as if a great earthquake had erupted due to ZZ's emotions. Dark clouds suddenly covered the sky. The experts fighting in all directions were all inexplicably shocked. What's going on? Juji and Sheng and the others were shocked. Ah! The Flood Dragon roared in agony. Hong long long. The Flood Dragon rolled in agony. Yin Chuan, nothing must happen to you. Yin Chuan, Yin Chuan. ZZ said anxiously. Hong long long. The surrounding earthquake continued, and the sky was covered with dark clouds. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The Flood Dragon was also writhing in pain. Chapter 2:23. What's wrong with the Flood Dragon? And where's Yin Chuan? The people fighting around were anxious. ZZ kept swinging her jiaohu as she pounced on the Flood Dragon. Boom, boom, boom. The Flood Dragon rolled on the ground. Impossible. What did I eat? What did I eat? The Flood Dragon cried out in pain. And my injuries? Why did my injuries from 10 years ago relapse? How is this possible? The Flood Dragon continued to cry out. The Flood Dragon rolled on the ground, but ZZ pounced on it. As for the Snake King, who had been fighting with ZZ at the beginning, he was still in a tragic state. His right eye had been blinded, and now his left eye was blinded as well. He was covered in injuries and looked miserable. Spit him out. Spit Yin Chuan out, ZZ said anxiously. Curse? I'm cursed? No, not just that. What's in my stomach? The Flood Dragon writhed in pain. The muscles in the Flood Dragon's stomach quickly twisted and tried to swallow Yin Chuan. However, the moment Yin Chuan entered the Flood Dragon's mouth, he crushed Poisoner's remnant, the Mist Shield. Once the Mist Shield was broken, a large amount of black gas enveloped Yin Chuan. No matter how strong the Flood Dragon's stomach was, it could not hurt Yin Chuan at all. The Jade Emperor sword in his hand stirred and immediately absorbed the Flood Dragon's blood. The Jade Emperor sword that had turned black suddenly turned bright red as it absorbed the Flood Dragon's blood. Flood Dragons have dragon scales. No one could do anything to you. Even Juji and Sheng and the others can't break your dragon scales. Unfortunately, you're a newborn Flood Dragon. Your wild nature hasn't changed. Are you still used to swallowing like a snake? Do you really think the twisting force in your stomach is that great? Yin Chuan sneered. With the mist shield, the Jade Emperor sword absorbed the Flood Dragon's blood. Facing such high-quality blood, the Jade Emperor sword was very excited. As it absorbed, it trembled. No, no. The Flood Dragon cried out in pain and rolled around. ZZ pounced towards the Flood Dragon. Wherever she went, rocks would fall from all directions, ruthlessly adding insult to injury. Obviously, Yin Chuan's conjecture about the Flood Dragon's great fortune had no effect in front of ZZ. As long as one did evil to ZZ, no matter if one was a snake or a dragon, they would still be unlucky. Moreover, it was an instant misfortune. Release Yin Chuan, release Yin Chuan. ZZ's eyes were filled with tears. Tears flowed out of ZZ's eyes. The Flood Dragon, rolling on the ground, also had tears of hatred in its eyes. I want him to come out too. He wouldn't come out. The powerful pressure caused the mist surrounding Yin Chuan to tremble. Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows. He knew that the astral fog wouldn't last for much longer. Suddenly, Yin Chuan saw a red light. Flood Dragon's heart? Good. Jade Emperor's sword. If you want to suck, then suck it for me. Use all your strength to suck it out. Quick, 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 Yin Chuan said excitedly. Screech. The Jade Emperor's sword stabbed into the Flood Dragon's heart. Roar. The Flood Dragon suddenly opened its eyes and roared. Its body writhed even more violently. It was in so much pain that it was sweating. Spit it out. Spit it out, ZZ cried. The Flood Dragon was in so much pain that tears streamed down its face. I want to vomit, but he won't come out. Why did this happen as soon as I came out? In the Flood Dragon's stomach. The astral fog trembled more violently. Clearly, it couldn't last much longer. Quick, 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 Yin Chuan said anxiously. The Jade Emperor's sword was bright red. Around the sword, red mist rose. The evil aura was no longer black, but a mutated red, evil aura. Chapter 2:24. The Jade Emperor sword absorbed the blood energy, but its grade was too low. The Flood Dragon's blood energy was too strong and couldn't be absorbed in a short time. Quick, quick, quick! The evil aura of the blood sword became stronger and stronger. At the same time, blood energy poured into Yin Chuan's body. If it was in the past, Yin Chuan would definitely disperse this energy. However, time was tight, and Yin Chuan didn't reject it. Instead, he kept absorbing it. When the blood energy entered his body, Yin Chuan was surrounded by red mist. At the same time, Yin Chuan felt his blood boiling. Blood boiling? This was a very strange feeling. Yin Chuan didn't know what was going on, but he felt more and more excited. Plop, 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 plop. Yin Chuan's heart beat twice as fast. Twice as fast. What is this feeling? Yin Chuan was shocked. Yin Chuan felt more and more excited. It was a kind of excitement that he had never felt before. His whole body felt like it was on fire. A murderous feeling suddenly filled his body. Kill, kill, kill. Yin Chuan couldn't help but shout. At the same time, Yin Chuan's hair slowly turned red. It was as red as blood. Even his red hair was growing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it was twice as long. What's wrong with me? Is it the evil aura that's affecting me? No, it's not the evil aura. It seems to be my instinct, my murderous nature. No, Yin Chuan said with an ugly expression. On one hand, Yin Chuan's instinct made him feel bloodthirsty, murderous, and excited. On the other hand, the Emperor's will was strongly suppressing him, making him calm down. One was excitement, the other was calmness. The two wills were in conflict. Reason made Yin Chuan calm down, but instinct made Yin Chuan excited. Yin Chuan's instincts and rationality even made him think that he was sick. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! With a wave of his hand, the Flood Dragon's heart was cut in half. So powerful? That's not right. I'm only at the 9th level of the power realm. It's impossible for me to exert such great strength. But why do I have such great strength? Yin Chuan was getting more and more confused. For Yin Chuan, who had everything under his control, Yin Chuan could not adapt to losing control of his body at this moment. Buzz! The astral fog was shaking more and more. Roar! The flood dragon let out a sorrowful cry and fell to the ground. Its heart had been cut off. His life was over. Even as it died, the flood dragon's eyes were wide open. It didn't understand why it was so unlucky. Why did it die so unjustly? Boom! Yin Chuan ran out of the flood dragon's mouth at the last moment before the fog dissipated. Boom! Yin Chuan landed on the ground, creating a large cloud of dust. On the other side, ZZ, who was crying, was stunned when she saw Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan, you're fine. I'm glad you're fine. ZZ pounced on him excitedly. Just as she was about to reach Yin Chuan, she suddenly stopped, as if she was frozen on the spot. ZZ calmed down, and the earthquake stopped as well. Snake Monster, Snake King, and the rest of the experts all looked at the flood dragon. The flood dragon is dead? Yin Chuan killed the flood dragon? Juji and Sheng and the rest were at a loss. However, they were more attracted by Yin Chuan's current state. Yin Chuan's hair was disheveled. His originally black hair was now bright red, and it even reached his waist. Yin Chuan's hair was disheveled, and his hair was now bright red. From afar, Yin Chuan looked extremely demonic. He had a blood sword, red hair, and a fearless gaze. Standing in the roaring blood mist, he looked both demonic and demonic. Blood Devil Yin Tao, Juji and Sheng exclaimed. Martial Uncle was also like this in the past. Blood, red hair, and demonic nature? The great swordsman also exclaimed. Roar, 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 roar. On the other side, the flood dragon died, and the snakes cried out in grief. Chapter 225. Yin Chuan came out from the flood dragon's belly and stood still. His blood was boiling, and Yin Chuan could even hear the boiling sound of his blood. Excitement, incomparable excitement. Yin Chuan didn't know what was going on either. He only knew that he wanted to fight, and he wanted to kill continuously. Glaring, he dragged the Jade Emperor sword in his hand and charged at a demon snake. The demon snake was still immersed in the sorrow of the flood dragon's death. It didn't notice until Yin Chuan approached. Roar! The demon snake roared angrily, venting its hatred on Yin Chuan. It swung its tail at an astonishing speed towards Yin Chuan. Your Majesty, be careful. The surrounding embroidered uniform army cried out in alarm. Swish! Shing! Yin Chuan abruptly dodged the snake's tail and slashed at the demon snake's body with his sword. Chi! The sword left the bloody wound on the demonic beast's body. So fast, Hua Guang, who had come to the rescue, exclaimed in surprise. Shing! 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 Yin Chuan's body moved violently. The Jade Emperor's sword in his hand slashed out blurry sword shadows. Fast, incomparably fast. It was so fast that it was frightening. C-I-C-I-C-I-C-I-C-I-C-I-C. All that could be seen was a shadow. Yin Chuan quickly cut down the demonic snake with his sword. How could it be so fast? Almost catching up to me. I'm a Qi Jing warrior. Juji and Sheng, who was fighting in the distance, exclaimed. Not only is it fast, but the strength of the realm of strength can't even break the demon snake's skin. The great swordsman was also surprised. Roar! The demonic snake howled in agony, but it couldn't even catch a glimpse of Yin Chuan's figure. Yin Chuan had turned into a bloody shadow and was moving at an astonishing speed, slashing out with his sword. Bam! 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 Piece after piece of flesh was cut off by Yin Chuan's sword. A large amount of snake meat was sliced into slices and soared into the sky like a torrential rain. Roar! Roar! In front of Yin Chuan, who was in the strength state, the elite state demonic snake was completely defenseless. It allowed Yin Chuan to cut it into pieces. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with a red light. Quick, 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 what's going on? In this life, I'm only in the strength state. How can I be so fast? Yin Chuan looked at the long sword in his hand in confusion. No, It can still be faster. It can still be faster. Yin Chuan said in surprise. Boundless excitement enveloped Yin Chuan. For a moment, Yin Chuan's strength skyrocketed. My thoughts aren't in chaos, so I'm not going berserk. I just need to be excited. Right now, it seems like I'm only in the transition stage. I haven't been completely excited yet, but I'm already so fast and powerful. What would happen if he was completely stimulated? Hundreds of thoughts flashed through Yin Chuan's mind. Excited? No, there was also insolence. There was also an insolence that was about to erupt. A kind of unbridled evil intent. This unbridled mentality, is it trying to cover up my own will? No, no. Yin Chuan suddenly let out a furious roar. We can't let this situation continue. My will cannot be violated, not even by myself. Yin Chuan's eyes widened. Boom. Yin Chuan dispersed the blood mist around him with a loud bang. He suddenly became quiet. A domineering aura was emitted. Holding the blood sword, he stood there motionlessly. As for the demonic snake, just now, Yin Chuan had already cut off all its flesh. Only a skeleton was left. Yin Chuan closed his eyes and didn't move. He used his strong will to suppress his boiling blood. His blood-red hair slowly turned black again. Moreover, it slowly shrunk back to its original state. Chapter 226. Yin Chuan's heart slowly calmed down, and his blood stopped boiling. He slowly calmed down and recovered. Around them, the group of experts seemed to be dumbfounded. Wang Gang Kai. Huo Guang still had lingering fear. Yin Chuan's state, just now, was too evil. His sword was as fast as light, and he was bloodthirsty. No one was allowed to get close. ZZ covered her mouth, and her eyes were filled with joy and surprise. Yin Chuan's heart calmed down. My body is not unwell, and there are no sequelae from the disintegration of the poison. Where did that power come from? I'm only in the strength state now. How can I have the power of the essence state? And that speed, even the essence state in my previous life couldn't reach it. What's going on? Yin Chuan frowned and pondered. At the same time, another thought came to his mind. Just now, I was only in a semi-excited state, and I didn't fully demonize, but I had such power. What if I just let it go? Let it go, and demonize with all my strength? What should I do? Yin Chuan's heart was in turmoil. Yin Chuan knew clearly that power came from cultivation, and it wouldn't increase for no reason. It definitely wouldn't. But just now it did increase. Why? What was going on? Kill. Shoot. The battle continued. Yin Chuan slowly opened his eyes, and there was still some confusion in his eyes. Looking at the demon snake in front of him, Yin Chuan was deep in thought. Huo Guang came forward. I'm fine. Go help the others. The flood dragon is dead, and the demon snakes will definitely escape. Don't let them escape. Kill them all. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, Huo Guang replied. At this moment, a group of demon snakes did start to escape, but the army was already deployed. How could they let them escape? Absolutely not. Yin Chuan, you're fine. It's great that you're fine. ZZ wiped the tears on her mask. Of course I'm fine. Yin Chuan chuckled as he walked over. Don't come over. Don't come over. I can't hurt you anymore. ZZ retreated in fear. I'm fine, aren't I? Yin Chuan comforted. Don't come over. ZZ shouted. Stop right there. Yin Chuan shouted. ZZ paused in a daze. Yin Chuan slowly walked to ZZ. She stared into ZZ's eyes. Aren't I fine? Don't worry, I'm blessed. Moreover, you've helped me a lot this time. Without you, how could I send so much meat at once? Yin Chuan said with a smile. But, ZZ still shook her head. No buts. Everything has two sides. Even if you are cursed, as long as you control it well, you can turn it into a blessing, right? Yin Chuan smiled and comforted him. Staring at Yin Chuan, ZZ felt warmth in her heart for some reason. It had been a long time since he had felt this way. When was the last time? ZZ recalled. Brother Z, don't worry. Your daughter is our daughter. We'll take good care of her. I've already given birth to a son. Now, we'll become in-laws. In the future, she'll be my son Yin Chuan's wife. When we're not around, My son will take care of her. He won't let her suffer. The warmth from the last time was still vivid in her mind. Now it was happening again. Zizi looked at Yin Chuan in a daze. She was choked with emotions for a moment. Haha, don't worry. I've already said that you're my lucky star. Yin Chuan laughed. Thank you, Zizi said softly. Chapter 227. You're welcome. Let me check myself first. I don't know why my hair turned red just now. Yin Chuan said with a smile. No, it's blood red hair. It's fine. Your father was like that too. Zizi said immediately. My father. Yin Chuan was confused. Yes, many people know that Uncle became famous because of his blood red hair. People gave him the title of Blood Demon. I heard that during the Heavenly Bestowment Conference, Uncle defeated all the experts in his blood red hair state and stole the limelight. Zizi explained, my father was like that too. Does it run in my family? Yin Chuan was surprised. I'm not sure, but I think your father left you a letter. It should be in the Day sect. You should know everything after you inherit your father's legacy. Zizi explained. Okay. Yin Chuan nodded. My father can do it too? Yin Chuan was relieved. At least it wasn't a problem with cultivation. Blood demon? Blood demon? 2 days later, at the Black Dragon Pool, Yin Chuan cleaned himself up and walked back to the shore after washing up. At the moment, the Black Dragon Lake was surrounded by a large number of demon snakes, snake kings, and flood dragons. Zhuji and Sheng, the 7 swordsmen, and the others surrounded the flood dragon's body and looked at it. Their eyes were shining with excitement. Huoguang ran to them. King, demon snakes, none of them escaped. They were all killed. 100 of our brothers were slightly injured, and 8 of our brothers were severely injured. Huoguang said in a deep voice. Okay. Yin Chuan nodded. Zhuji and Sheng, the 7 swordsmen. Yin Chuan shouted. At this moment, the 8 of them were also in a sorry state, each with injuries on their bodies. But their faces were filled with excitement. Yin Chuan, you were really something. That was a Jiao dragon. Even though it was only at the Qi state, it was still powerful enough to kill an immortal state warrior. The 3 swordsmen looked at Yin Chuan in disbelief. You guys killed the 10 great snake kings. You guys are also amazing. Yin Chuan laughed. What? The snake kings were confused because of the death of the flood dragon. That's why we took advantage of them. Moreover, one of them was killed by Miss Z. We don't dare to claim credit. The 4 swordsmen giggled. Everyone, what do you think of this flood dragon skin? Yin Chuan looked at the complete corpse of the flood dragon and asked with a smile. Sure, this is a dragon scale. Even the worst dragon scale is still a dragon scale, a top-grade material. The great swordsman laughed. Yin Chuan smiled and said, how about this? The flood dragon's skin belongs to you. As for the snake kings you killed, give them to me. You don't want the dragon scale? Zhuji and Sheng was surprised. What do you think? Yin Chuan continued to laugh. Then we won't stand on ceremony. The 7 swordsmen said excitedly. But you're at a disadvantage. It's easy to find a snake king, but it's hard to find a flood dragon. Zhuji and Sheng frowned. If you feel embarrassed, my subordinates are injured. Help me heal their injuries. That's enough. Yin Chuan shook his head. That's easy. We can help them heal by transferring their spiritual essence. The great swordsman immediately promised. Also, can we rest for a while and go to the Day sect after a few days? Why? I want to rest here. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Okay, no problem. It's a small matter. The 8 people agreed. Well, in that case, you can go and divide the flood dragon skin. I still have use for the meat. Yin Chuan laughed. Okay. The 8 people rubbed their palms together excitedly. Dragon scales. These are dragon scales. The 8 of them went to skin the flood dragon. Yin Chuan looked at Huoguang beside him and said, pass down my order. Everyone in the genie army is above LV9 of the power realm. By the time we finish eating the snake meat, I want everyone to reach the complete stage of the power realm. Yes, Huoguang said excitedly. Remember, those who can pass the heavenly tribulation, don't do it. My king, don't worry. I'll pass down the order now. Huoguang said excitedly. Chapter 228. Transin Yin Chuan. Beside the Black Dragon Pool, the embroidered E-Army was stationed around. A large number of embroidered E-Army members were sitting cross-legged and practicing. Enjoying the demonic beast meat allowed the embroidered E-Army's cultivation to improve rapidly. King, this is dragon meat. Lu Jin respectfully served Yin Chuan a plate of good meat. Have you prepared it for Miss Z? Yin Chuan asked in a low voice. Miss Z said she didn't want to eat it, so she gave it all to you. Lu Jin said respectfully. Got it. Lu Jin, during this period, you can eat as much as you want. Cultivate well. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes, Lu Jin said with a trace of excitement. At the bottom of the Black Dragon Pool, Zhu Jiansheng, second swordsman, fifth swordsman, and sixth swordsman each opened a chi wall to block the surrounding water. The four of them stood at the bottom of a black hole and waited patiently. Senior brother, there was no black hole here before. Second swordsman frowned. Maybe there was, but it was blocked by something before, so we didn't notice it. Zhu Jiansheng shook his head. The four of them have been in there for 6 hours. Why haven't they come out yet? Why don't we go in and have a look? Second swordsman said again. No, let's continue to wait. Zhu Jiansheng shook his head. Okay. The three of them sighed slightly, while the four of them were waiting anxiously. Boom! For streams of light shot out from the hole. Boss! Second swordsman was surprised. They were the other four swordsmen. How is it? Zhu Jiansheng asked immediately. Damn, this hole is really deep, really deep. Third swordsman suddenly cursed. Oh! Zhu Jiansheng was puzzled. We haven't reached the end. This hole should lead to a very, very far place. Great swordsman smiled bitterly. What? You've been in the cave for 6 hours, and you still haven't reached the bottom? The second swordsman was surprised. Yes, that's right. Also, according to our analysis, the cave should be connected to the mountain of windy demons. It should be connected to a deep pool on the other side of the mountain of windy demons. The flood dragon came from a mountain of windy demons. The swordsman said solemnly. Demon Wind Mountain Range? Zhu Jiansheng frowned as he asked. That's the territory of the demonic beasts, and cultivators generally don't dare to step into it. Even if the Serpent Kings and Serpent Kings aren't at the top of the hierarchy, they're at least at the middle level of the demonic beasts. However, this place is the world of cultivators, and they can be killed by cultivators at any time. Why did they flee from the Demon Wind Mountain Range? Could something have happened to the Demon Wind Mountain Range? The great swordsman frowned. I can't be sure, but it's very unusual. Our day sect is located at the edge of the mountain range of the Demon Wind Mountain, so we have to be cautious. We must report this to the sect leader immediately. Zhu Jiansheng said in a deep voice. How about this? We'll stay here and look after Yin Chuan. Old 7, you go back to the sect and quickly report to the sect leader. The great swordsman thought for a moment and said, Okay. As they spoke, they floated toward the surface of the lake. Bang! They rushed out of the lake. One of them shot toward the north while the other 7 flew toward the shore. On the shore, Miss Z was sitting alone at a stone table, drinking wine. When she saw them coming out from the bottom of the lake, she immediately shouted, The 7 of you! Come here. Huh? Zhu Jiansheng and the others were shocked. The 7 of them did not dare to resist. With a trace of fear, they flew 20 feet away from ZZ and did not dare to approach her. Have you investigated the bottom of the lake? What's the situation? ZZ asked. Zhu Jiansheng and the others did not dare to hide anything and immediately told her everything. Demon Wind Mountain Range? ZZ frowned slightly. Does Miss Z know anything about it? Zhu Jiansheng asked curiously. Chapter 229. Some time ago, I saw some mysterious people making some supplies in Carefree City. They seem to be heading to Demon Wind Mountain Range. ZZ recalled. Mysterious people? What mysterious people? Zhu Jiansheng asked curiously. They were dressed mysteriously and were divided into different factions. There were geomancers, people from the Dazhao, sacred ground, and elites from the demon clan. Their destination seemed to be Demon Wind Mountain Range. ZZ said after some thought. What? People from the Dazhao, sacred ground? Elites from the demon clan? What kind of elites from the demon clan? The demon clan can transform into a human form. What kind of elites are you talking about? ZZ asked. Transform into a human form? Refine one's spirit? Emptiness realm? Emptiness realm demon? Zhu Jiansheng was shocked. The demon clan and the leader from the Dazhao, sacred ground, had a standoff for a while. I happened to see it. ZZ said. A standoff? Does that mean the Dazhao, sacred ground, sent an emptiness realm expert? Zhu Jiansheng frowned. By the way, Miss Z, how do you know that it was a demon clan? The great swordsman asked. I sensed the demon chi. ZZ said. Everyone was puzzled. It's up to you to believe it or not. ZZ said. Of course, we believe it. Everyone nodded. By the way, when did the fusion happen? Zhu Jiansheng asked again. 4 months ago. It seems like something really happened at Demon Wind Mountain Range. ZZ frowned. 6th brother, go after 7th brother. Let's return to the sect and report to the sect leader. The great swordsman ordered. All right, the 6 swordsmen answered. The 6 swordsmen did not dare to shirk the responsibility. By the way, where's Yin Chuan? Zhu Jiansheng asked curiously. He's on the mountain. I think he's trying to break through to LV10 Power Realm. ZZ looked to the mountain peak not far away. As expected, the peak of the mountain had been flattened. Yin Chuan was sitting in the middle. His body was surrounded by a golden glow. Rumble. Yin Chuan's body emitted a series of rumbling sounds. At the foot of the mountain, Lu Jin, Hua Guang, and the others were standing guard. Boom! With a loud bang, a gust of wind blew in all directions around Yin Chuan, blowing a large amount of smoke and dust into the air. Amidst the smoke and dust, the golden light around Yin Chuan seemed to have condensed into the shape of a golden dragon, revolving around Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan sat cross-legged within the golden dragon. The golden dragon glared at him, towering into the sky, condensing energy into essence. Now that I've completed the realm of strength, I can gather the weak, profound chi. ZZ's eyes lit up. 10th level of the power realm. Completion of the power realm? Zhu Jiansheng asked with a strange expression. This was because Zhu Jiansheng still remembered clearly that Yin Chuan was only at level 3 of the power realm a year ago. How could he have achieved completion of the power realm now? Yin Chuan stood up. What is he doing? He just completed the strength realm. Why doesn't he try to comprehend it more? The great swordsman asked in surprise. Opening his arms? What is he doing? Going through the heavenly tribulation? No, he's really going through the heavenly tribulation. He's going through the heavenly tribulation? The 3 swordsmen were shocked. Rumble. In the sky, there was a sudden loud noise. Countless amounts of black smoke gathered. There were more and more of it, thicker and thicker. It was aimed at Yin Chuan, covering Yin Chuan's head. First heaven's heavenly tribulation? ZZ's eyes flashed with worry. Is he going through the heavenly tribulation? The king is going through the heavenly tribulation. Heavenly tribulation? It's really the heavenly tribulation. The king is going through the heavenly tribulation. The embroidered uniform army looked up at the sky. Their eyes flashed with anticipation. Oh no, the king didn't bring the Jade Emperor sword up. Lu Jin's expression suddenly changed. The Jade Emperor sword was not brought up the mountain peak. Instead, it was left at the foot of the mountain by Yin Chuan. Lu Jin was about to retrieve the sword and send it up the mountain for Yin Chuan. Eunuch Lu, you don't have to send the sword. Hua Guang stopped her. Lu Jin frowned. The king taught me that the heavenly tribulation can refine the body. When I went through the heavenly tribulation, I didn't use any weapons. The king is so smart. How could he forget about weapons? He didn't bring the Jade Emperor sword up the mountain. The king must have thought about it beforehand. Hua Guang explained. Lu Jin was slightly stunned. She thought about it and nodded. All right. The Lord is going through the heavenly tribulation at the top of the mountain. Will be a demonstration for all of you? Huoguang thought about it and said, "Oh, it's possible. It seems possible." Lu Jin nodded. At the top of the mountain, the heavenly tribulation clouds appeared in the sky, and a strong wind blew. Yin Chuan stood at the top of the mountain and looked up at the sky. His eyes flashed with coldness. His long hair and robe fluttered in the wind. Yin Chuan stretched out his arms. In his palms, there were golden lights like stars. "First heaven's heavenly tribulation? Come," Yin Chuan said calmly. As he spoke, Yin Chuan's face became ferocious. "Roar!" Yin Chuan roared fiercely at the heavenly tribulation clouds. His eyes were fierce. His muscles were tense, and veins were popping out on his face. What is Yin Chuan doing? Is he provoking the heavenly tribulation clouds? The heavenly tribulation hasn't started yet. Why is he so nervous? He can't be nervous, right? What is Yin Chuan doing? Zhu Jiansheng and the others were puzzled. Boom! A bolt of heavenly tribulation clouds rushed down. Everyone fell silent and stared at it. Roar! Yin Chuan roared again. As he roared, he opened his mouth and faced the thick bolt of heavenly tribulation lightning. Boom! The heavenly tribulation lightning struck Yin Chuan's mouth. Bang! Yin Chuan's body suddenly emitted a powerful aura, causing a large amount of soil to be overturned. Yin Chuan's hair stood up and shook crazily. The soil exploded. Everyone vaguely understood what happened. He swallowed the heavenly tribulation lightning. The three swordsmen exclaimed. Swallowed? Swallowed the heavenly tribulation lightning? Are you kidding me? The five swordsmen were also stunned. Can the heavenly tribulation lightning be swallowed? How is that possible? The four swordsmen were also stunned. Even a knowledgeable Zhou Jiansheng was petrified at this moment. Many people at LV-10 of the Power Realm might not be able to survive the heavenly tribulation even with their magical weapons. If they used their physical bodies, they would be fried on the outside and tender on the inside. However, Yin Chuan was even better. He swallowed the heavenly tribulation lightning directly. How was that possible? The great swordsman was confused. Zizi had been nervous the whole time. When she saw Yin Chuan swallowing the first heavenly tribulation lightning, she panicked at first, but when she saw that Yin Chuan was fine, she was pleasantly surprised. At the foot of the mountain, Huoguang and Lu Jin were also looking at the sky strangely. Swallowed. Huoguang was shocked. Huoguang, when you were going through the heavenly tribulation, how was the first heaven tribulation? Lu Jin was confused. If I were like the king, I would have been killed. Huoguang said with a pale face. Lu Jin. Boom. Roar. The second heavenly tribulation lightning struck. Yin Chuan roared again and swallowed the second heavenly tribulation lightning. Swallowing heavenly tribulation lightning. Chapter 230. Boom. Roar. The sound of heavenly thunder and Yin Chuan's loud roar came together. Everyone suddenly realized that the sound of heavenly thunder, which used to shake people's hearts, was nothing compared to Yin Chuan's loud roar. This roar was the real thunder of heaven and earth. With a roar, he swallowed a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, Yin Chuan had already swallowed 8 bolts of lightning. That was a bolt of lightning. Zhu Jiansheng and the 5 swordsmen were still petrified. The 6 of them had never seen it before, nor had they ever heard of it before. Which vicious person dared to do this, daring to swallow heavenly lightning? That was a bolt of lightning. Once the lightning strikes you, your internal organs will explode in an instant. However, Yin Chuan in front of them had overturned everyone's understanding. He was really swallowing lightning. He was really swallowing lightning. Fierce. Too cool. I've learned something new, the group of swordsmen said in a daze. On the top of the mountain, Yin Chuan swallowed 8 bolts of lightning. A large amount of electricity flowed out from his pores. Yin Chuan's robe and long hair fluttered in the wind. Lightning surrounded him, making him look radiant. Even Yin Chuan's eyes shot out streaks of electricity. From inside to outside, the electricity spread out from Yin Chuan's body. Yin Chuan's face was still ferocious. His palms slightly formed into claws. In his palms, a large amount of electricity crackled. True dragon will, heaven swallowing poison. Yin Chuan's eyes widened. Boom! The ninth bolt of lightning struck. This time, Yin Chuan did not roar. He opened his mouth and swallowed the ninth bolt of lightning. Boom! When the ninth bolt of lightning entered his mouth, Yin Chuan's aura suddenly soared. It was several times stronger than before. The aura burst out, blasting the soil and rocks on the top of the mountain. It's over. All 9 heavenly thunders have been swallowed. Zhu Jianxing let out a long sigh. Everyone was stunned. However, just as the 9 heavenly thunders were completed and the first stage of heavenly tribulation was over, Yin Chuan roared again. Roar! The roar this time was several times more majestic than the previous one. The powerful roar caused the mountain under his feet to shake violently. Even a large amount of lightning burst out from his pores. For a moment, Yin Chuan became like a ball of lightning, incomparably dazzling. Surrounded by lightning, Yin Chuan turned into a huge electromagnetic field. Buzz! The spears of the embroidered uniform army below all trembled intensely. Buzz! The powerful magnetic field attracted a large amount of metal. That wasn't the key point. The key point was that the magnetic field formed by the lightning was aimed at the sky. Facing the sky ferociously, Yin Chuan's roar did not stop. The magnetic field was facing the rolling black clouds in the sky. Rumble. Rumbling sounds came from the black clouds, as if they were resisting the magnetic force. The lightning in the black clouds was violently attracted by the electromagnetic field released by Yin Chuan. The powerful magnetic force pulled down the black clouds in the sky that were about to disperse. The tribulation clouds were being pulled down by the magnetic force. Roar! Yin Chuan's roar became louder and louder. The tribulation clouds were getting closer and closer to the ground. The surroundings of the mountain peak were filled with dark tribulation clouds that had been pulled down from the sky. What is he doing? The 4 swordsmen exclaimed. How can the tribulation clouds be pulled down? How can this be? The 3 swordsmen also exclaimed. Chapter 231. Within the dark tribulation clouds, there seemed to be a large amount of lightning flashing. While struggling, the clouds tried to break free from the magnetic field created by Yin Chuan's roar. Yin Chuan roared continuously, and the tribulation clouds got closer and closer to Yin Chuan. Roar! While roaring, Yin Chuan opened his mouth and faced the approaching tribulation clouds. The roar stopped and turned into gasps. Gasp! The gasps were usually very soft, but in Yin Chuan's mouth, they were loud. The experts who heard it felt their scalps tingling. Everyone could see clearly that the tribulation clouds were being sucked into Yin Chuan's mouth. The rolling tribulation clouds were huge. It was a huge tribulation cloud with a radius of 3 kilometers. It was being sucked into Yin Chuan's stomach bit by bit. Under the huge magnetic force, the tribulation clouds couldn't disperse. They disappeared bit by bit and were being sucked into Yin Chuan's mouth. The dark clouds above everyone's head became less and less. The original darkness gradually recovered, and everyone could see the sun. Correspondingly, more than half of the tribulation clouds were being sucked into Yin Chuan's mouth. Gasp! This was the most arrogant gasp that the swordsman and Zhu Jianxing had ever heard. The huge tribulation clouds slowly entered Yin Chuan's mouth. It was like a whale swallowing water. It was very spectacular. Everyone was sure that they would never forget this scene in their lifetime. Huff! The last strand of tribulation cloud was swinging its lightning tail as it was unwillingly sucked into Yin Chuan's stomach. Yin Chuan closed his mouth, and his body emitted rumbling sounds. His pores were closed, and his body couldn't emit any more lightning. Quietly, Yin Chuan sat cross-legged again, as if he was refining the lightning and tribulation clouds in his stomach. The sky cleared up. A breeze blew across the mountain peak. Yin Chuan sat quietly in the breeze. It was a harmonious scene. However, the thousands of people around couldn't calm down as they looked at the mountain peak. Billowing waves rolled in their hearts. Motherfucker, is this a tribulation? The three swordsmen finally recovered and cursed. Fucking tribulation. The four swordsmen cursed with red eyes. Damn it. Fuck you. At this moment, the group of swordsmen could only calm down the raging waves in their hearts by cursing. Today's stimulation was too great. Not only was it exciting, but it was also a huge blow to the six of them. Both of them were transcending their tribulations. Why was it that when he transcended his tribulation back then, he almost died? Why was Yin Chuan so arrogant and unreasonable today? However, Zizi's eyes were filled with excitement. She clenched her fists tightly, as if she was the one who had just transcended the tribulation. Hua Guang, Lu Jin, and the 3,000 embroidered uniform army soldiers were trembling with excitement. At this moment, everyone finally understood what kind of powerful person their king was. No, perhaps this wasn't all that king was capable of. However, this scene alone made everyone lose all hope of competing with him. The terrifying first heavenly lightning tribulation was swallowed by Wang Yi into his stomach. Transcending the tribulation. King was truly transcending the tribulation. Yin Chuan sat on a mountain peak for 3 days and 3 nights. During these 3 days and 3 nights, no one spoke. They just waited patiently. Zhu Jiansheng and the 5 swordsmen seemed to have realized that they had nothing to say. At the very least, they didn't want to speak before their hearts completely calmed down. Yin Chuan finished transcending the tribulation and sat alone on the mountain peak. He looked inside his body. The tribulation clouds were swallowed. Yin Chuan's true dragons will strongly suppress the tribulation clouds. Hong. Chapter 232. A loud sound came from Yin Chuan's body again, and his head shook violently. Acupoint. The first acupoint opened after passing the first heavenly lightning tribulation. Shunting acupoint. It was located 5 centimeters from the front of the head. Yin Chuan's mind was completely immersed in the shunting acupoint. It's opened, and this shunting acupoint is 10 times bigger than it was in my previous life. Yin Chuan was pleasantly surprised. The acupoint was a self-contained space that contained the profound qi in the body. Inner strength and qi power turned into threads of profound qi that were like golden liquid and gathered in the shunting acupoint. It was like a golden water droplet that floated in the huge acupoint space. The golden water droplet emitted a faint golden light. This golden light was Yin Chuan's inner strength and qi power. Qi power could be absorbed into the golden water droplet, and the golden water droplet could also turn into inner strength and qi power to fill the entire body. Refining inner strength into essence was to change the quantity of inner strength into a qualitative change, forming its own unique profound qi. If one looked carefully, they would be able to see that there seemed to be a small golden dragon swimming in the golden water droplet. Originally, this was the unique behavior of an ordinary essence realm cultivator. But Yin Chuan was slightly different. In the shunning acupoint, above the profound qi, there was a mass of dark clouds that crackled with thunder and lightning. Rumble! The dark clouds kept exploding, and threads of thunder and lightning were absorbed into Yin Chuan's body, wandering around his meridians. It was the first heavenly tribulation cloud that Yin Chuan swallowed. The rolling tribulation cloud seemed to have shrunk countless times and was trapped in Yin Chuan's shunting acupoint. It kept emitting thunder and lightning, refining Yin Chuan's body at every moment. Looking at the tribulation cloud above the shunting acupoint, Yin Chuan was filled with emotions. In my previous life, I used all my power to open the secret technique of the tomb of the immortal. Other than the life-stealing poison that allowed me to revive, this sky-swallowing poison was also mysterious. Immortal? When the tomb immortal was alive, he must have been an extraordinary person. Even among immortals, he must have been a top immortal. Heaven-swallowing poison. what a heaven-swallowing poison. Yin Chuan sighed. After 3 days and 3 nights, Yin Chuan slowly opened his eyes and stood up. A gentle breeze blew his long hair. Yin Chuan looked at the sky where there were no more tribulation clouds and smiled. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhu Jiansheng and the 5 great swordsmen rushed to the top of the mountain. Yin Chuan, you're awake! The great swordsman exclaimed. How is it, Yin Chuan? What's your cultivation now? The 3 swordsmen swallowed his saliva and asked. Yeah, what about now? Everyone asked anxiously. He had just finished his tribulation and reached the first level of the essence realm. Why? Yin Chuan asked doubtfully. Everyone, LV, one of the profound realm? Only the first level of the elite realm? After such a huge commotion, swallowing the heavenly lightning and the tribulation cloud, he was only at the first level of the profound realm? You're lying. The 3 swordsmen lost control of their emotions and became anxious. Who would believe such a thing? Do they think they were idiots? It's indeed the first level of the profound realm. It's just that my foundation is more solid than others. Yin Chuan smiled. Everyone was speechless. How can it be? Why is it only at the first level of the profound realm? Why is it so weak? The 3 swordsmen couldn't understand. Don't we all reach the first level of the profound realm after the tribulation? Yin Chuan smiled. Everyone was confused. Was I hallucinating just now? Are you okay? Zizi's voice came from behind them. Zhu Jiansheng and the others' faces changed. They quickly jumped away and looked at Zizi with lingering fear. Zizi looked at Yin Chuan worriedly. I'm fine. If my foundation is solid, my cultivation will be faster in the future. Yin Chuan smiled. Okay. Zizi nodded and didn't ask any more questions. She glared at Zhu Jiansheng and the others. Zhu Jiansheng and the 5 swordsmen shivered and didn't dare to say anything more. Chapter 233. Beside the Black Dragon Pool, Yin Chuan was washing the Jade Emperor's sword with water. The Jade Emperor's sword had turned black again. Apparently, it had digested the dragon's chi essence and blood. The sword's spirituality has increased. Looks like you're really an evil sword, a bloodthirsty evil sword. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Buzz! The Jade Emperor's sword vibrated as if it was showing off. As he was washing the sword, Huoguang walked over. King, just now, the last brother has reached the complete realm of strength. Huoguang said excitedly. Complete realm of strength? How many people can trigger the heavenly tribulation? Yin Chuan asked as he washed the sword. Half. Then let the other half continue to eat the remaining snakes. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes, but Lord, why don't you let them undergo the heavenly tribulation now? Huoguang was confused. Go to the Day sect. My father worked so hard to get it. Naturally, I have to give it to my subordinates. Yin Chuan sighed. Is the success rate higher in the Day sect? Huoguang asked in surprise. Yes. Yin Chuan nodded. Yes, this subordinate understands. Huoguang said solemnly. How's your cultivation now? Yin Chuan looked at Huoguang. 10 days ago, I successfully reached LV2 of the Essence Realm. Continue to eat the dragons and cultivate. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Huoguang replied. Not far from the Black Dragon Pool, Zizi sat at a stone table by the lake, drinking wine alone. She inadvertently glanced at Yin Chuan, who was washing the sword. Her eyes revealed a sense of tranquility that had never appeared before. Another 10 days passed. Let's go, Yin Chuan shouted. Yes. The 3,000 soldiers of the embroidered uniform army replied. The army set out once again, heading straight for the Day sect. Only a few hundred skeletons were left at the Black Dragon Pool. Day sect. In a large hall, a white-haired and white-bearded old man stood in the hall. The old man was very tall and sturdy, and his eyes shone brightly. A group of people stood on both sides of the hall, and they were all very respectful to the old man. There were three managers standing on both sides, a one-armed Taoist, a cold-faced Taoist nun, and a red-faced man. Behind a red-faced man stood the 6 swordsmen and the 7 swordsmen respectfully. Feng Xiao stood behind the one-armed Taoist. Sect Master. The cold-faced Taoist nun frowned. Everyone looked at the white-haired, white-bearded elder. In the Day sect, there was only one person who could be called the sect leader. Sect leader Feng Tairan. Wu Hui, don't worry. I called the 3 peak masters here today to discuss this matter. Feng Tairan said in a low voice. The red-faced man spoke up as well. Sect leader, it's just as my 2 despicable disciples said. If the flood dragon is on the run, then something big must have happened in the Demon Wind Mountains. Furthermore, a large number of demon beasts have appeared in the vicinity of the Great River sect recently. Clearly, they have fled from the Demon Wind Mountains. Bufan, I've thought about your conjecture, but no one knows what happened in the Demon Wind Mountain range. Feng Tairan frowned. Perhaps Miss Z knows. After all, she said she saw people from the Dazhao, Holy Land, and Demon Clan experts. The one-armed Taoist said, after some thought. Her? Sigh. Let's not disturb her. Feng Tairan sighed. Everyone fell silent. Father, why don't I go into the Demon Wind Mountain range to investigate? Feng Tianyu suddenly asked. Feng Tairan looked at his one-armed son and shook his head gently. No, the Demon Wind Mountain range is unusual. You can't go there. I'll go there myself in a few days. During this time, you guys take good care of the sect and don't offend anyone for the time being. Although the Day sect isn't afraid of trouble, we're still in a sensitive period with many eyes watching us. Chapter 234. Yes, everyone replied. By the way, I heard that the flood dragon was really killed by Yin Chuan. Feng Tairan suddenly smiled and looked at the 2 swordsmen. Old 6, you tell us. The red-faced man, Gao Bufan, looked at Lu Jianxia and said. The 6 swordsmen walked out and nodded. Sect leader, it's true. We saw it with our own eyes. It was killed by Yin Chuan and Miss Z. What is Yin Chuan's cultivation now? The cold-faced Taoist nun, Mo Wuhui, asked. At the 9th level of the strength realm. Lu Jianxia said honestly. Impossible. 9th level of the strength realm? How could he kill a peak Qi Jing flood dragon? Feng Xiao shouted. Shower, shut up. The one-armed Feng Tianyu said. Father, this is obviously impossible. How could Yin Chuan kill a flood dragon? Feng Xiao said jealously. Maybe it's because of Miss Z. The cold-faced Taoist nun, Mo Wuhui, said. Yes. Everyone nodded. No, sect leader, martial uncles. Martial uncles. Maybe you don't know, but in the mortal world, Yin Chuan had captured 2 Qi Jing experts. The 6 swordsmen thought for a while and said, Oh, everyone was slightly surprised. They're the 2 disciples of King Mai. The 6 swordsmen told everyone in detail what they knew. Ha! Good. Yin Tao really gave birth to a good son. Feng Tairan stroked his beard happily. He's just a little smart. Mo Wu Hui said with disdain. Martial sister, isn't it good that Yin Chuan is smart? At least senior apprentice brother Yin Tao has a successor, Gao Bufan said with a smile. Mo Wu Hui frowned and didn't say much, but there was a trace of disgust in her eyes. All right, Wu Hui, when it's time to let it go, let it go, Feng Tairan advised. Yes, Mo Wu Hui sighed. Grandpa, actually Yin Chuan, Feng Xiao frowned again. What's wrong? Feng Tairan asked curiously. Yin Chuan actually brought 3,000 people to the Day sect. What does he think the Day sect is? 3,000 slaves? Our Day sect only has 4,000 people, including those who went out to train. If he brings so many people with him, won't our Day sect's resources be quickly used up? Feng Xiao said indignantly. Xiao, don't be rash. Feng Tianyu glared. Father, I'm telling the truth. The resources of the Day sect were accumulated by all of us. We can't give them to Yin Chuan's slaves. Feng Xiao argued. Oh, then tell me, what should I do? Feng Tairan looked at Sun Zi with a smile. Grandpa, I think that Yin Chuan will only be allowed to bring 10 servants into the day's sect. The rest will be sent back. A sect is a sect. It's completely different from a mortal kingdom, Feng Xiao said in a deep voice. Sent back. Feng Tyran laughed. That's right, Grandpa. Uncles, if you're too embarrassed to say it, then let me do it. I'll bring some third-generation disciples and send them all back. Feng Xiao volunteered. Shut up. Feng Tianyu glared. Hey. Feng Tyran stopped Feng Tianyu scolding. Instead, he smiled at Sun Zi. All right, since that's the case, you could try. However, you have to do it in your own name. We won't interfere. How about it? Feng Tyran smiled. Haha, yes. Grandpa, don't worry. Thank you, Grandpa. Feng Xiao said happily. After being humiliated by Yin Chuan last time, Feng Xiao naturally wanted to get back at him now that he was in his own territory. However, his father didn't allow it. Now that his grandfather allowed it, Feng Xiao was naturally excited. Chapter 235. If you want to find a third-generation disciple, then go. Remember, do in your own name. Feng Tyran smiled. Yes, grandfather, don't worry. Feng Xiao said excitedly. With that, Feng Xiao rushed out of the hall. Looking at his son's back, Feng Tianyu frowned. Father, Xiao doesn't know any better. Why did you indulge Xiao or this? Feng Tianyu was confused. Feng Tyran shook his head. I didn't indulge him. I just want Xiao to suffer. Xiao growth has been too smooth, so he's a little arrogant. I need to make him suffer and wake him up to his own shortcomings. Yin Chuan, if what you said is true, Xiao's tricks won't be able to stop Yin Chuan. Moreover, I want to see if my grand disciple is the same as his father. Feng Tyran smiled. The 3,000 embroidered uniform army soldiers climbed through the forest at an extremely fast speed. 10 days later, they arrived at a large river. If we follow this river, we'll reach the Day sect soon, Zizi suddenly said. That's right. It'll take at most half a day's journey. This is actually the territory of the Day sect. Zhu Jiansheng smiled. Since that's the case, I should return to Carefree City. Zizi suddenly said. You're not going back with me? Yin Chuan looked at ZZ with a frown. No, I'm used to living in Carefree City. It's enough to send you here. ZZ shook her head. Yin Chuan looked at ZZ and was silent for a while. All right, if there's anything, inform me immediately. Perhaps in a few days, I'll go to Carefree City to take a look. I'll visit you then. ZZ smiled slightly. 5 swordsmen. Can I trouble you with something? Yin Chuan suddenly looked at the 5 swordsmen. Oh, what is it? The 5 swordsmen were puzzled. The Day sect is in front of us. I don't need protection. Zhu Jiansheng can lead the way. I would like to invite the 5 of you to escort ZZ to Carefree City. Yin Chuan said solemnly. I don't need anyone to send me off. ZZ shook her head. That's right. Who would dare to offend her? The 3 swordsmen also felt strange. However, Yin Chuan shook his head and said, I'll have to trouble the 5 of you. Yin Chuan will remember this favor. The 5 of them looked at each other. Finally, the great swordsman said, All right. The 5 of them nodded. Although he was afraid of ZZ, it was fine as long as he stayed 20 feet away from ZZ. I really don't need it. ZZ said again. I don't feel at ease leaving you alone. Yin Chuan rejected ZZ's excuse. After a moment of silence, ZZ softly said, Oh. She didn't say anything else. Beside the river, Yin Chuan watched ZZ leave. All right, let's go. Zhu Jiansheng looked at Yin Chuan and smiled. Yin Chuan smiled and said, Zhu Jiansheng, I've troubled you these days. Don't mention it. Zhu Jiansheng immediately smiled. The army has been gone for a few days. I want to rest here for a day. We'll continue our journey tomorrow morning. Yin Chuan said. Why? If we speed up, we'll be there before dark. Zhu Jiansheng was puzzled. No, I have my own plans. At the same time, there's something I need your help with. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Oh. Zhu Jiansheng was puzzled. Go back to the Day sect first and inform Feng Tyran. Help me pass a message to him. Yin Chuan's expression gradually became serious. Inform the sect leader? Zhu Jiansheng frowned and looked at Yin Chuan. This was because Yin Chuan's tone did not have a trace of respect for the sect leader. Tell him that I'll arrive at the Day sect at noon tomorrow. Ask Feng Tairan, Mo Wuhui, Gao Bufan, and Feng Tianyu to come out and receive me. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Ah. Zhu Jiansheng looked at Yin Chuan in shock. The sect leader and the 3 peak masters come out and receive you? Such a big show? Are you kidding me? How is this possible? Who do you think you are? Just pass my message. Yin Chuan shook his head and did not explain. Zhu Jiansheng looked at Yin Chuan in confusion. Obviously, he did not believe that the sect leader and the 3 peak masters would specially come out to receive him. However, since Yin Chuan had spoken, Zhu Jiansheng felt that there must be something fishy going on. All right, I'll pass your message. Zhu Jiansheng nodded. Chapter 236. Early the next morning, 3,000 members of the embroidered uniform army were on standby. Lu Jin took out a dragon throne from her spatial scroll. The dragon throne was fixed on a round platform. The platform was guarded by some people who could be carried by 16 members of the embroidered uniform army. My king, aren't we being too arrogant by going to the Day sect like this? Lu Jin asked worriedly. Yin Chuan shook his head gently. Don't worry. The Day sect owes me this. It's not too much to do this. On the contrary, if we don't do this, we will be looked down upon. Yes. Lu Jin said no more. Yin Chuan stepped onto the round platform, swung his robe, and sat on the dragon throne. Rise! Lu Jin shouted. Immediately, 16 members of the embroidered uniform army lifted the dragon platform. Let's go! Hua Guang shouted. Yes! 3,000 members of the embroidered uniform army followed the river to the north. Yin Chuan sat on the dragon platform and was carried in the middle of the embroidered uniform army. Yin Chuan leaned on the dragon throne and held his chin with his hand. His eyes were slightly dignified. The army slowly moved forward. For hours later, they saw the Day sect from afar. The Day sect was a mountain range. It was so big that they couldn't see the end of it. Clouds and mist filled the air, just like the deep mountains and ancient forests that they had come from. The only difference was that the sky was filled with bright yellow clouds. The yellow cloud was about 10 miles in radius, floating high in the sky. From the cloud, a yellow light shone down, enveloping a huge mountain down below. This was the main peak of the Day sect. Other than this main peak, there were 4 tallest mountains in 4 directions. Obviously, they were the sky, earth, Xian, and yellow peaks of the Day sect. The yellow clouds shone like a miracle. Hua Guang, Lu Jin, and the others looked forward to it. My king, what are those yellow clouds? What are those yellow clouds? Lu Jin exclaimed. Yin Chuan looked at the yellow cloud and said indifferently, the Day sect's pond of merit. What pool? What are you talking about, your majesty? Lu Jin didn't understand. That's not a yellow cloud. That's the pool of merit. The power bestowed by the heavens can absorb the merits of heaven and earth and bless the Day sect. It's just the accumulation of the merits accumulated by the Day sect over the years. Yin Chuan said lightly, Merit pool? Are those all the legendary virtues that can't be seen? Then, what was the meaning of king and heavenly bestowed power? Could it be that gathering heaven and earth merit requires the permission of the heavens? Lu Jin was puzzled. That's right. Without the permission of the heavens, no matter how big, how strong, or how many people a sect has, it's still a mediocre sect. That's because they don't have the protection of the heavens and earth. They only have the permission of the heavens. Just like the Day sect, it shouldn't have been long ago. Even if it's a mediocre sect, it's still a mediocre sect. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Mediocre sect? Lu Jin was puzzled. The sects in the world should be divided into 3 types: mediocre, superior, and mediocre. With the merits of the Day sect, it's at most a mediocre sect. The strongest are the superior sects, such as the Sacred Ground and the Dazhao Sacred Ground. The Dazhao Sacred Ground is a superior sect. Yin Chuan introduced. Ah, how do we evaluate it? Lu Jin was confused. There's no need for you or me to evaluate it. The heavens will evaluate it. The heavens have their own standards. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, Oh. Lu Jin was puzzled. Clearly, she didn't understand it completely. You'll understand in the future. Yin Chuan smiled. Then, Your Majesty, how do we obtain the authorization of the heavens? How does the heavens authorize it? Hua Guang asked curiously. Chapter 237. Have you heard of the Heavenly Bestowment Conference? Yin Chuan asked. Yes, I have. Mr. Monroe and Zhu Jiansheng mentioned that the old emperor shone brightly at the Heavenly Bestowment Conference. Hua Guang said doubtfully. The Heavenly Bestowment Conference should be a grand event authorized by the heavens. And from what Wen Ruo and Zhu Jiansheng said, it should be my father who fought for this authorization. The Day sect was forced to become a lower sect because of my father, Yin Tao. Yin Chuan said with a gloomy expression. The old emperor? Lu Jin's eyes flashed with surprise. Now you know why I have to be so high profile. Yin Chuan said with a smile. This is the foundation of the old emperor, so it's natural for the king to be high profile. But the old emperor is no longer here, and the other people in the Day sect may not be loyal to the king. Aren't you afraid that the king's high profile will cause disgust among the inner disciples? After all, we still have to enter the Day sect. Hua Guang said, in confusion. Yin Chuan shook his head gently. You still don't understand. Think about it again. Now that we have entered the Day sect and settled down, you will tell me why I have to be so high profile. Yin Chuan said lightly. Yes, I will do my best to not disappoint the king. Hua Guang said with a serious expression. Let's continue. After that, Yin Chuan said no more. The army slowly moved toward the Day sect. Day sect, the main peak under the illumination of the Pool of Merit. Halfway up the main peak was a huge palace. The Great River Hall. The Great River Hall was the main hall of the Day sect, where the sect leader discussed matters. Several figures stood on a high platform in front of the Great River Hall. The 6 swordsmen, the 7 swordsmen, and Zhu Jiansheng stood respectfully at the back. The leader of the Day sect, Feng Tairan, was at the front. Behind Feng Tairan were Earth Peak Lord Mo Wu Hui, Black Peak Lord Feng Tianyu, and Yellow Peak Lord Gao Bufan. The 7 of them stood on the high platform and looked at the distant south of the Day sect, where the embroidered uniform army was slowly approaching. Sect Master, that's what Yin Chuan said. He asked the sect master and the 3 peak masters to go down the mountain to welcome him. Zhu Jiansheng said, his face twitching. Not only Zhu Jiansheng, even the 6 and 7 swordsmen looked at each other in dismay. This Yin Chuan really thought too highly of himself. The sect leader and the peak masters of the 3 peaks were welcoming Li Mu with the grandest ceremony on behalf of the entire Day sect. It seemed that when people from the upper sects came, they didn't need to use this kind of etiquette. Ignorant brat, arrogant. Mo Wu Hui glared at him. Feng Tianyu and Gao Bufan also frowned. Feng Tairan revealed a strange smile and said, Interesting. It's only been 8 years, but his mind has matured to this extent? Father? Feng Tianyu looked at Feng Tairan doubtfully. Feng Tairan shook his head gently and said, Let's wait and see. Yes. The 3 peak masters nodded at the same time. The leaders of the Day sect looked at the 3,000 troops slowly approaching from afar. Inside the Day sect, there were mountains everywhere. Did you know? Yin Chuan is back today, the son of the previous sect master. That little bastard is back. Not only is he back, I heard that he brought 3,000 slaves with him. 3,000? What a joke, he's crazy. 3,000 people entering the Day sect? Did the sect master allow this? They're about to enter the sect. I heard that Feng Shao of the Black Peak brought a group of people to stop them. What? Feng Shao, the grandson of the sect master? Let's go take a look. Chapter 238. It was the busiest day of the Day sect. The news of Yin Chuan's imminent arrival spread like wildfire. A large number of Day sect disciples rushed to watch the arrival of the army. Black Peak, in a palace halfway up the mountain. A black-robed man stood quietly on a stone platform with a thin sword hanging from his waist. The black-robed man held the thin sword with one hand and looked solemnly outside the Day sect, looking at the smoke and dust stirred up by the army of 3,000 in the distance. Eldest senior brother. Two men came from behind the black-robed man. The eldest senior brother was the one who was put down by Yin Chuan with Feng Xiao, Jiang Nan. The two men behind Jiang Nan were also poisoned by Yin Chuan that day. Eldest senior brother. Yin Chuan is about to enter the sect. Previously, Feng Xiao, Martial Uncle Feng Xiao, invited us to stop him. We didn't go. One of them said, "It's best that you didn't go." Jiang Nan said lightly, "Eldest senior brother, are we just going to let go of the humiliation of that day?" The man frowned. The sect leader won't refuse Yin Chuan. Even if Feng Xiao stops Yin Chuan, the sect leader will let him in. If we go now, we'll only make a fool of ourselves. We'll talk about the humiliation of the past in the future. Jiang Nan said in a low voice. Yes, we'll listen to eldest senior brother. The two men nodded. The three of them were silent for a while, quietly looking outside the mountain gate in the distance. Sitting lazily on the dragon platform, Yin Chuan held his chin and looked at the approaching Day Sect's mountain gate. At the mountain gate, there was a huge stone tablet with the words Day Sect written forcefully on it. There was a faint fog all around, but it was already noon. The fog could only mean one thing. The Day Sect had a protective mountain array that hadn't been activated yet. Vaguely, Yin Chuan could see that the inside of the Day Sect was crowded with people. Obviously, many people were paying attention to his group. At this moment, there were 200 cultivators at the entrance of the mountain. All of them were ready to fight, and their expressions were filled with hostility. Among them, there were 10 that Yin Chuan recognized. They were the people who had been killed by Yin Chuan's poisonous smoke back then. Their leader was the grandson of the sect master, Feng Xiao, whose trachea was choked by a grape. Yin Chuan's lips curled into a faint smile. "Stop right there," Feng Xiao suddenly shouted. Holding a sword, Feng Xiao stepped in front of the 200 cultivators and coldly stared at Yin Chuan, who was on the dragon platform. The army paused, and Yin Chuan looked at Feng Xiao. "What? Didn't you hear Zhu Jiansheng's words? Did the Day Sect only send you to welcome me?" Yin Chuan asked indifferently. "Bah, I welcome you? In your dreams." Feng Xiao berated. "Since you're not, then don't block the way." Yin Chuan said indifferently. "Block the way? So what if we block your way?" "Yin Chuan, listen to me. Grandfather will let you enter the Day Sect out of pity. Don't be ungrateful." Feng Xiao shouted. "Oh, how would I not know what's good for me?" Yin Chuan said indifferently. What's the meaning of bringing so many people? You listen to me. I'll allow you to bring at most 3 slaves into the Day Sect. The rest of you scram." Feng Xiao shouted. "Is this Feng Tyrant's idea?" Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. "No, it's my idea." Feng Xiao immediately shouted. "So, the Day sect master has changed again? You, Feng Xiao, are the new sect master?" Yin Chuan smiled. "You? Yin Chuan, as long as I'm here today, you can forget about entering the Day Sect." Feng Xiao said anxiously. Yin Chuan looked at the peaks of the Day Sect, surrounded by clouds, and smiled. "Hua Guang," Yin Chuan said indifferently. "Dear, the First Legion will open the way." "Kill anyone who dares to block the way," Yin Chuan shouted. "Yes, kill anyone who dares to block the way." Feng Xiao's face twitched. Chapter 239. Hua Guang, Yin Chuan said indifferently. "Present, the First Legion will lead the way. Anyone who dares to block the way will be killed." Yin Chuan shouted. "Yes, anyone who dared to block the road would be killed." Feng Xiao's face twitched. "Square formation," Hua Guang shouted. "Roar!" The army of 3,000 immediately formed a military formation, protecting Yin Chuan in the center as the army marched forward. Boom, boom, boom. Their neat footsteps revealed the ferocity of the battlefield. "Stop right there," Feng Xiao shouted. Hua Guang's eyes widened as he shouted, "Target, 100 feet ahead. Ka, 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 ka." At the front of the phalanx, 600 shooting sun arrows were loaded. Their target was Feng Xiao's group. The faces of the Day sect disciples suddenly changed. Xing, Xing, Xing. They quickly pulled out their swords and magic treasures and stared at the group of cultivators before them in shock. Mortal? Had these mortals gone mad? How dare you attack us? Courting death. What an idiot. Everyone's expression was unsightly. Release. Hua Guang ordered. Bam, bam, bam. The 600 shooting sun arrows immediately turned into 600 streams of light and shot towards the 200 Day sect disciples. Ah, bastard. Everyone's expression changed. Boom. Some people quickly jumped away, while others used their magic treasures to block the incoming swords. Boom. The small hill where Feng Xiao was originally located was completely destroyed by the 600 shooting sun arrows. Out of the 200 elite realms, 4 or 5 of them were grazed by the shooting sun arrows. None of them had expected that this group of mortals would dare to attack them in their own territory. "You're courting death." A Xiozha quickly raised a large blade and charged towards the army from the side. "Release!" Boom. 10 of the embroidered uniformed soldiers stared at the Xiozha and quickly released 5 shooting sun arrows. Boom. The Xiozha was knocked away by the power of the shooting sun arrow, but it was not over yet. There were 10 people staring at him, but only 5 arrows were shot. The other 5 had not shot before and only released them now. Boom. 5 streaks of flowing light shot over. The Xiozha had used up all his strength, and before he could form a new one, he instantly showed a terrified expression. Dang, dang, dang. 3 Xiozha quickly rushed over to help him block the 5 fatal streaks of light. Crack, crack. However, with the participation of these 3 people, the embroidered army spontaneously aimed another 30 sun shooting bows at them. Bam, bam, bam. Under the suppression of the rain of arrows, the group of Xiozha immediately became disheveled. When the battle started, almost all of the 200 Xiozha charged forward. No one expected Yin Chuan to make a move, and even more so, they didn't expect him to make a move so quickly. Moreover, this group of mortals actually had a cultivator's magical treasure and could suppress a dignified expert like himself. Bam, bam, bam. The army was well trained. In the blink of an eye, they divided up the work. One squad leader kept an eye on one Xiozha, and the 200 Xiozha were suppressed in the blink of an eye. The group of Xiozha fled in all directions. However, before the shooting sun arrows, they could not hide. They jumped up and down, as if they were sent flying by a group of mortals. Amidst the billowing dust, the cries of Xiozha and the figures sent flying could be heard everywhere. The scene was very disharmonious. Inside the Day sect, countless pairs of eyes showed confusion. Mortals? These are mortals? Chapter 240. Am I seeing things? Those elite realms of the Black Peak were bullied by a group of mortals. On the Black Peak, Jiangnan grabbed his sword hilt, his eyes gloomy. Eldest senior brother is wise. If we had agreed with Feng Xiao, we would be the ones losing face now. Someone behind him said, "Yeah, how did this group of mortals improve their fighting strength so quickly?" Yin Chuan, Jiangnan squinted his eyes, his tone extremely heavy. On the square in front of the Great River Hall, Sect leader Feng Tairan led a group of people and looked down. Sect leader, as I said earlier, this group of mortals is extremely strong. Last time, the 200 demon snakes were killed by them. Zhu Jiansheng said worriedly. Too arrogant. Yin Chuan is too arrogant. Mo Wu Hui said coldly. Feng Tairan shook his head gently and said no. Well done. Zhu Jiansheng and the rest were confused. Feng Tairan stroked his white beard and smiled. He is Yin Tao style. But sect leader, I am worried that the disciples are not a match for the genie army. What if? Zhu Jiansheng said worriedly. Yin Chuan did not kill them. Don't worry, Feng Tairan said with a smile. But he said to kill? Zhu Jiansheng still did not understand. He said to kill, but there was a precondition. Anyone who dares to block the path, kill. The precondition was to block Yin Chuan's path. These third-generation disciples attacked from both sides, so the genie army left them a way out. Feng Tairan said with a smile. Ah, Zhu Jiansheng said in surprise. With such a disciple, Yin Tao can smile in the underworld. Feng Tairan suddenly sighed. Sect leader, your evaluation of Yin Chuan is too high. Can he be compared to Yin Tao? Mo Wu Hui frowned. Didn't you notice? From the beginning to the end, Yin Chuan's eyelids did not even twitch. Feng Tairan said with a smile. Oh, everyone looked over again. In the distance, cultivators flew into the air, kicking up dust and smoke from the battlefield. 2,000 embroidered uniform army soldiers suppressed the cultivators. 1,000 embroidered uniform army soldiers protected Yin Chuan as they continued their journey to the Day sect. Yin Chuan sat on the dragon platform. He continued to lazily rest his chin on his hand, allowing the dragon platform to steadily move towards the interior of the Day sect. Huoguang led the way. There was only one person standing in Huoguang's way, Feng Xiao. Feng Xiao still felt like his head was stuck. How could that be? How could Yin Chuan dare to make a move? How dare he? Feng Xiao said with an ugly expression. Ta ta ta. As the army drew closer, Feng Xiao's expression turned increasingly ugly as he listened to the screams of his martial nephews. Martial uncle, save me. Someone cried out. Martial uncle. As the cultivators shouted, Feng Xiao also felt very anxious. He wanted to stop this chaotic battle, but he realized how powerless he was. Yin Chuan, stop! Stop! Feng Xiao roared. Naturally, Yin Chuan would not listen to him. The army ignored him even more. They slowly advanced, getting closer and closer. Martial uncle. The shouts all around made Feng Xiao's immature mind unable to bear it. Capture the ringleader first? Yes, yes. I will control Yin Chuan. This group of mortals will not dare to make a move. Feng Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. Xing! Feng Xiao swung his sword and charged towards Yin Chuan, who was in the middle of the army. How dare you? Huoguang stepped forward. Feng Xiao did not care about Huoguang's advance. He was just a mortal. What could a mortal do to him? Great River Chop. Feng Xiao glared. The sword in his hand immediately drew a bright sword beam. Chapter 241. Army Destroyer. Huoguang shouted. Boom! Huoguang's silver aura suddenly expanded. A violent aura shot out. The ferocious army destroyer willpower directly hit Feng Xiao's willpower. Wong! Feng Xiao seemed to see a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The illusion of countless corpses suddenly appeared, and Feng Xiao's expression changed. Dang! The two weapons collided. In one exchange, Feng Xiao was sent flying by Huoguang. Boom! Feng Xiao crashed into a huge rock. The huge rock shattered. Feng Xiao couldn't get up under this attack. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Puff! Feng Xiao's eyes were filled with disbelief. A mortal? He was beaten up like this by a mortal? This blow was too big. It wasn't just a physical blow. It was more of a mental blow. He was defeated by a mortal? Was he really a good-for-nothing? Feng Xiao, who was mentally hurt, glanced at Yin Chuan, who was on the dragon platform. He happened to see Yin Chuan's gaze. Yin Chuan looked at Feng Xiao and revealed a faint smile. However, in Feng Xiao's eyes, this smile was like a slap to his face. His previous glamour had been beaten to a pulp. When he was young, he was bullied by Yin Chuan. A year ago, he was bullied by Yin Chuan. Now, he was bullied by Yin Chuan. Was he really so useless? Feng Xiao burst into tears as he felt wronged. Yin Chuan smiled faintly. He didn't mock or look down on Feng Xiao. He just found it interesting. Although Feng Xiao was a dandy, arrogant, and immature, at the very least he wasn't too shrewd. At the very least, he lived a very realistic life. Of course, it was just a smile. The army continued to advance into the day sect. Yin Chuan turned his gaze to the main peak again. The fighting around them gradually stopped. More than 200 elite realm warriors were in a sorry state. They were injured and lying on the ground. Looking at the embroidered army gradually entering the day sect, they all had complicated expressions. After this wave of attacks, there were no more obstacles. Even when they arrived at the mountain gate, there was only a group of onlookers. No one stepped forward to stop them. Tap, tap, tap. The army marched into the interior of the day sect in an orderly fashion. They followed the main road and headed toward the main peak. More and more disciples gathered around. The embroidered uniform army continued to do as they pleased. Not long after, the army arrived at the foot of the main peak. Stop, Huoguang ordered. At the foot of the main peak, the group of mountain guards revealed confused expressions, not knowing what to do. Yin Chuan sat on the dragon platform and looked up at the mountain peak. Your Majesty, do you want to go up the mountain? Huoguang asked. Yin Chuan coldly looked at the mountain and shook his head. No need. Prepare the troops and wait. Understood, Huoguang replied. The army slowly stood behind the dragon platform. Yin Chuan sat on the dragon platform and waited quietly. On the main peak, in front of the great river hall, Feng Tianyu's expression was complicated. His son actually lost to the man with the spear in a single exchange? Father, shower he? Feng Tianyu said with an ugly expression. Life has to go through stages. After today, Shao, or will definitely understand. Don't worry. This is for his own good. Don't spoil him too much. Feng Tairan shook his head. Sectmaster, Yin Chuan stopped at the foot of the mountain. What should we do now? Gao Bufan asked doubtfully. He is still sitting on the dragon platform. How arrogant, Mo Wuhui said unhappily. Sectmaster, why don't I go down and bring Yin Chuan up? Zhu Jiansheng asked kindly. He hoped to ease Yin Chuan's awkward attitude. No need. Since he is already here, the few of us will go down to welcome him. Feng Tairan said with a smile. Zhu Jiansheng looked at Feng Tairan in surprise. Go down together? Are we really going to welcome him together? Chapter 242. Yin Chuan sat lazily on the dragon platform, allowing the day sect disciples to point at him. He continued to stare coldly at the main peak. The surroundings gradually quieted down. Feng Shao walked into the day sect with his injuries. Jiang Nen also walked down from the Black Peak. The Qi and Essence State disciples of the day sect gradually surrounded Yin Chuan's army. Their expressions were complicated. Yin Chuan? It was a name that made everyone confused. The son of the previous sect master would return one day, but no one expected him to return so arrogantly. Was he trying to join the day sect? Everyone was confused. They had never seen such an arrogant disciple. It was as if the day sect wanted to worship him. While the day sect disciples were confused, a white cloud slowly descended from the main peak. Is that the sect master? The three peak masters? Why are they here together? Looks like Yin Chuan is in trouble. Yeah, I wonder how the sect master will teach this kid a lesson. All the disciples of the great river sect stared at him curiously. Feng Shao clutched his chest that was injured by Huoguang. His expression was gloomy. Jiang Nen squinted his eyes. Feng Tairan led the crowd and slowly descended. Yin Chuan ignored the others. He stared at the white cloud and the crowd on it. When Yin Chuan saw that everyone had landed, the graveness that he had been hiding in his eyes slowly disappeared. Phew! The white cloud dispersed, and the crowd landed in front of the embroidered uniform army. Greetings, Sect Master. Greetings, Peak Masters. Greetings, Sect Master. The day sect disciples greeted respectfully. Yin Chuan waved his hand gently. Lu Ji nodded and quickly ordered the embroidered uniform army to lower the dragon platform. When the dragon platform landed, Yin Chuan stood up gently. With the Jade Emperor sword on his back, he slowly walked forward. The embroidered uniform guards opened up a path for Yin Chuan. The breeze gently blew Yin Chuan's long robe. Yin Chuan's expression gradually turned serious as he walked towards Feng Tairan. Feng Tairan also stared at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan slowly walked closer before stopping. Feng Tairan, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Audacious. Is the name of the sect master something you can call? Mo Wu Hui glared at him. Yin Chuan, sect master is your father's master. You should call him Grandmaster. Gao Bufan said with a smile. Grandmaster? Yin Chuan shook his head and sneered. Yin Chuan's tone was full of sarcasm, so much so that all the Day sect disciples around him could hear it. Everyone glared at Yin Chuan. Do you think I'm not qualified? Feng Tairan frowned. My father, the former sect master of the Day sect, was forced to die in front of everyone. What are you doing, Feng Tairan? What are the people of the Day sect doing? He was the sect master, a sect master. How could you just watch him be forced to die? Do you think you can be my grandmaster? Yin Chuan shook his head. Yin Tao asked for it. He, Mo Wu Hui shouted. Wu Hui. Feng Tairan interrupted Mo Wu Hui's words. Sect master? Mo Wu Hui frowned. Yin Chuan is right. A sect master was forced to die, and his disciple was forced to die in front of me. I am indeed not qualified to be Yin Tao's master. This is the weakness of the Day sect. Feng Tairan shook his head. Yin Chuan stared at Feng Tairan. He took a deep breath, but his face was inexplicably relaxed. You didn't have to wait for my father's death, but you were responsible for it. Although I wasn't there, I can guess why my father was forced to die in the Day sect and not somewhere else. To be able to force my father to die and make the entire Day sect helpless, it must be a strong person that the Day sect cannot provoke. My father protected the Day sect with his life. This shows that my father loved the Day sect, and he must have respected you, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Chapter 243. Everyone was silent for a while. My father respects you, and you don't have to break your master-disciple relationship because of me. However, from my point of view, even though you are my father's master, I will not recognize you as my ancestor. You are you, and I am me. I came to the Day sect only to inherit what my father left behind. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Hearing Yin Chuan's words, Feng Tairan's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. If Yin Tao knew in the underworld, he would definitely be pleased with you. Feng Tairan laughed. Everyone was at a loss, unable to understand Feng Tairan's mentality. Yin Chuan scolded you, and you actually laughed? So happy. Of course, I came today to inherit Heaven Peak, become the peak master of Heaven Peak, and take back my father's things. Yin Chuan laughed. Yin Chuan's laughter also stunned many cultivators. They also couldn't understand Yin Chuan. Just a moment ago, he had a deep hatred, but in the blink of an eye he laughed. What did he mean? Only Feng Tairan's eyes flickered as he looked solemnly at Yin Chuan, as if he was looking at a treasure. Are you sure you want to inherit Heaven Peak? Feng Tairan confirmed again. Isn't this what you want? Yin Chuan laughed. Feng Tairan let out a long sigh. At this moment, he was sure that Yin Chuan had accepted the Day sect because of his father's love for the sect. There was no resistance. The inheritance of a sect not only required experts, but also disciples who accepted the sect. Otherwise, once a disaster struck, they would all go their separate ways. Rather than accepting 10 geniuses with uncertain temperament, it was better to accept one mediocre person who was loyal to the sect. At least, the sect could be passed down in any storm. Welcome back. Feng Tairan laughed. Your calmness made me understand that my father's death back then wasn't in vain. Yin Chuan let out a long sigh and laughed. Ha ha ha. Feng Tairan laughed. But Yin Chuan could hear the bitterness in Feng Tairan's laughter. Many people did not understand the conversation between the two of them. They even felt that it was ridiculous. Feng Xiao and Jiang Nin both opened their mouths in shock. The two of them asked and answered, why did it sound so inexplicable? Take out the Tian, Su, and name me now. Yin Chuan said indifferently. All right. Feng Tairan replied. Sect Master. Mo Wu Hui immediately called out. Eh. Feng Tairan looked at Mo Wu Hui in confusion. Are you really going to let him be the peak master of Heaven Peak? What qualifications does he have? Mo Wu Hui cried out. Is it because he is Yin Chuan's son? Mo Wu Hui asked in a low voice. That's not all. Feng Tairan shook his head. Oh, Mo Wu Hui was puzzled. He is qualified to do so. Feng Tairan laughed. What qualifications? Mo Wu Hui still didn't understand. Just like back then, why did I pass the position to Yin Tao? My foresight has never been wrong. Wu Hui, don't object. Feng Tairan laughed. Mo Wu Hui's eyes narrowed. Not only Mo Wu Hui, but Gao Bufan and Feng Tianyu also looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. Yes, Mo Wu Hui nodded. But this scene, in the eyes of the group of second-generation disciples, was so inconceivable. Zhu Jiansheng said that Yin Chuan could be the peak master, but that was only in theory. There had never been a peak master of the essence realm. In the crowd, Jiang Nan's face was ugly, and Feng Xiao's face was complicated. But the sect master and the three peak masters had agreed, and there was no way to refute. Feng Tairan stretched out his hand, and a 10 feet long yellow scroll suddenly appeared in the void. Rumble! The pool of merit in the sky suddenly churned, as if it was responding to the scroll. Chapter 244. On the back of the scroll, there were the words Tiance. The two words were faintly discernible, and upon closer inspection, they seemed to be moving slowly. On the front, there were 5 columns of text. Except for the first column, there was a blood-red fingerprint at the end of each column. Day Sect bestowed by the heavens. Sect leader Feng Tairan. Earth Peak Lord Mo Wu Hui. Black Peak Lord Feng Tianyu. Yellow Peak Lord Gao Bufan. This was the Tian Su. The Tian Su floated in the air. Feng Tairan stretched out his hand and waved at the Tian Su. Above the Tian Su, a line of small words suddenly appeared slowly. Heaven Peak Lord Yin Chuan. A line of words appeared. Feng Tairan's forehead broke out in cold sweat and said with some difficulty, "You do it." Yin Chuan nodded. His finger slightly drew a line, and a trace of essence blood appeared on his fingertip. With his fingertip, he pressed below his name. Boom! The pool of merit in the sky exploded, and then a dazzling yellow light fell from the sky and went straight into Yin Chuan's body. Yin Chuan closed his eyes and suddenly inhaled deeply, as if he was accepting the yellow light. Feng Tairan smiled, waved his hand, and the Tian suddenly disappeared, as if it had never been there. It was not until 10 breaths later that Yin Chuan suddenly opened his eyes. How is it? Feng Tairan smiled. Merit into the body, washing away the negative karma. Yin Chuan smiled. Feng Tairan nodded. Yin Chuan stretched out his hand, and a yellow ball of light slowly appeared in his palm. He turned his head to look at the 3,000 embroidered E-Army soldiers. He stretched out his hand. Bang! The yellow light suddenly enlarged, like a handful of sand fog, enveloping the 3,000 embroidered E-Army soldiers. The 3,000 embroidered E-Army soldiers suddenly trembled. King, why did my heart palpitate just now? Hua Guang asked in amazement. From now on, through me, you are connected to the pool of merit. Yin Chuan smiled. Connected to the pool of merit. Hua Guang was puzzled. That's right. Although you can't wash away most of your negative karma like me, at least you have a much higher chance of success in the sect than in the outside world, because this pool of merit will protect you. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Yes. Hua Guang didn't understand, but he knew it wasn't the time to ask. Do you need me to guide you to the heavenly peak? Feng Tairan asked. There's no need for that. Zhu Jiansheng can lead the way for me. Once I've settled down, I'll come find you. Yin Chuan shook his head. All right. Feng Tairan nodded. With that, Feng Tairan waved his sleeve, and another white cloud floated up, carrying him and the 3 peak masters up the mountain. Many disciples of the Day sect looked confused, including Zhu Jiansheng, the 6 swordsmen, and the 7 swordsmen. Yin Chuan watched the 4 of them go up the mountain and said to Hua Guang, Do you understand what I asked you to think about earlier? Huoguang's expression changed, and he immediately said solemnly, "Yes, I understand." "Oh, tell me." Yin Chuan looked at Huoguang. King's high profile was actually to test sect leader Feng Tairan, to see if the Day sect was worth the old emperor's sacrifice. The conversation between King and sect leader Feng Tairan just now was actually a mutual test between King and Feng Tairan. In the end, King approved of the Day sect and stayed. Huoguang thought and said, "That's right. Although the Day sect is a lesser sect, it's still nothing in my eyes." Yin Chuan said indifferently, "King, I'm curious. If Feng Tairan didn't satisfy King just now, what would King do?" Huoguang asked curiously. "Didn't satisfy me?" Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Although Yin Chuan didn't say it out loud, Huoguang had followed Yin Chuan for so long that he naturally understood the meaning in his eyes. If the Day sect wasn't worth Yin Tao's sacrifice, would King destroy the Day sect? Destroy the Day sect? Huoguang's heart was in turmoil. Chapter 245. While Yin Chuan and Huoguang were whispering, Zhu Jiansheng and the rest walked over. Zhu Jiansheng, the 6 swordsmen, and the 7 swordsmen all had strange expressions on their faces. "Greetings, Peak Lord of Heavenly Peak," the 3 of them said. "Thank you for taking care of me all this time. If you need anything in the future, feel free to look for me." Yin Chuan said with a smile. The 3 of them were slightly stunned. At the same time, Zhu Jiansheng suddenly understood why Yin Chuan did not address him as senior brother. It turned out that he was waiting for this. "Junior brother? I will try my best to refine qi into spirit," Zhu Jiansheng said sullenly. "I'll be waiting." Yin Chuan said with a smile, "Let's go. I'll bring you to Heavenly Peak. Although no one has lived here for 7 years, it is still cleaned frequently." Zhu Jiansheng led the way. "Wait!" Suddenly, a shout came from the crowd. Everyone turned their heads to look. A black-robed man slowly walked out from the crowd. It was the 3rd-generation senior brother, Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan held the hilt of his sword and frowned. He looked at Yin Chuan with a complicated expression. The humiliation of the past was still vivid in his mind. "Sprout?" He said he was a sprout? After returning to the sect, he cultivated day and night just to wash away the humiliation of the past. Finally, he reached the complete realm of essence, and Yin Chuan came to the sect. However, in the blink of an eye, Yin Chuan became a 1st-generation disciple. How could he take revenge? The moment Feng Tairan agreed, Jiang Nan almost roared. "Jiang Nan, what do you want?" Zhu Jiansheng said with a frown. Jiang Nan was a genius. Zhu Jiansheng also knew that he would become his junior brother soon. Zhu Jiansheng did not put on airs. "I, Jiang Nan, as the 3rd-generation senior disciple, challenged the Peak Lord of Heavenly Peak. Please enlighten me," Jiang Nan said solemnly. "Hua!" Jiang Nan's words caused an uproar. "Challenge? Eldest senior brother wants to challenge Yin Chuan? Did I hear it wrong? Eldest senior brother is in the perfection of the essence state. Challenge Yin Chuan? Isn't this obvious bullying? But eldest senior brother is only a 3rd-generation disciple. Challenging a 1st-generation disciple is against the rules. Who wants Yin Chuan to be so arrogant? Eldest senior brother wants to suppress his arrogance. The challenge is right. Everyone was talking about it. Jiang Nan, pay attention to your status. You are at the peak of the essence realm, and Peak Master Tian has just joined the sect," Zhu Jiansheng said in a deep voice. "That's right. Your cultivation base is much higher compared to Peak Master Tian. Is this a challenge?" asked the 6 swordsmen with a frown. "No, strength is not something that can be measured by cultivation base. A year ago, Jiang Nan was defeated by Peak Lord Tian. Martial Uncle can testify. Today, Jiang Nan only wishes to verify the results of a year's worth of cultivation. I beg Peak Lord Tian to grant me my wish." Jiang Nan was unyielding. A year ago, eldest senior brother lost to Yin Chuan? No way. The surrounding Day sect disciples were all in disbelief. Among the third-generation disciples, Jiang Nan was the strongest. Although Yin Chuan was a first-generation disciple, he had just joined the sect. How could he defeat Jiang Nan? I beg Peak Master Tian to grant my wish, Jiang Nan said again. Zhu Jiansheng looked at Yin Chuan awkwardly. Yin Chuan smiled and said, I don't like this kind of competition. Some people around immediately looked at him with disdain. They thought that Yin Chuan was afraid. If you don't like to fight, then what is the sword on your back for? Jiang Nan was unyielding. Chapter 246. My Jade Emperor sword doesn't fight. It only kills. Doesn't fight, only kills? Everyone's face twitched. The Heavenly Peak Master was indeed arrogant. Jiang Nan was also depressed and was about to speak again. You are close to the second stage of the heavenly tribulation. Consolidate it properly. Don't cause trouble everywhere before transcending the tribulation and leave behind hidden dangers. You only have one life. Cherish it. Yin Chuan shook his head and said lightly, Me? Cause trouble everywhere? Jiang Nan was furious. Oh, by the way, my Heavenly Peak Master will also undergo the tribulation tomorrow. It might cause a big commotion. Your tribulation will come again slowly. Yin Chuan said indifferently. As he spoke, Yin Chuan no longer paid any attention to Jiang Nan, and he looked at Zhu Jiansheng and said, Let's go. Zhu Jiansheng smiled bitterly and nodded. He led Yin Chuan's army and left. Why? Do I have to ask you for permission to undergo the tribulation? Jiang Nan said sullenly. A few of Jiang Nan's followers surrounded Yin Chuan and scolded him for a while. Feng Xiao, who was not far away, had a complicated expression as he watched the army leave. He frowned and looked at Jiang Nan, who was not far away. Martial Uncle Feng Xiao, what should we do? Are we just going to let this go? A disciple asked Feng Xiao. I must take revenge for the humiliation. I will teach Yin Chuan a lesson. However, I must strengthen myself. I was too arrogant in the past. While I become stronger, I will find Yin Chuan for revenge. Feng Xiao said coldly. Feng Xiao did not realize that he had undergone a huge change after this battle. At the very least, he was more ambitious than before. Along the way, Zhu Jiansheng, the 6 swordsmen, and the 7 swordsmen looked at Yin Chuan from time to time. Martial Uncle Yin. Zhu Jiansheng's face twitched. What? Martial Uncle Yin, why didn't you fight just now? As long as you enter the state of blood, you should be able to use this to establish your prestige. The disciples in the sect will not dare to underestimate you. Ha ha ha. Is there a need? Moreover, fighting with Jiang Nan really doesn't interest me. My sword likes to kill more. Yin Chuan smiled. Okay. Zhu Jiansheng and the others thought that Yin Chuan was pretending, but they couldn't expose him. They could only nod their heads with black lines on their faces. It didn't take long for them to arrive at Sky Peak. Sky Peak was located in the northwest of the Day sect. It was the main peak, surrounded by many smaller peaks. The mountainside of the Heavenly Peak had also been leveled, and a large number of palaces had been built. Everyone arrived at the waist of the mountain and looked to the main hall. King of Hell's Palace. Hua Guang read out the palace's name. This is the name that Martial Uncle Yin Tao changed back then. The Peak Lord can make a name for it. Martial Uncle Yin, what name do you want it to be? Zhu Jiansheng explained. King of Hell's Palace? Not bad. I like this name. Let's do it. Yin Chuan smiled. Yes. Everyone nodded. Sky Peak, King of Hell's Palace? Hua Guang, let the soldiers find a place to rest for the night. Tomorrow morning, prepare for the tribulation. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Hua Guang replied. The next morning, the sky had just brightened. The valley below Sky Peak was already filled with people. The 3,000 soldiers looked at Yin Chuan, who was standing at the front in high spirits. Zhu Jiansheng, the 6 swordsmen, and the 7 swordsmen were all looking at him expectantly. Lu Jin, you start first. Trigger the tribulation. Yin Chuan ordered. Yes. Lu Jin nodded. Rumble. Suddenly, rumbling sounds came from the interior of the day's sect. The disciples who woke up early all looked at the sky peak in the northwest. At the black peak, Jiang also saw the dark clouds in the distance. Chapter 247. First Tribulation Cloud. Jiang said disdainfully. Two people stood beside Jiangnan. Why? This Yin Chuan is too domineering. He wants to undergo tribulation. Why can't he let senior brother undergo tribulation too? One of Jiangnan's followers said unhappily. Yeah, he's only going through the first tribulation. Senior brother is going through the second tribulation. The other person said. The more they talked, the uglier Jiangnan's face became. Yeah, why should I listen to you? Looking at the tribulation cloud in the distance, Jiangnan felt more and more uncomfortable. Protect me later. I'm going to undergo tribulation, Jiangnan said with a gloomy face. Ah, senior brother, you're going to fight with Yin Chuan? What do you mean fight? How can his first tribulation compare to senior brother's second tribulation? Senior brother is going to teach Yin Chuan a lesson. Don't be so arrogant. Yes. He must at least crush Yin Chuan in terms of momentum. Let's see how arrogant he can be in the future. At the heavenly peak, the moment Lu Jin attracted the tribulation, the merit pool on the main peak suddenly stirred. Then, rays of yellow light rushed toward Lu Jin and enveloped Lu Jin. Rumble. The tribulation cloud was getting lower and lower. The pressure of the heavens caused smoke and dust to rise from below. King, was that the merit that poured into Lu Jin's body? Hua Guang asked curiously. That's right. When merit enters the body, it will reduce the damage of the tribulation. The success rate will be greatly increased. Yin Chuan explained. So, it's like wearing a suit of armor? You can say that. Yin Chuan smiled. Just as Lu Jin was feeling the tribulation, a series of roars came from the southeast. Rumble. Dark clouds covered the southeast, and thunder and lightning kept roaring. The tribulation cloud was getting bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, it was 10,000 feet high. The thunder was much louder than Lu Jin's. Its momentum was more than 10 times that of Lu Jin's tribulation cloud. Black Peak also has people transcending tribulation? Zhu Jiansheng said, in surprise. The 6 swordsmen frowned and said, the second heavenly thunder tribulation, is it Jiangnan? Yin Chuan coldly glanced in the southwest direction. Don't worry about him. Let's continue. Begin. Yin Chuan shouted. Yes. The 3,000 soldiers shouted in unison. Boom. The 3,000 soldiers unleashed their auras at almost the same time. For a moment, a strong gale swept through the valley, sending sand and stones flying. Rumble. The tribulation clouds above the heaven peak suddenly expanded once more. And, at the black peak, Jiangnan revealed a proud smile as he looked at the tribulation clouds that were 10 times larger than Tianfeng's. It was as if he could finally release the resentment he had accumulated over the past year. Boom, 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 boom. Within the thunder clouds, 9 bolts of heavenly lightning struck down at the same time, heading straight for Jiangnan. Roar! Jiangnan's long sword slashed towards the 9 heavenly thunders in the sky. Boom! The lightning and sword collided, causing lightning to splatter in all directions. The entire valley was filled with electric arcs, and the entire valley was extremely dazzling. After the first round of lightning, Jiangnan's hair was only a little messy. It was a very successful first strike. Jiangnan glanced at the heaven peak. Rumble. The heavenly thunder tribulation had yet to begin, but the original tribulation clouds suddenly expanded. They were getting bigger and bigger. What's going on? Jiangnan rubbed his eyes and asked in disbelief. The protector at the side shouted, Senior brother, I don't know either. The tribulation clouds above the heaven peak are getting bigger and bigger. Why are they so big? Rumble. The tribulation clouds above the heaven peak continued to expand. In the blink of an eye, it went from 1,000 feet to 100,000 feet, from 100,000 feet to 100,000 feet. The rolling tribulation clouds let out heavy, thunderous roars, causing the entire day sect to be unable to breathe. Countless disciples were petrified as they looked at the heaven peak. The first heavenly tribulation clouds are so big. What kind of joke is this? Damn it. Is this the first heavenly tribulation clouds? Am I blind? Chapter 248. Rumble. The tribulation clouds rumbled and weighed heavily on the hearts of all the day sect disciples. The first tribulation cloud of the heavenly peak. The second tribulation cloud of the black peak. Logically speaking, the second tribulation cloud of the heavenly peak should be stronger than the first tribulation cloud of the heavenly peak. However, at this moment, countless disciples were staring at the first tribulation cloud of the heavenly peak. Everyone had gone through the first tribulation cloud of the heavenly peak, but they had never gone through such a grand tribulation cloud. The rumbling tribulation clouds covered the sky and the earth. Tens of thousands of thunder roared and shook the heavens and earth. On the main peak, Fong Tyran and the other 3 peak masters were also looking at the 2 tribulation clouds. First heavenly peak, 3,000 people going through the tribulation together. This is a grand occasion throughout the ages. Gao Bufan said with a smile. What grand occasion? It's only the first heavenly peak. Mo Wuhue said sarcastically. Your disciple is right. Yin Xuan will cause trouble wherever he goes. Just like Yin Tao back then. Feng Tyran laughed. Same? Oomph. Mo Wuhue snorted. Feng Tyran looked at Mo Wuhue and shook his head with a bitter smile. Black Peak. Rumble, rumble. The second tribulation lightning struck again. Jiangnan slashed towards the tribulation lightning again. At the same time, he looked at the direction of the heavenly peak with an ugly expression. The rumbling black clouds of the heavenly peak suddenly exploded. Rumble. The first tribulation lightning had begun. Rumble, 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 rumble. The heavens and earth lit up. 3,000 tribulation lightnings struck simultaneously. It was as if the heavenly river was pouring down. It was an incomparably spectacular sight. Furthermore, it was not the river water that was pouring down, but lightning. Endless lightning. The lightning was rolling like a river. Hiss! All the day sect disciples sucked in a breath of cold air. When had they ever seen such a spectacular sight? Was this a tribulation? This was a baptism of lightning. This was playing with one's life. The first tribulation of the heavenly peak had the effect of the fourth heavenly peak. No, even the fourth heavenly peak was not as shocking as this. It was too much, too fast. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The lightning continued to strike, as if the heavenly peak was being punished by the heavens. Xianfeng, Jiangnan's face instantly darkened. The trace of pride from before had long since vanished. He had wanted to use the aura of the heavenly tribulation to suppress Yin Xuan, but now it was like a slap to his face, the kind that made a crisp sound. At this moment, Jiangnan didn't know why, but he suddenly thought of a word, overconfident. Boom, boom, boom. The second round of 9 heavenly thunders struck down. Jiangnan vented his anger by slashing towards the sky. Boom. The lightning was dazzling. Xiao Chun chopped down the third round of heavenly lightning with a single sword strike. The sword's momentum was ferocious, and sword energy shot out in all directions. Xiao Chun could be a role model for thousands of cultivators. If it were in the past, such a stunning strike would have won the cheers of the entire hall. But now countless Xiozha ignored Jiangnan, as though he was doing something as boring as chopping wood. All of them were still looking in the direction of the heavenly peak. Jiangnan suddenly felt bitter. Boom! With his emotions unstable, the fourth round of heavenly lightning struck down. Jiangnan was careless and was struck by a bolt of heavenly lightning. His hair was disheveled, and he was in an exceptionally sorry state. Jiangnan roared, venting the inexplicable grievance in his heart. Last time, before he could draw his sword, Yin Chuan dealt with him. This time, it was even more embarrassing. He went up to launch a sneak attack, but Yin Chuan's tribulation clouds looked down on him. Chapter 249. It wasn't just a matter of losing face. It was more of a matter of dignity. Their dignity was trampled on again. Last time, they were trampled on. This time, they were the ones who delivered themselves to others. On Xian Peak, Feng Xiao looked at Jiang Nan below with slight sympathy. On Heavenly Peak, Yin Chuan stared at the people undergoing the tribulation. It was the 7th round. The storm like lightning baptized the 3,000 soldiers again and again. Some of the soldiers were covered with injuries and fell to the ground as if they had no strength left. "Stand up," Yin Chuan shouted. The soldiers who fell to the ground had no strength left. However, when they saw Yin Chuan's serious gaze, their hearts tightened. All of a sudden, their hearts tightened. Gritting their teeth, they slowly climbed to their feet. "Even if I die, I will die standing. Damn it." The soldiers gathered their morale again. Rumble. The storm like lightning rained down again. Roar. The 3,000 soldiers roared in unison. They resisted the lightning with their bodies and tempered their bodies with the lightning. After another round of lightning baptism, many of the soldiers had no strength left. However, the others immediately helped them up. The army wasn't scattered. It was a cohesive team. They wouldn't abandon or give up. There's still one more round. No one is allowed to embarrass the king. Someone shouted. No one is allowed. Everyone supported each other and welcomed the last round of lightning. Roar. Boom. They roared in unison and received the last round of lightning. The entire valley was filled with dazzling lightning arcs. After the 3,000 soldiers withstood the last bolt of lightning, almost all of them fell down together. Rumble. The thunderclouds in the sky slowly dispersed. Ha ha, ha ha. Although the soldiers who fell to the ground were fried on the outside and tender on the inside, they were still breathing. Although they didn't have much strength left, they were still laughing excitedly. The tribulation clouds on Heavenly Peak all dispersed. The first heavenly tribulation had ended. This wasn't just a tribulation. It was a grand visual feast. All the disciples of the Great River sect who were staring at the tribulation were excited. Similarly, the difference in Heavenly Peak had completely aroused everyone's interest. Rumble. Heavenly tribulation on Heavenly Peak continued. The second heavenly tribulation, the 29th heavenly tribulation. There were 18 rounds in total. Only half of them were down. Every round was filled with 9 bolts of lightning, which was equally spectacular. However, thinking back to the 10,000 lightning bolts just now, almost everyone who looked at the tribulation clouds in Jiang Nan had a dull feeling. Jiang Nan was provoked, and the impact on his heart was enormous. His former demeanor was swept to the ground, and he was even surrounded by danger for a moment. Watching Jiang Nan go through the tribulation made everyone feel sorrowful. After looking at it for a while, no one paid attention to it anymore. Rumble. Slash. A man in Jiang Nan shouted in embarrassment. On the Heavenly Peak, Zhu Jiansheng and the rest also looked in the direction of the Black Peak. It's Jiang Nan, but Zhu Jiansheng said with a complicated expression. Hua Guang said bluntly, he asked for it. Yesterday, the king told him not to go through the tribulation, but he insisted on showing off. Now he's reaping what he sowed. Zhu Jiansheng and the others smiled bitterly. Yin Chuan smiled faintly and ignored him. Hua Guang. Yin Chuan shouted. Here, stay here and take care of everyone. This tribulation was very successful. With the help of morale and merit, everyone broke through. Very good. Before I come back, I will reward everyone, Yin Chuan said with a smile. Yes, I'm going to see Feng Tairan. Wait for me. Chapter 250. Yes. Before long, in front of the Great River Hall, Yin Chuan and Feng Tairan stood in front of the railing, holding onto the white jade railing as they looked in the direction of the Black Peak. Boom! Boom! In the end, Jiang Nan managed to block the 9 bolts of heavenly lightning. However, at this moment, Jiang Nan's clothes were torn and his body was scorched red. After the last bolt of heavenly thunder passed out, he fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Eldest senior brother, no, Marshal uncle. The 2 protectors rushed over anxiously. In front of the great river hall, Feng Tairan revealed a bitter smile. That child Jiang Nan shouldn't have suffered this. Is that so? Yin Chuan smiled faintly. Of course, although Jiang Nan's breakthrough is very fast, I can see that his foundation is very solid. If it weren't for you this time, he wouldn't even be injured after crossing the tribulation. Feng Tairan smiled bitterly. It's not a bad thing to be competitive. If he couldn't see the situation clearly, it would be fatal. He hasn't traveled the world yet, so it's better for him to suffer in his own home than to be taught by outsiders. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Feng Tairan looked at Yin Chuan strangely. Are you really only 18 years old? What do you think? Yin Chuan laughed. You are a monster. Feng Tairan shook his head and laughed. Maybe, after being confused for so many years, it's time to wake up. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Your clarity of mind is beyond my expectations. Feng Tairan smiled bitterly. Isn't that good? Yin Chuan laughed. All right. Feng Tairan nodded. Then, Feng Tairan's expression gradually became serious. I've already sent the others away. Now let's talk about your father. Feng Tairan said solemnly. Well, I'm listening. Yin Chuan's face also became serious. The Earth Peak's Peak Lord, Mo Wu Hui. Have you met him? Feng Tairan asked. Of course I remember. It seems that he doesn't like me very much. Yin Chuan smiled. Sigh. Speaking of which, don't blame her. She won't harm you. Feng Tairan smiled bitterly. Oh, back then, if it weren't for your mother's appearance, Wu Hui would have become your father's wife. It was only after your mother's appearance that everything changed, and all these years, she hasn't been able to let go. Feng Tairan explained. Yin Chuan's face turned solemn. The grudge he had against Mo Wu Hui was instantly dispelled. I watched Yin Tao grow up. When I passed on the position to him, I could see that he would definitely be the hope of the Day sect in the future. Unfortunately, life makes fools of people. Feng Tairan felt a wave of regret. Yes, Yin Chuan was also silent for a while. Back then, the 100 sects came with great momentum. The other party's background was too great. At that time, in front of me, in front of the heads of the 100 sects, in front of that big shot, in front of the entire Day sect, he drew his sword and cut his own throat. Huh. Feng Tairan's eyes were moist. My father was forced to commit suicide in front of everyone. A cold light flashed in Yin Chuan's eyes. Feng Tairan looked up to the sky and let out a long sigh. Your father was a sentimental person. At that time, your mother was seriously injured and died. Your father also wanted to die. In order to protect the Day sect, he committed suicide with your mother. Feng Tairan said sorrowfully. Where's my father buried? Yin Chuan said in a cold tone. Buried? Oh, that big shot felt that it was not enough to vent his anger. In the end, he reached out and smashed your parents' bodies into powder. There were no bones left. We could only erect a cenotaph. Feng Tairan said sadly. Bastard. Boom. In his anger, Yin Chuan smashed the railing he was holding on to. I'll take you there. Come with me. Feng Tairan said bitterly. Chapter 251. Day Sect. Halfway up a small mountain not far from the heavenly peak. Halfway up the mountain, there was an ordinary grave. There was no tombstone, and it was just sitting there alone. If one didn't clean it often, one would easily mistake it for a small mound. In front of the grave, there was some wine, fruits, and a bouquet of fresh flowers. Not far away, there was a stone table and stone stool. Feng Tairan and Yin Chuan stood in front of the small grave in silence. Many people don't know about this small grave. For the sake of Day sect, I don't dare to let too many people know about it. I'm worried that the big shot's anger hasn't subsided. This is your parents' grave. Wu Hui has been cleaning it. Feng Tairan smiled bitterly. Peak Master Mo Wu Hui. Yin Chuan frowned. Yes, she can't let it go. I often see her coming at night and sitting on this stone stool for the whole night. Feng Tairan said bitterly. I understand. Yin Chuan nodded. Let's sit down and talk. Tao also left you something. Feng Tairan said. The two sat on the stone stool. Feng Tairan flipped his hand and took out a jade box. The jade box was covered with blood-red seals. Streams of light flashed across it, making it look extremely mysterious. Blood essence seal? Yin Chuan asked doubtfully. Yes, your father gave this to me before he killed himself. He said that only your blood can open the seal. You've heard of this seal? Feng Tairan was surprised. Yes, indeed. The person who set up this seal and the person who unsealed it must have the same bloodline. At the same time, the person who set up the seal must have dyed the seal with my blood. This seal was indeed left behind by my father. Yin Chuan nodded. Said that he wrote everything down and put it in this box. You'll understand when you see it. Feng Tairan said. All right. Yin Chuan nodded. Dawn. At the main peak, the sound of a bell suddenly rang out. Feng Tairan looked in the direction of the main peak in surprise. What is it? The bell will only ring when something big happens in the sect. I'll go take a look. Feng Tairan stood up. Yin Chuan nodded. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Feng Tairan shot into the distance. Yin Chuan ignored him and looked at the grave mound. He frowned and looked at the jade box. He forced out a drop of blood essence and dripped it into the seal. Chi! The blood-red restriction melted like snow and soon disappeared. Taking a deep breath, Yin Chuan gently opened the jade box. There were a total of 4 items in the jade box. There was a letter, a map, a small purple token, and a yellow wooden stake that was as thick as an arm and covered in runes. Yin Chuan took out the letter first. For my son opening the envelope, Yin Chuan took out the letter and began to read it. Son, when you see this letter, your father will definitely go to see your mother. Your mother and I are very regretful that we didn't get to see you grow up. Your mother was thinking about you even when she was about to die. Alas, now, hundreds of sects have forced us to leave you these last words and tell you everything. Your father is called Yin Tao. Your mother is called Kong Susu, the daughter of the Western Kong family. Do you see the purple token in the box? Your mother asked me to leave it for you. It's called Ask Heaven Token. It's useless to tell you too much now. In the future, if you can become stronger, you should be able to find out when you go to the West. However, your mother and the Kong family have a bad relationship. Very bad. You should not trust the Kong family too much. Chapter 252. Seeing this, Yin Chuan took out the purple token from the jade box. The token was octagonal, with the words Ask and Heaven written on it. The material was very special. Even with Yin Chuan's experience, he could not tell what it was. The Ask Heaven token was simple and did not have the slightest ripple of mana. But in Yin Chuan's eyes, it was extraordinary. Yin Tao Kong Susu. Yin Chuan looked at the small grave not far away inside. Then, he continued to look at the envelope. Son, let me tell you a secret of the Yin clan. You should have heard of Blood Demon Yin Tao. Hair like blood, nature like a demon. I don't know when you will be able to reach my level. But, in theory, everyone in the Yin clan has this chance. It's just that some people can trigger it, while others can't. This is a supernatural power that only belongs to the Yin clan. Do you know about supernatural powers? Our ancestor was a powerful immortal. This is a supernatural power created by the immortal. After the bloodline was passed down, some of the descendants of the immortal will inherit this supernatural power. The entire Yin clan is passed down by word of mouth. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough time and could only leave a letter to tell you. I didn't bring any clan members into the cultivation world because I was worried that if it was exposed, it would lead to a disaster. I only prepared to bring some geniuses into the cultivation world. Unfortunately, I didn't meet any geniuses in these years. Of course, my son is definitely a genius. I saw Yin Xiuyu's son last time, and he seemed to have a natural sword bone. At that time, I knew that I was going to die, so I didn't bring him into the cultivation world. If you have the chance in the future, you can guide him to cultivate. Our bloodline's supernatural power is called supernatural power. Although I don't know what our ancestor was thinking, I still like this name. Super, it means to surpass those of the same level. Once the supernatural power is activated, within a day, one's strength will skyrocket to the point where it can surpass those of the same level. At that time, you will be very excited, extremely bloodthirsty. But don't worry, your rationality will still be there. It's just that you will be more excited. It's like quickly raising your cultivation level by one level. The power realm can be raised to the essence realm in a day. As for the level of the profound realm, it would depend on one's luck. I'm a chi refiner. During the Heaven's Gift Conference, I defeated many emptiness realm experts. According to our ancestors, there are 3 different states of super mystiques. What I experienced just now was only the first state. I haven't experienced the second or third state yet. But don't worry, these states usually only last for a day. They won't affect you. After a day, he would have to wait at least a month before he could activate it again. Make good use of it. Holding the envelope, Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Immortal bloodline? Super divine ability? His strength instantly skyrocketed by an entire realm? A realm. This divine ability is indeed powerful. Yin Chuan exclaimed in shock. Father, you've done well. Once this ability is known by some sinister people, our Yin clan will never have a day of peace. Yin Chuan took a deep breath. After a moment of silence, he turned his attention back to the envelope. Over the past few hundred years, I have some savings. But this time, your mother and I were forced into a corner and implicated too many people. I have given many things to my old friends as compensation. I hope you don't blame us. Chapter 253. Of course, I didn't plan to leave too much for you. My son, Yin Tao, must rely on his own hands to create a world. It's not good to leave too much for you. Work hard and take revenge for us in the future. Remember, the person who killed your mother and I was a strong man in the West. He's called Emperor Mo. He's very famous in the West. You'll definitely know him in the future. It's only right for a son to take revenge for a father. However, son, you have to do everything within your means. Before taking revenge, you must protect yourself. Your mother and I will protect you. Seeing this, Yin Chuan smiled slightly. It's only right for a son to take revenge for a father. Don't worry, one day, I will use his head to pay tribute to you. Emperor Mo? He actually calls himself Emperor? Yin Chuan thought for a moment. Of course, I can't leave nothing for you. Do you see the map in the box? That's a huge mine I found. If you don't have the ability, you can slowly continue the Yin clan's bloodline with this mine. It's enough to eat for tens of thousands of years. If you can make a career out of it, you can take out this mine and use it yourself. However, you have to reach the divine realm before you can take it. Right now, you don't have the ability to protect it. After reaching the divine realm, go and take a look at this huge mine that I left for you. Haha, mine? Yin Chuan looked at the map in the box. The map was very detailed. Although he didn't know where it was, as long as he was nearby, he should be able to find it. Okay, I'll look for it when I reach the divine realm. Yin Chuan smiled slightly and didn't care about the mine. There's also a wooden stake in the box. Do you see it? That thing isn't mine, and I don't know how to use it, but it's definitely a treasure. This was left behind by an old man from the Archaic Mysteries sect before he died. You may not know about the Archaic Mysteries sect, but it's best not to provoke them. They're a sect that cultivates luck, the most mysterious place in the world. They rarely wander around. But I was lucky to meet this old man. I asked him to help me calculate your NZZs. The old man said that your soulless disease will definitely recover one day. It's just that he doesn't know when. Then, he helped to calculate ZZs. In the end, he had calculated his own death. He didn't know if it was true or not. Before he died, he said that he had caused a great disaster by divining ZZ. He had gone against heaven's will and was punished by heaven, so he had to die. He didn't know if it was true or not. Old man? Looks like he's a fate usurper who cultivates fate. He divined purple and suffered a backlash from the heavens? Yin Chuan said in astonishment. He continued reading. The old man said that ZZ's life providence was Tao God's wife. In other words, from the moment she was born, she was destined to be the wife of a Tao God. I asked the old man, who is a Tao God? The old man said that the Tao God was the heavens. ZZ was born to be God's wife. If it weren't for the fact that he kept vomiting blood, he would have kicked him. The vast heavens did not have any consciousness, so how could it marry a wife? Was the old man crazy? The old man told me that it wasn't a curse on ZZ, but a heavenly curse. The heavenly curse had been with ZZ as she grew up. She was the wife of a Tao God, and she couldn't be blasphemed. Heaven wouldn't allow it. No one could. So under the heavenly curse, no one could get close. Regardless of whether they were good to her or bad to her, they would have endless bad luck. The heavenly curse would eliminate anyone who dared to touch ZZ. I'm only telling you the old man's words. Judge for yourself. After the old man finished divining ZZ, he left a few words and died. He left behind the wooden stake that he had divined. You can do as you see fit. Finally, son, if your mother and I are in heaven, we will definitely bless you. Chapter 254. Finally, son, if your mother and I are in heaven, we will definitely bless you. After reading the last sentence, Yin Chuan fell into a deep silence. Although the whole thing was about stories, one could feel a deep sense of father-son love between the lines. Yin Chuan folded the letter and gently placed it in his bosom. He remained silent for a long time. He looked at the remaining 3 items in the box: the map, the heaven-seeking token, and the yellow wooden stake. He gently closed the jade box. Standing up, Yin Chuan looked around. The Jade Emperor's sword in his hand slashed at a huge rock. Clang, clang, clang. After a series of slashes, a large tombstone was carved out. Boom! The tombstone was inserted in front of the small grave. Clang, clang. The Jade Emperor's sword carved on the tombstone. The tomb of my late father Yin Tao and mother Kong Susu, erected by Yin Chuan. A tombstone was carved in an instant. Looking at the tombstone, Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, "In this life, you are my parents. This is fate. Yin Chuan will not let you down." After that, Yin Chuan bowed deeply to the grave for a while. Then, he carried the jade box and walked towards Heaven Peak. Not long after Yin Chuan left, a white figure landed in front of the grave. It was the Earth Peak's peak master, Mo Wu Hui. Looking at the new tombstone, Mo Wu Hui's eyes unconsciously shed 2 lines of tears. "Senior, all these years, no one dared to erect a tombstone for you. Because as soon as someone suggested it, many people would oppose it. They were too afraid. Your son erected it without anyone's consent. Ha! I see that your son will not disgrace you." Mo Wu Hui touched the tombstone and said sadly, "Big Sister Kong already agreed to it back then. Why didn't senior brother accept me? Before she died, she asked me to take good care of you. Why didn't you give me a chance? I know that you want to protect my life. But without you, what's the point of me living?" Mo Wu Hui bit his lips and said sadly, "Senior brother, although you can't accept me, you can't stop me from liking you. When you died that day, my heart had already died. I promised Elder Sister Kong that I would take good care of you, but you didn't give me a chance. I've thought about it. I'll help your son become the sect head. When he becomes the sect head, I'll come and see you." Mo Wu Hui said in a choked voice. Heaven Peak, King Yama's palace. When Yin Chuan returned, Feng Tairan also came to Heaven's Peak in the evening. "Yin Chuan, I'm here to tell you that I'll be leaving the sect soon. I've already arranged everything for you to enjoy in the sect." Feng Tairan said. "What happened?" Yin Chuan asked doubtfully. "Something did happen. Recently, a large number of demonic beasts escaped from the demonic Wind Mountain range. As a result, There are many demonic beasts around the Day sect. 2 first-generation disciples went to the demonic Wind Mountain Range to investigate. In the end, one died and the other returned with injuries. Feng Tairan said with an ugly expression, "You're going to the demonic Wind Mountain Range?" Yin Chuan frowned. "That's right." Feng Tairan nodded. "I don't care about your matters. Before I leave, I want to trouble you with something." "Huh?" "Back then, there were 100 sects that forced my father to his death. Please write them down one by one for me." Yin Chuan said solemnly. 100 sects? You want to? Feng Tairan raised his eyebrows. "Don't worry, I'll do what I can," Yin Chuan said. Chapter 255. Although a little reluctant, Feng Tairan nodded and said, "Okay, you must be careful. Don't be reckless." "I know." Taking out a pen and paper, Feng Tairan quickly wrote, "Great Winged Heaven School, Life League, Misty Mountain." Feng Tairan quickly wrote down all the 100 sections. 100 sects? My father said that the one who forced them to death was Emperor Mo Ku, a big shot from the west. These are all from the west. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. "No, these are all sect from the east. In fact, the main one is the Great Winged Heaven School. The other sects are all vassals of the Great Winged Heaven School." Feng Tairan said, "Oh, I don't know if you're aware of this, but other than the Heaven's Merit Pool, there's also the sect conferment. The upper sect can confer titles to some middle sects, and the middle sects can confer titles to lower sects. The sects that have been conferred titles can receive the merit pool, but half of the accumulated merits must be contributed to the sect that conferred the title. Moreover, the upper sect has orders that the sects that have been conferred titles must obey unconditionally. I know that the heaven and earth merit pool obtained in this way does not belong to us. The upper sect can withdraw it at any time, and such vassals can only be vassals forever. The days of being a vassal are not good," Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. "The Great Winged Heaven School is a middle sect. When the Great Winged Heaven School gave an order, nearly 100 sects all joined in. Back then, it was overwhelming. 100,000 cultivators surrounded the Day sect so tightly that even mosquitoes couldn't fly out." Feng Tairan smiled bitterly. "Great Winged Heaven School? 100,000 cultivators from 100 sects?" Yin Chuan's face was gloomy. "The Great Winged Heaven School originally had no enmity with our Day sect. The one who ordered the 100 sects to surround and kill the Day sect was the current Shinkuin Kuroha. It seems that Emperor Mo Ku helped him win the position of sect master," Feng Tairan said in a deep voice. "Shinkuin Kuroha?" Yin Chuan nodded solemnly. "I'm leaving soon. Take good care of yourself." Feng Tairan comforted. "Don't worry." Yin Chuan nodded. After sending Feng Tairan off, Yin Chuan frowned and pondered for a while before bringing Lu Jin to the scripture pavilion on the main peak. With Feng Tairan's instructions, the guards of the scripture depository did not make things difficult for him. Peak Master Tian, there are nearly 1,000 cultivation techniques in the scripture depository. Have you thought of a good cultivation technique? I'll get it for you, the guard said respectfully. I want all the sword techniques, spear techniques, and whip techniques. Also, all the cultivation techniques above the earth level. Yin Chuan said directly. The guard was a loss. What's wrong? There are spear techniques, sword techniques, and whip techniques. However, our Day sect only has the human-level cultivation technique. The only earth-level cultivation technique can only be practiced by the sect master of each generation. Only the sect master has it. The guard was in a difficult position. Then forget about the cultivation technique. Give me the movement technique, Yin Chuan said. Yes. Soon, nearly 100 cultivation techniques were delivered to Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan nodded. He let Lu Jin carry them and turned to return to the heavenly peak. In the King of Hell's palace, Hua Guang looked at the booklets in front of him with slight excitement. In the mortal world, this was a cultivation technique that people would fight for. Hua Guang, here. Take these 20 spear techniques back and practice them well. Among the 100 weapons, the spear is the hardest to practice. It's easy to learn but hard to master. Some people practice only one spear for their entire life. If they learn too many things, they won't be able to master anything. Since you have chosen the spear, you will practice the spear for the rest of your life. As for other weapons, at most, you will have a shallow understanding. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, Hua Guang replied. Also, only the cultivation techniques created by yourself are the strongest. Although these 20 spear techniques are powerful, they are suitable for the creator. You, the First Legion, practice them well. Assimilate them and make them your own. Then, create something that belongs to you. Learn from the strengths of other schools and create your own path. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Thank you, my king. Hua Guang said respectfully. Hua Guang understood that the king was guiding him. Although they did not address each other as master and disciple, the king's guidance was more detailed. Lu Jin, I see that you like to play with a horsetail whisk. You can learn this whip technique with me. Yin Chuan said with a smile. The Lord also practices the whip? Lu Jin said in surprise. I am also using it as a reference. Just like these sword techniques. Although they are ordinary, there will be benefits. Yin Chuan explained. Yes. Lu Jin nodded. By the way, my king, what do you mean by the earth-class cultivation techniques that you mentioned earlier? Lu Jin asked curiously. The techniques that we brought back are only techniques. There's another type of cultivation technique. The higher the grade of the cultivation technique, the faster the cultivation, the more solid it is, or the more outstanding it is in a certain aspect. For example, some ice-type and fire-type cultivation techniques are classified into different categories. The quality of these cultivation techniques is mainly divided into heaven-class, earth-class, and human-class cultivation techniques. Under the immortal cultivation techniques, heaven-class cultivation techniques are the strongest, and human-class cultivation techniques are the weakest. Yin Chuan explained. Oh, I understand. But our cultivation techniques are not even at the human class level. Why? Lu Jin did not understand. Don't worry. I will help you find them. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Yes, the two answered. Cultivate these cultivation techniques well. The First Legion should also rest well. Thousands of demons have escaped from the demonic wind mountains. In a month, I will take you out of the sect to kill them. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes, go. The two left the king of Hell's palace. They closed the door. Only Yin Chuan was left in the palace. Yin Chuan lifted his left sleeve. The seed-like birthmark on his wrist was exposed again. However, the birthmark was slightly different now. The seed had changed a little, as if it had grown. I have just reached the essence state. My essence is limited. How can I feed you? In a month, when the First Legion is mature, we will go out to kill demons and devour a large number of demons. Then, I will slowly refine the essence to feed you. Yin Chuan smiled. As he spoke, Yin Chuan's wrist trembled slightly. A green vine slowly emerged from the birthmark. The vine grew longer and longer. In the blink of an eye, it had grown to 20 feet. He held the vine firmly with his left hand and swung it slightly. The vine instantly wrapped around the Jade Emperor sword not far away. With a slight pull, the Jade Emperor sword flew to his right hand. In midair, the Jade Emperor sword seemed to be struggling and trembled slightly. Buzz! The tip of the vine was instantly shattered. The Jade Emperor sword also returned to Yin Chuan's right hand with the help of inertia. The remaining vine was unusually flexible. It was as if it was a part of Yin Chuan's body. Whoosh! The vine suddenly retracted into the birthmark on Yin Chuan's wrist. You're too weak. Right now, I can't use my whip techniques at all. Yin Chuan smiled slightly. But I believe in you, Poison Ivy. You will definitely be able to recover, Yin Chuan said with certainty. Chapter 256. A month later, north of Day Sect, Yin Chuan led the army across the mountains and stopped at the peak of a mountain. Hua Guang and Lu Jin stood behind him. Yin Chuan touched the small gray jade token on his neck and smiled. King, the queen asked the great swordsman to give you a safety talisman when she arrived at Carefree City. Is the safety talisman still useful after entering the cultivation world? Lu Jin smiled. This is not a safety talisman. Perhaps Zizi has never seen a real one. She just wanted to give me peace of mind. Yin Chuan smiled. No matter what, it is the queen's goodwill, even if it's just for peace of mind. Lu Jin smiled. No, this is not an accessory. This is called an Earth Escape Talisman. The great swordsman must have never seen it before, so he did not recognize it. Yin Chuan said, Earth Escape Talisman. That's right. This Earth Escape Talisman is extremely precious. Many times, it can save one's life. Even an Earth-grade cultivation technique might not be comparable to it. Yin Chuan said, Oh, Lu Jin nodded. King, where are we going? We saw some demonic beasts on the way. Why didn't you let us kill them? Hua Guang was puzzled. I'm bringing you to earn merit. Yin Chuan smiled. Merit? Hua Guang was surprised. King, how do we earn merit? Lu Jin asked curiously. It's not difficult, but it's not easy either. Oh, the purest form of gratitude is merit. Yin Chuan smiled. Gratitude? How? For example, let's say a bandit wants to kill 10 women and children. When the 10 women and children are at their most helpless, if you help them fight off the bandit or kill the bandit, will the 10 women and children be grateful to you? Yin Chuan asked. Probably. Yin Chuan explained. Once this feeling of gratitude is produced, it will turn into merit. When you have a merit pool to absorb merit, this merit will continuously flow into it. Merit is a sense of gratitude. That's simple. Hua Guang exclaimed in surprise. That's not right, my king. What if it's the gratitude of being cheated? For example, if there were no bandits in the first place, I could lie to the women and children, saying that bandits were about to kill them. They would panic, and I could lie to them that I had already defeated the bandits. These women and children would still be grateful to me. Could this gratitude be converted into merit? Lu Jin said after some thought. Ha, well said, but that doesn't count. Why? Merit and virtue actually have to be separated into two words. One is merit, and the other is virtue. To be more precise, the concept of gratefulness was the virtue. If one did not contribute enough merit to this virtue, how could it be formed? Whatever man does, the heavens are watching. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Yes, we understand. The two of them took a deep breath. All of you have experienced too little merit. As the peak master of Heavenly Peak, the merit I enjoy can double my cultivation speed. However, the merit sect master Feng Tairan enjoys can triple his cultivation speed. This is what it means to be in a lower sect. As one's grade increases, the effect of the merit that he enjoys will become stronger. Yin Chuan explained. Yes, we will work hard to accumulate merit. Hua Guang said excitedly. Let's go. The border of the Demon Wind Mountain Range is in front of us. It is a mortal kingdom. Now that thousands of demons have escaped, it will definitely become a gathering place for demons. Not only can we accumulate resources there, we can also earn merit. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Chapter 257. Half a day later, after crossing hundreds of rivers, Yin Chuan and the others stood on top of a hill. Everyone's eyes widened. In front of them was a city that looked like Yinjing. Most of the city walls had collapsed. Ah! Save me! Dad, save me! Screams of agony could be heard continuously. A large number of bat-like monsters were flying in the sky above the city. They kept grabbing mortals and taking them away, or they would eat them nearby. On the ground, there were also a large number of monsters. After breaking through the city walls, they kept biting the mortals. The scene was extremely bloody. It was like hell on earth. King? Hua Guang's expression changed. Monsters that are interested in mortals can't be too strong. They should be in the essence state. Go and kill them. Build up your achievements first. Then you'll get good karma. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, Hua Guang replied. First Legion, follow me and kill the enemies. Hua Guang shouted. Yes. The 3,000 soldiers of the embroidered uniform army were like ferocious tigers descending the mountain. Under Hua Guang's command, they charged straight towards the demonic beasts below. Fire! Hua Guang shouted. Bang! Thousands of arrows rained down on the bat monsters in the distance. Wah wah wah! The bat monsters roared angrily. Kill! Kill! The army charged into the city in the blink of an eye. There were hundreds of monsters in the city and hundreds of bat monsters circling in the sky. However, the army was well trained. Wherever they went, they were invincible. It's the immortals. We're saved. Oh, say my dad. My dad was taken by the bats. That's great. As if they had entered hell, infinite hope appeared in the eyes of the people. The immortals were here. Once they killed the monsters, they would be saved. Everyone was grateful. At the peak of the mountain, Lu Jin accompanied Yin Chuan to watch the massacre in the city. Wang, the cultivation techniques of the immortal sect are indeed extraordinary. Hua Guang and the others' battle prowess has increased by at least 30%. Lu Jin said excitedly. Cultivation method? The best cultivation methods are all tempered in life and death. Yin Chuan said coolly. They quietly waited for the massacre in the city. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours later. After the army killed nearly 600 demonic beasts, the remaining demonic beasts fled one after another. We're saved. Heavens, the demon is gone. The demon is gone. I'm saved. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. The survivors in the city were all overjoyed. After a moment of ecstasy, everyone fell silent again. The pain of losing a loved one welled up in his heart once again. Fellow immortals, if it wasn't for you, all the citizens in our city would have died. May I ask where you are from? Yi City would like to erect a shrine for all of you to thank you forever. The mayor stepped forward. We are from the Dae sect, the people of Tianfeng. My name is Hua Guang. Hua Guang said with a smile. Ignoring these mortals, he ordered his subordinates to carry the demonic beasts out of the city. When they left the city, all the citizens came out of the city to send them off. Many even kowtowed to express their gratitude. Waves of gratitude surged out of his heart. It was as if streaks of yellow light were rushing to everyone. The soldiers didn't notice anything, but Hua Guang had the army destroyer will. He felt a warm current flowing into his heart. At the same time, in the Dae sect, rumble. Merit kept churning in the merit pool. Chapter 258. Many disciples looked up at the sky. The merit pool has grown bigger. Why is there such a huge amount of merit? Who earned it? The heavenly peak. The extra merit came from the heavenly peak. Heavenly peak? The disciples of the Dae sect were surprised. Yin Chuan had just returned, and he was already accumulating merit. Mo Wuhui, Gao Bufan, and Feng Tianyu frowned as they looked at the sky. Yin Chuan went out. He should be saving the mortals of the cold country in the north. Feng Tianyu guessed. Merit is boundless. However, now that thousands of demons are escaping, it's fine if they encounter low-level demons. If they encounter high-level demons, will they be in danger? Gao Bufan sighed. Before the sect leader left, he told us not to leave the sect. Moreover, we don't know where Yin Chuan went. We can't do anything about it. Mo Wuhui frowned. How about this? I will send my 7 disciples out to find Yin Chuan and protect Yin Chuan. Gao Bufan thought for a while and said, that will be the best. Feng Tianyu nodded. Mo Wuhui did not say anything. In a valley, Lu Jin and the rest served Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan ate the wolf meat and looked at the two of them. Hua Guang, how do the soldiers feel? In 3 days, we have eaten nearly 500 demons. This is something we would never have dared to think about in the past. I asked you, what did you learn from the battle? Yin Chuan smiled. Oh, I misunderstood. Battle? The spear art that we learned a month ago is comprehended faster in battle. Guang said with a serious face. Well, this is just the beginning. That was just one city. This mortal country is not just one city. This mortal country is called the Cold Country. We'll kill our way to their capital, Liangjing. We'll kill as many demonic beasts as there are, and we'll let you guys practice. Yin Chuan said. Yes, but in the last battle, 2 soldiers were accidentally bitten to death by the demon wolves. Guang said regretfully. Accidentally? After this, they will know how to be careful. Without experiencing the tempering of countless life and death situations, how can they become lions of 100 battles? Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Guang said regretfully. I understand. When I was a soldier, I already had this awareness. It's just that those 2 soldiers were already in the essence realm. It's such a pity that they died at this moment. Looking at Guang, Yin Chuan smiled faintly, shook his head, and said, Do you think practitioners don't have to die? Just like mortals, they are very weak because cultivators also face stronger opponents. When fighting, they must learn how to protect themselves. Yes, when we return to the Yin state, if half of the 3,000 soldiers are still alive, I'll be relieved. Yin Chuan sighed softly. Half. Guang's expression changed. Go and have a meal with the soldiers. Yes, I will definitely protect the soldiers. Guang said solemnly. Nodding, Yin Chuan ignored him and continued to eat the demonic beasts. Half of the demonic beast's essence was used to strengthen his body, and the other half was eaten by the poison ivy birthmark on his right wrist. 2 days later, the group arrived at the vicinity of another city. Save me. Kill. In the city, demonic beasts roamed freely. However, there were also close to 1,000 cultivators who were wielding their swords and killing the demonic beasts. Moreover, there was a cultivator who was carrying a huge flag. There were 3 big words written on the flag. Life League. King, these are cultivators from another sect, right? They're also accumulating merits? Guang asked curiously. Life League? Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. King, you know them? Guang asked curiously. Back then, the Life League had a part to play in forcing my father to his death. Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold. Guang and Lu Jin's expressions changed. King, don't worry. None of these 1,000 people will leave. Guang immediately said in a deep voice. Chapter 260. Gathering the Strength of 3,000 People? You want me to reach the Qi state? So what if he is at the Qi Jing level? He is at most at the early stage of the Qi Jing level. That's right. His strength has increased to the Qi realm, and he doesn't have any combat experience. There's nothing to worry about. The 5 Qi Jing cultivators said disdainfully, but they all pulled out their swords. Yin Chuan's power suddenly increased. He borrowed the blood and qi from the 3,000 people and reached the early Qi Jing level. Stepping out, he was surrounded by a whirlwind. Xing. Yin Chuan pulled out the Jade Emperor's sword. Guang, reorganize the troops and take a break. Wait for me to kill these 5 Qi Jing warriors. Don't leave a single one alive. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Understood. Guang replied. He stomped on the ground. Boom. Yin Chuan drew his sword and shot out. A sword cultivator charged forward with a cold expression. Dang, 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 dang. Qi. That practitioner was split in half by Yin Chuan's sword. Old 5. Someone on the other side exclaimed. Impossible? How is that possible? 5 swords? He killed Old 5th with just 5 strikes? The 4 Qi state cultivators' hair stood on end as they stared at Yin Chuan in shock. What kind of sword technique is this? The leader asked with an extremely ugly expression. Yin Chuan's sword technique is the 24 moves of sword. Unfortunately, he was too weak. He was only able to reach the 5th move before he was cut down by me. Yin Chuan sneered. Attack together. the leader said with an ugly expression. Okay. The other three answered at the same time. The four of them immediately formed a sword formation and charged towards Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan's lips curled into a cold smile as he charged forward. Clink, 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 clink. As the two swords clashed, Yin Chuan's body turned into a blur of shadows. Sword chi shot out from his hands as he swung his sword, creating hundreds of sword shadows that blocked the attack of the four chi state warriors. Impossible. We four sword cultivators can't beat this little brat. Sun and moon sword formation. Roar. Strong winds blew in all directions, and dust rose in all directions. The smoke and dust was filled with the sword chi that burst out from the crowd. Hua Guang and Lu Jin both looked worried. Chi. A streak of bloody light soared into the sky. Large amounts of internal organs, intestines, and blood sprayed out. They were colorful and extremely disgusting. Second brother. A cry of surprise came from within the dust. This is only sword 5. Die sword 6. Yin Chuan's cold shout came from within the dust. Chi. Another blood-red light soared into the sky, and an arm flew out of the smoke and dust. Third brother. You killed third brother. Seventh swordsman. Chi. Boss is dead. You killed boss. His voice was trembling. Trying to escape? Eighth sword. Following Yin Chuan's last shout, a large amount of severed limbs soared into the sky again. The sound and the dust shocked the disciples of the Life League. Before the dust settled, Yin Chuan slowly walked out with blood all over his body. The Jade Emperor's sword turned bright red again. Although Yin Chuan's body was covered in blood, it was not his own. When he walked out coldly, the Imperial Secret Army was shocked. 5 Qi Realm cultivators. Their king killed 5 Qi Realm cultivators? Hua Guang, I'll leave the rest to you, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, brothers, the target is 200 feet away from the enemy. Leave no one alive. Kill. Hua Guang shouted. Roar. After 10,000 arrows were shot, the 3,000 soldiers quickly rushed forward. Their king's order was to leave no one alive. Therefore, they could not let them escape. As the army charged forward, the dust from the battlefield also dissipated. When the dust settled, there was a ground full of severed limbs and Qi Realm cultivators. Chapter 261. King, are you all right? Lu Jin immediately went up to him. Don't worry, I'll just wash them later. The ferocious tiger army formation won't be able to hold out for long. Those 5 Qi Jing cultivators were asking for it. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Kill. Avenge the old emperor. I'm invincible. 3,000 Jin army soldiers charged forward. The Life League disciples were already exhausted from killing the beasts earlier. How could they face the genie army? Don't kill me. Help. After a series of screams, they were all killed by the genie army. The ground was littered with corpses. Search them. Put the items with Lu Jin. Bury them later, Yin Chuan said. Yes. From the bodies of the cultivators, they found some herbs, fasting pills, and 3,000 low-grade spiritual stones. They were all placed in Lu Jin's spatial scroll. As for the weapons, other than the 5 long swords of the 5 Qi Jing experts, Yin Chuan didn't care about the rest. After burying the Life League disciples, they left quickly with the corpses of the beasts. They found a big lake and washed the blood off their bodies. Then, they started to eat again. Hundreds of beasts were eaten in a few days. The biggest benefit of a large supply of beasts was the continuous growth of their profound qi. The group headed towards the capital of the Liang Kingdom. A month later, they arrived at the outskirts of the Liang Kingdom. Many of the soldiers had a lot of scars on their bodies. However, none of them complained. In the past month, everyone's combat power had increased by a lot. There were no signs of beasts attacking Liang Kingdom. However, there were cultivators flying in and out from time to time. Apparently, This place had become a temporary camp for cultivators. Let's rest for a while in the city. We'll continue after we recuperate, Yin Chuan said. Yes. Everyone nodded. Yin Chuan led the army towards the city. The genie army were carrying a lot of beast skins. They were obviously from the celestial sect. The guards at the city gate didn't dare to stop them. The army slowly entered the city. At this moment, there was a scholarly man holding a feather fan on the city gate tower. He revealed a look of surprise. The man was none other than Mr. Monroe. Yin Chuan? Mr. Monroe asked curiously. There were several people standing behind Mr. Monroe. What's wrong? Does Mr. Monroe know these people? Someone asked curiously. An acquaintance. Mr. Monroe nodded. The one with the sword on his back. But he's only at the second level of the profound realm. A person beside him asked curiously. Does my acquaintance have to have a high cultivation level? Mr. Monroe laughed as he waved his feather fan. Oh, is there something special about that person? Shaking his head gently, Mr. Monroe took a deep breath and said, I shouldn't bother him, but the Holy Sun asked me to do something for him, so I'll do my best. Don't bother him. I'll go see him myself after he settles down. See someone at the profound realm? Mr. Monroe, is this person worthy of your effort? A person beside him asked curiously. His handwriting is better than mine. Do you think he's worthy? Mr. Monroe laughed. Impossible. Handwriting? He's only at the second level of the profound realm. How can his handwriting be compared to yours? Mr. Monroe smiled and didn't explain further. The few of them were astonished. Mr. Monroe, on the other hand, looked towards the city while waving his feather fan. Chapter 262. Liangjing. Yin Chuan led the army and slowly entered the city. Wherever they went, the people would make way for them. Even the cultivators who stayed behind looked at the 3,000 people in surprise. After all, the equipment of this group of people was too strange. It was almost the same. Such a unified group was rare in the major sections. Yin Chuan was about to send someone to inquire about the situation in the city when he suddenly saw a familiar face. Xiao! A figure instantly appeared in front of Yin Chuan. It was the three swordsmen of the Day sect. Wow, so many demonic beast hides. The three swordsmen looked at the beast hides carried by the soldiers in surprise. Xiao San, why are you here? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Xiao San? The three swordsmen's face fell. Only then did he remember that Yin Chuan was his senior. Uncle Master, actually we have been here for a few days. We have been waiting for you. The three swordsmen said helplessly. Oh, the seven of us and Zhu Jiansheng are here. Our master asked us to protect you and increase the sect's merit points. We guessed that it was you guys who did it, but we didn't know where you were. In the end, we decided to wait for you in Liangjing. Sure enough, you really came. The three swordsmen said proudly. Protect me? All right, thanks a lot. Yin Chuan smiled faintly. It's my duty. Let's go. We have already picked a good place. Liangjing's flat mountain building. The terrain there is very high, and you can overlook the entire city. The three swordsmen laughed. All right, can you get rid of these beast hides? Yin Chuan asked. Leave it to me. A large number of cultivators have gathered in Liangjing this time. I know some people from Carefree City who collect all kinds of materials. The three swordsmen patted his chest and said, That would be great. Yin Chuan nodded. Under the guidance of the three swordsmen, the group walked to the west of Liangjing and arrived at a huge restaurant. Behind the restaurant was a big lake. The 3,000 soldiers washed themselves and rested for the time being. After Yin Chuan took a bath and changed his clothes, he was also led to the restaurant. The restaurant was very spacious, and the people living inside were all high officials and nobles. There were even some cultivators sitting inside. Yin Chuan and his group sat near a window. Lu Jin stood behind Yin Chuan. The seven swordsmen and Zhu Jiansheng were also sitting at the table. The dining tables were separated by screens. Yin Chuan sipped his tea and looked at the entire Liangjing outside the window. There was a group of palaces in the north and south of Liangjing, and all of them were incomparably majestic. Which side is the imperial palace? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Martial uncle, you don't know this, but Liang capital's terrain is extremely unique. Because it's close to the Demon Wind mountain range, many cultivators will stop here. Just like our flat mountain pavilion, it's actually specially built for cultivators. A temporary place to stay. The three swordsmen said immediately. Yin Chuan nodded. Because cultivators stop here, Liangjing is also quite prosperous. The one in the north is the Liang Kingdom's Imperial Palace, and the one in the south is called the Immortal Palace. It's a place for some important cultivators to stay. It was specially built by the Liang Kingdom's emperor to please the cultivators. It's as majestic as the Imperial Palace. The three swordsmen explained. Are all the dynasties in the world trying to please the sex? Yin Chuan frowned. Of course, dynasties can't collect merits. Other than having a lot of mortals, what else can they do? The four swordsmen nodded. Yin Chuan nodded and said no more. However, he was getting more and more confused. Right, martial uncle, you might not know, but something big has happened in the Demon Wind mountain range. At this moment, a large number of disciples from various sects have gathered in Liangjing. They are all going to enter the Demon Wind mountain range. The three swordsmen said with envy. Chapter 263. Oh, why? It's a heaven-level cultivation technique. The most powerful technique in the Day sect is only of the earth level. A heaven-level cultivation technique can even become the treasure of a middle-level sect. Many people have risked their lives to search for it. The three swordsmen said, heaven-level cultivation technique? Then why are there still so many people in Liangjing? Because the holy sun of the Dezhou holy ground is here. Many cultivators responded to the holy sun's summons. As long as you help the holy sun find the heaven-level cultivation technique, the holy sun will give you 10 earth-level cultivation techniques. Think about it. How can a heaven-level cultivation technique be so easy to get? However, as long as you follow the holy sun and find some information, you can get the earth-level cultivation technique. Who wouldn't want it? The three swordsmen said. All the cultivators in the city follow the orders of the holy sun? Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. The holy sun is amazing. The Guyu holy sun of the Dezhou holy ground is rumored to have become an emptiness realm expert 100 years ago. He has many powerful subordinates and countless talents. The three swordsmen explained. Oh right, the Guyu holy sun is now living in the Immortal Palace. Zhu and Sheng said. While they were talking, the waiter of the hotel walked over. Sorry to disturb you. May I know which one of you is Yin Chuan? The waiter asked respectfully. What's the matter? Yin Chuan asked in confusion. Someone claims to be your friend and wants to see you. The waiter said respectfully. Oh, who is it? Yin Chuan was slightly confused. Prince Yin, long time no see. A bright voice sounded. When Ruo, dressed in white, walked out from behind the waiter with a feather fan in her hand. Mr. Monroe? Zhu and Sheng and the others were surprised. When Ruo nodded at the crowd. Then, she turned to look at Yin Chuan. Oh, it's Mr. Monroe. Excuse me for not going out to meet you. Please come in. Yin Chuan stood up and greeted him. When Ruo nodded and walked over. Everyone, I would like to speak to Yin Chuan alone. Is it possible? When Ruo looked at Zhu and Sheng and the others and said, No problem. I'll sit at the table next to you. Everyone said politely. At the same time, they all looked at Wen Ruo in surprise. They didn't expect him to come here. Yin Chuan frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. Have a seat, Yin Chuan said. Wen Ruo nodded and sat down. Lu Jin poured tea for them. It seems that Mr. Monroe didn't come here to catch up with me. Yin Chuan said with a smile as he sipped his tea. We're here to catch up, and we also have something to discuss. Wen Ruo said naturally. It's good to catch up. Mr. Monroe is still as handsome as ever. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Mr. Monroe smiled bitterly and said, Prince Yin, you're too kind. Last time, you were with the saint. This time, you're with the Holy Sun. Mr. Monroe seems to be very popular in the Dazhao, holy ground. Yin Chuan said with a smile. You're busy. Prince Yin, don't you want to know about the saint? Mr. Monroe said with a smile. Mo Yushi. How is she now? Yin Chuan asked with a serious face. It's a perfect battle. She has handed the Million Wonders demonic lotus to Mohina Dojin. Moreover, her cultivation is about to break through. When we came out, she was in seclusion. Qing Long and the others were guarding her. Mr. Monroe said, Breakthrough? Her cultivation is indeed fast. Yin Chuan nodded his head. It seems that I've underestimated you. Mr. Monroe said with a strange smile. Oh, Meng Rongrong is my sister. You made her very angry last time. Mr. Monroe said with a smile. Chapter 264. Your sister? So, you're the eldest son of the Julu Academy? Yin Chuan was slightly surprised. Mr. Monroe smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's all in the past. Let's not talk about it. Okay. Yin Chuan nodded and stopped talking about it. I've seen your wisdom and knowledge in the feng shui formation. I'd like to ask for your help this time. Mr. Monroe said after some thought. Help. Guyu Holy Sun has brought a group of powerhouses from the Dazhao Holy Ground and even recruited a large number of powerhouses from the surrounding sections. He's going to enter the Devilish Wind Mountains with a promise of great benefits. I'd like to invite you along. Mr. Monroe said directly. Promise of great benefits? Yin Chuan asked curiously. You should have heard that Guyu Holy Sun promised 10 Earth-level techniques for a Heaven-level technique. Mr. Monroe said. Yin Chuan took a sip of tea and smiled. Heaven-level techniques? Is that so? Why? You don't believe me? Mr. Monroe smiled. How do you expect me to believe you? Thousands of monsters are fleeing. Is this the sign of a heaven-level technique? This is the territory of the demonic beasts. Those demonic beasts are fleeing in all directions in fear. What do you think it is? Yin Chuan laughed. Mr. Monroe's face stiffened. Then he smiled bitterly. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Something big must have happened in the Devilish Wind Mountains. I'm sure of it. It's extremely dangerous, so dangerous that some monsters don't dare to stay there. Tell me, why would I, an essence state cultivator, go to such a dangerous place with you? If there are benefits, I won't get them. If there's a disaster, I'll be the first to suffer. Am I right? Yin Chuan smiled. Mr. Monroe smiled bitterly and nodded. I was too rash. I should be the one thanking you. At the very least, you didn't let Guyu Holy Sun recruit me. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Mr. Monroe sighed and shook his head. Actually, even now, I don't know what's inside. Oh, Guyu Holy Sun still doesn't trust me. Mr. Monroe smiled bitterly. Yin Chuan looked at Mr. Monroe in surprise. Ha! Mr. Monroe laughed casually. He picked up his teacup and continued to drink his tea. Yin Chuan also picked up his teacup and drank his tea as he looked at the vast Liangjing. Yin Chuan's eyes suddenly narrowed. Two figures suddenly appeared on the roof of the largest palace in the Liangjing Imperial Palace. Of the two figures, one wore a green robe, had a prominent forehead bone, and stood with his hands behind his back. His face was pale green, and he was handsome and arrogant. Although he did not release any aura, his entire person gave people a feeling that he was one with heaven and earth. He stood proudly in the wind, and his eyes were full of loftiness. Yin Chuan had seen many people. Although he only saw his appearance, he could tell at a glance that this person was not an ordinary person. Since he woke up in this life, this person had the most powerful aura. Beside him was a yellow-haired man. The man sat cross-legged with a guqin on his knees. Yao Tianshang? Mr. Monroe's expression changed. Yao Tianshang? Who is he? Yin Chuan asked immediately. He's not a human. He's a demon. In the past, he wiped out a middle-level sect by himself. He's a powerful demon from the Northern Demon Tribe. He fought with Guyu Holy Sun a few times. Although they were evenly matched, Yao Tianshang's aura was getting stronger and stronger. Guyu Holy Sun was gradually unable to suppress him. Now, he's here again. Something's going to happen. I'm going back. We'll meet again if fate wills it. Mr. Monroe's expression changed. He flew out of the flat mountain inn. Yao Tianshang? Yan Chuan looked curiously at the arrogant green-robed demon. Chapter 265. I will climb to the top and look down on all the other mountains. Yao Tianshang stood on top of the Forbidden City as he stared coldly in the direction of the Immortal Palace in the south. King Spider. Yao Tianshang smiled faintly. The yellow-haired man sitting cross-legged at the side immediately nodded and said, "Yes, my lord." As he spoke, he gently placed his hands on the guqin, as if he was about to play it. Flat Mountain Inn. After Mr. Monroe left, Zhu Jiansheng and the others surrounded them again. 8 fingers. Zhu Jiansheng looked in surprise at the yellow-haired man playing the zither in the distance. "He's a spider demon," Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. "Spider demon? Great demon? A virtual realm, great demon?" Zhu Jiansheng's expression immediately changed. The emptiness realm. That's right, it was the emptiness realm. However, Yin Chuan valued Yao Tianshang more. Judging from the spider demon's attitude, it seemed like it was completely subservient to Yao Tianshang. Wang Zhu stroked his guqin. He waved his hands outwards. The rapid sound of the zither immediately rang out. Clink, clink, clink. The sound of needles piercing suddenly resounded throughout the entire Liangjing. "Ah, my ears. Ah, I can't hear you." Countless commoners suddenly rolled on the ground in pain. Suddenly, the roof of the Immortal Palace exploded. A large number of practitioners flew into the sky from all directions of the Celestial Palace. They all looked at the top of the Forbidden City in surprise. Who would have thought that someone would dare to provoke the Holy Sun? This is a sound technique? Zhu Jiansheng exclaimed in surprise. In the direction of the Celestial Palace, about 200 cultivators flew into the sky. They all pulled out their long swords, and their faces were gloomy. And at the top of the most majestic palace of the Immortal Palace, 10 people slowly walked up. 7 of them were sitting cross-legged with a guqin placed on their knees. There were 3 people in the center. The leader was dressed in a golden robe and wore a crane-shaped golden crown on his head. His eyes were cold, as if he was looking down on the world. The man's aura was equally powerful. The 2 people behind him were dressed in purple, as if they were his subordinates. "Yao Tianshang, you still dare to come?" The man with the golden crown said in a deep voice. At the top of the Forbidden City, Yao Tianshang's face flashed with arrogance as he said, "Why wouldn't I dare to come? Guyu, I'm here to give you merit this time." "Merit?" Guyu Holy Sun said coldly. "Of course. Spider King, let's begin." Yao Tianshang said solemnly. "Yes." King Spider nodded with an evil smile. Cling, 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 cling. His hands quickly strummed the guqin. Suddenly, a large amount of guqin music radiated in all directions. The sound of the guqin were like overlapping white waves. They were faintly discernible in the void as they swept toward the Immortal Palace. Rumble. Layers of huge waves washed across the sky. Wherever the huge waves passed, Liangjing was hit by an unprecedented storm. Under the sound of the zither, countless buildings collapsed rapidly. "Ah, my head hurts. My head hurts." Under the sound of the zither, it was as if they could not take it anymore. All of the commoners were rolling on the ground. 7 guqin attendants. Guyu Holy Sun said in a deep voice. "Yes." The 7 guqin masters sitting at the side quickly strummed their guqin. Cling, cling, cling. Cling, cling, cling. The 7 of them played their guqin at the same time. In an instant, the sound of the 7 guqin masters formed tangible sound waves that crashed towards King Spider's guqin waves. Hung. Chapter 266. When the two Guqin waves collided, there was a loud crash. Where the Guqin waves intersected, a huge tornado was formed. The powerful impact swept across the entire Liang capital and spread in all directions. Boom! All the houses in Yin capital collapsed. Even the flat mountain restaurant that Yin Chuan was in was shaking, and many of the screens inside fell down. Many customers ran out of the restaurant in fear. 7 Guqin servants, that's all you got. Ha! Let me teach you what a real Guqin is. Wang Zhu said with an evil smile. Dong, 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 dong. As soon as the sound changed, Wang Zhu's Guqin waves increased by more than 10 times. Wave after wave rushed out and suppressed the music of the 7 Guqin servants. At the same time, rays of light appeared in Wang Zhu's Guqin waves. Among the zither waves, long sabers that were abnormally bright suddenly appeared. There were about 1 million sabers in total. The sabers immediately pointed towards the divine palace. Go, the waves are surging. Ha ha ha. Wang Zhu laughed. Boom. The millions of long sabers formed by the Guqin wave suddenly turned into a huge storm of sabers and swept towards the opposite side. Wherever the storm of sabers passed, the sound was ear-piercing again. Countless people lost their sight. Ordinary people covered their heads and rolled on the ground. Even the cultivators who flew into the sky at the beginning vomited blood and fell to the ground. Ding, ding! The sound of Guqin spread in all directions and covered the entire Liang capital. The painful cries of the embroidered uniform army came from the backyard where Yin Chuan was. The 3,000 embroidered uniform army also felt their ears explode. My ears are so piercing. The 3 swordsmen also exclaimed. I can't cover it. I can still hear it if I cover my ears. Zhu Jiansheng said with a pale face. Wang. Lu Jin covered her ears in pain. It's useless. The sound of Guqin doesn't need to go through the ears. It can enter the brain. Yin Chuan said. King, the old slave is dying. Lu Jin fell to the ground in pain. Akala seal, heart seal. Yin Chuan shouted. Yes. Lu Jin painfully quickly formed the Akala seal. While forming the seal, Lu Jin chanted an incantation. Her whole body trembled, and bean-sized beads of sweat fell from her face. However, after forming the Akala seal, Lu Jin immediately felt better. At least, she wasn't in as much pain as before. Why, Your Majesty, Hua Guang led 3,000 members of the embroidered uniform army to the front of the flat mountain inn. Akala seal, heart seal, Yin Chuan ordered. Yes. Hua Guang and the 3,000 members of the embroidered uniform army quickly formed hand seals. Akala suppressed the demonic sound from entering their ears. Help! My ears! In Liangjing, not only the common people, but countless cultivators were also covering their ears in pain. Millions of Guqin blades swept across Yanjing and rushed towards the heavenly palace. The 7 Guqin attendants were all shocked. They played the Guqin even faster. Virum! Under the Guqin music, the 7 of them formed a huge hemispherical shield in front of the heavenly palace. Rumble! The Guqin blades slashed on the hemispherical shield. A deafening sound of impact pierced the 9 heavens and suppressed everything. Chapter 267. The sound waves crashed into each other. The common people were dying, the Essence Realm cultivators were rolling on the ground in dissatisfaction, and the Qi Realm cultivators were clutching their heads in pain, trying to escape. But where could they go now? The ground was shaking. If they tried to escape, they would be hit by more sound waves, and the sky would be filled with cultivators who fell to the ground, vomiting blood. Puffed. The 7 zither attendants all vomited blood on their gyukins. They couldn't hold on any longer. Ha! I have stronger ones here. How can you call yourself the 7 zither attendants? Wang Zhu laughed arrogantly. At this moment, Mr. Monroe arrived at the heavenly palace. Mr. Monroe, play the Guqin. Guyu shouted. Guyu Holy Sun wasn't afraid of the Guqin, but it was a battle between their subordinates. Guyu Holy Sun had to keep an eye on Yao Tianshong, so he couldn't make a move. Holy Sun, I'm not good at yukins. I'll try my best. Mr. Monroe smiled bitterly. As he spoke, Mr. Monroe took out a Guqin and sat down cross-legged. Dong 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 dong. As Mr. Monroe played, the 7 zither attendants seemed to have been helped by the gods. They were at a disadvantage. As soon as when Ruah started to play her zither, waves of zither music rushed out and strengthened the protective shield. But they could only defend. Zhuji and Sheng and the others cried out in pain. Just like Hua Guang, use the Acalanthus seal. Yin Chuan instructed. Okay. The 7 swordsmen and Zhuji and Sheng quickly imitated Hua Guang and used the Acalanthus seal. Yin Chuan was able to resist all the demonic sounds because of his strong will as an emperor in his previous life. The ground around the flat mountain building was shaking, but the building was strangely becoming more and more stable. Yin Chuan looked around in surprise. The flat mountain building was surrounded by cultivators who were rolling on the ground. However, there was one exception. The screens inside the flat mountain building had all collapsed. Yin Chuan saw a black-robed man sitting peacefully by a window not far away. Azure clouds were embroidered on his black robes, making him look extremely mysterious. The man sat by the window with a glass of wine in his hand. As he drank, he admired the battle between the two sides. At the feet of the black-robed man, Yin Chuan saw a round wheel. The image of the 8 trigrams appeared around the wheel. The wheel seemed to have appeared out of thin air as it spun slowly. The entire flat mountain became more and more stable. Feng Shui Master? Yin Chuan's eyes lit up, stepping on the ground to form a wheel. This was no ordinary Feng Shui Master. With Yin Chuan's keen eyes, he could tell at a glance that this person was calm and powerful. Taking a deep breath, Yin Chuan stepped forward. I am Yin Chuan. May I know your name? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. The black-robed man was completely wrapped in the black robes. His face could not be seen clearly, but he continued drinking his wine. I am Yin Chuan. May I know your name? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. At this moment, the black-robed man glanced at Yin Chuan. However, the brim of his hat was pitch black, like an abyss. Yin Chuan could not see his face clearly. Essence Realm. The black-robed man's voice was slightly hoarse. I am Yin Chuan. May I know your name? Yin Chuan asked again with a smile. This is the Spider King's 8 Sky Demon Notes. If you can last until the end, I will tell you. The black-robed man said with a hoarse voice. Do you know the Spider King? Yin Chuan asked curiously. No, but I have seen him use this Guqin to kill an Emptiness Realm expert. The Spider King was originally a formidable person. I did not expect him to submit to Yao Tianshong. The black-robed man said in a deep voice. Sir, may I sit down and have a drink? Yin Chuan asked with a smile. You can resist the demonic notes with your essence realm cultivation. You are quite something. Sit down. The black-robed man said calmly. Chapter 268. To be able to resist this demonic sound with your essence realm cultivation, you're quite something. Take a seat. The black-robed man said calmly. Yin Chuan swayed the corner of his robe and slowly sat down. Looking at the black-robed man, Yin Chuan smiled. Yin Chuan's purpose in entering the cultivation world this time was to recruit all kinds of talents. Although the Feng Shui master in front of him did nothing or said anything, Yin Chuan could see that he was extraordinary at a glance. Yin Chuan was thirsty for talents, so he treated them with respect. However, from the black-robed man's words, Yin Chuan could feel a sense of rejection. Do you want to recruit now? One idiotic dream. He was just a practitioner at the bottom of the refined state. How could he make the powerful Feng Shui master work for him? Moreover, it was a path that no one had taken before. Since he couldn't summon them, what was the point of talking about grand ambitions? What a joke. To Yin Chuan, an unequal conversation had no value at all. It would be better if he did not say anything. However, Yin Chuan still sat down. It was for no other reason than to express his attitude and establish good karma. In the future, he would slowly display his strength and convince this expert. Picking up another glass of wine, Yin Chuan drank while watching the battle outside. The black-robed man was surprised. Yin Chuan had introduced himself 3 times in a row just now in order to get close to him. Now he had just sat down, and he had stopped talking. The black-robed man looked at Yin Chuan strangely, but his attention was quickly drawn to the battle outside. At the top of the Forbidden City, Spider King's zither continued to play, as if he couldn't hear the wails of the city. He looked into the distance and played the zither continuously, faster and faster. The Guqin attacks were getting stronger and stronger. Yao Tianshang stood beside King Spider as a cold smile appeared on his face. Guyu, this is a gift of merit for you. The lives of all the people in the city will depend on your ability. Yao Tianshang laughed coldly. In the east, my Dazhao holy ground is the sky. Yao Tianshang, do you really want to leave your life in the east? Guyu Holy Son said in a low voice. Stay. The world is so big. Who can stop me? The Demon Wind Mountain Range belongs to us demons. Remember to tell the Dao Lords of the Dazhao, sacred ground, that the wrath of the demons will result in corpses for thousands of miles. This city is the example of the Dazhao, sacred ground. Yao Tianshang said coldly. Role model? Guyu Holy Son snorted coldly. King Spider. Yao Tianshang said solemnly. Yes, King Spider replied. King Spider suddenly turned the zither in his hand. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of the zither was dull, as if one could vaguely hear the sound of war drums. Roar, roar, roar. Countless phantoms suddenly appeared in the area covered by Wang Spider's Guqin music. At first, there were only sabers, but now, each saber had a master. One by one, the armored skeletons opened their mouths and roared angrily. Each one of them held a large saber and charged toward the opposite immortal palace. Roar! The 1,000,000 skeletons grabbed their large sabers and roared as they swept out. The entire world was filled with the sound of death. It swept towards the opposite immortal palace. Boom! Boom! Like a surging river, it rushed toward the barrier. Buzz! The sound barrier created by Mr. Monroe and the 7 zither attendants shook as if it would shatter at any moment. Ha ha ha! King Spider continued to play excitedly, faster and faster, more and more ferocious. Bam! 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 Under the powerful sound wave, a large number of people in Liangjing exploded. His sound technique became stronger and stronger. Chapter 270. On the summit of the Forbidden City, Spider King stood up with an unsightly expression. Spider King was not injured at all. The only difference was the Guqin in his hand. One of the strings of the Guqin had snapped during the tiger roar. As soon as the zither string was broken, the great sound disaster was completely over. When the music stopped, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. At the same time, almost everyone turned to look at the Flat Mountain Inn. The Flat Mountain Inn was in a mess. Countless cultivators were still rolling on the ground in pain. Even the 3,000 members of the embroidered uniform army were severely injured. Only Huguang was in a better condition. He endured his injuries and walked to stand behind Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan stood in front of the Flat Mountain Inn and stared coldly at the summit of the Forbidden City. At this moment, everyone was looking at Yin Chuan. Yao Tianshang was no exception. The two of them looked at each other. Yao Tianshang squinted his eyes. Yao Tianshang was also a powerful person. He saw a domineering aura in Yin Chuan's eyes. A powerful domineering aura. A domineering aura that he had never seen before? An essence realm cultivator? How could he bear such a domineering gaze? Yin Chuan squinted his eyes as well. Arrogance. Absolute arrogance. Yin Chuan had never seen such arrogance in Yao Tianshang's eyes. Even in his previous life, Yin Chuan had never seen such an arrogant gaze. Yin Chuan's evaluation of Yao Tianshang rose again. As the two of them looked at each other, a voice suddenly rang out. Yao Tianshang, your Guqin waves are broken. Don't you remember what I said? Gu Yu's cold voice rang out. This time, Yao Tianshang shifted his gaze to Gu Yu Holy Sun, who was far away. Yao Tianshang sneered and did not answer Gu Yu Holy Sun. Spider King, let's go. Yao Tianshang said indifferently. Yes. Spider King nodded. Before leaving, Yao Tianshang glanced at Yin Chuan again. He frowned and pondered for a while. Then, he shot toward the northwest wind demon mountain. Yao Tianshang and Spider King, the two emptiness realm experts, disappeared before everyone's eyes. The once prosperous Liang Jing had now become a pile of ruins. There were countless casualties. Even if they were still alive, they were still in pain and wouldn't be able to recover in a short time. Yao Tianshang and King Spider left. On the other side, Gu Yu Holy Sun also stared at Yin Chuan. As he took a step forward, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Yin Chuan. Following Gu Yu Holy Sun were two purple-robed men. The purple-robed men were expressionless, as if they were Gu Yu Holy Sun's lackeys. With the arrival of Gu Yu Holy Sun, more and more experts flew over from behind. Yin Chuan glanced at the flat mountain inn. At that moment, the black-robed man in the flat mountain inn had disappeared. Yin Chuan frowned and sighed in his heart. He turned to look at the ancient moon Holy Sun who was flying over. Gu Yu Holy Sun was also looking around, looking at the group of people lying on the ground in pain. A trace of confusion appeared on his face. Swoosh! Mr. Monroe came closer. Holy Sun, this is Yin Chuan, the son of Yin Tao. Mr. Monroe introduced. Yin Tao's son? Ha, like father, like son. Gu Yu Holy Sun looked at Yin Chuan with a scrutinizing expression. Gu Yu Holy Sun, you flatter me. Yin Chuan smiled faintly. Flatter? You helped me, the Holy Sun, defeat the two demons just now. Who else could have done that? I have to thank you for this defeat. Gu Yu Holy Sun smiled faintly. Oh, thank you, Gu Yu Holy Sun. My subordinates were all injured by Qin Lang. Gu Yu Holy Sun is the Holy Sun of the Dazhao Holy Land. You must have good medicine to treat them. If you want to thank me, just heal my subordinates. Yin Chuan smiled faintly. The surrounding practitioners were puzzled. No one expected Yin Chuan to really ask for something. You're too direct. Can't you be more polite? The Holy Sun's reward was much better than this. Only Mr. Monroe's eyes flashed with a hint of appreciation. Yin Chuan did this to draw a clear line between him and Gu Yu Holy Sun. If you want to thank me, I'll ask for something by name. He was very direct. He turned the help just now into a business deal. In this way, Gu Yu Holy Sun would not be able to get close to him. Chapter 271. Feng Yinyang Gu Yu Holy Sun looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. That's easy. I have a bottle of divine dew rain. It can help them recover immediately. Gu Yu Holy Sun smiled. As he spoke, he took out a small bottle and gently poured it out. Under Gu Yu Holy Sun's control, the divine dew rain floated in the air. Gu Yu Holy Sun waved his hand gently. Bang! The divine dew rain was instantly dispersed and rushed into the bodies of the people who were rolling on the ground. Instantly, everyone's pain was alleviated. Tell everyone to sit down and meditate. Yin Chuan said to Huoguang. Yes. Huoguang quickly went forward and ordered the embroidered uniform army to sit down and meditate. Holy Sun, you're swift and decisive. Yin Chuan is impressed. Yin Chuan said with a smile. I've heard about you. Gu Yu Holy Sun smiled at Yin Chuan. Oh, they say you're very smart. My palace Gu Yu needs talents like you. Mr. Monroe should have told you about our trip to the Demon Wind Mountains, right? Gu Yu Holy Sun said with a smile. Mr. Monroe raised his eyebrows and immediately turned to look at a man in a Taoist robe. His eyes were spitting fire. Yin Chuan roughly understood the situation when he saw Mr. Monroe's expression. Following Mr. Monroe's gaze, Yin Chuan also looked at the man. He was a rugged man with narrow eyes that glowed from time to time. When he looked at Yin Chuan, there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. "Who is this?" Yin Chuan asked curiously. Guyu Holy Sun looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. Yin Chuan actually found the person who reported to him in an instant. "This is the leader of the Life League. He's my friend, Immortal Wei Qian," Guyu Holy Sun said. "The leader of the Life League, Immortal Wei Qian? So it's the Life League." "Ha ha," Yin Chuan said with a smile. "The Life League. A few days. He had just killed 5 Qi Realm warriors from the League." "You know him?" Guyu Holy Sun asked. Was confused. "Guyu Holy Sun. Guyu Holy Sun. Guyu Holy Sun is Guyu. I Gu Y and Sun. You is Y. Oh." Guyu Holy Sun squinted his eyes. Looking at Wei Qian and Yin Chuan, Guyu Holy Sun smiled and said, "If that's the case, I won't force you. Guyu will remember the help you gave me today. If you have any problems in the future, you can find me at the Dajiao Holy Sun." Yin Chuan nodded. "Inform everyone to head to the Demon Wind Mountain Range immediately." Guyu Holy Sun turned around and said, "Yes." Everyone answered. As Guyu Holy Sun spoke, he soared into the sky. A cloud appeared under his feet. Everyone followed him. Some of them quickly returned to the Immortal Palace and gathered a large number of cultivators. All of them headed towards the Demon Wind Mountain Range. Those who could fly followed behind Guyu Holy Sun. Those who couldn't fly jumped on the ground and followed him. There were thousands of cultivators in the group. More than half of the cultivators in Liangjing left with Guyu Holy Sun. Watching Guyu Holy Sun leave, Yin Chuan pondered for a moment. The alliance leader of the Life League, Wei Qian? Yin Chuan squinted his eyes. While everyone was enjoying the nourishment of the divine dew rain, Yin Chuan returned to the table where the black-robed man was sitting. The black-robed man had already left. However, he left 3 words on the table. The 3 words were left behind with wine. "Feng Yinyang, Feng Yinyang? Your name is Feng Yinyang?" Yin Chuan looked at the 3 words in confusion. With a gentle wave of his hand, Yin Chuan wiped away the words written on the wine on the table and smiled. At least, he now knew the name of this Feng Shui master. Feng Yinyang. Chapter 272. Yin Chuan walked out of the flat mountain and slowly. Everyone was still recuperating. Yin Chuan looked at the entire Liang capital. Liang capital had been turned into a pile of ruins. Only a few people who were still alive were rolling on the ground in pain. Yin Chuan didn't feel that Yao Tianshang was in the wrong in this battle. After all, they stood from different perspectives and saw different problems. Humans cherished human lives, and demons cherished demon lives. Wiping out an entire city of civilians was like killing a bunch of demonic beasts. It was a normal thing. However, Yao Tianshang was not ordinary. A great demon from the north dared to provoke a sacred ground in the east. Whoosh! Whoosh! A large number of cultivators flew into Liang capital from all directions. All of them were shocked. What exactly happened in Liang capital? Was it destroyed? Yin Chuan ignored them and waited for his subordinates to get up. The first ones to get up were Zhu Jiansheng and the 7 swordsmen. After all, the 8 of them had higher cultivation. Phew, what a powerful divine dew rain. I'm fully recovered. Nonsense. You couldn't have enjoyed that in the past. Everyone was talking at once. Zhu Jiansheng walked to Yin Chuan with a strange expression. "Martial uncle, you're fine?" Zhu Jiansheng asked with a complicated expression. Yin Chuan smiled and did not say anything. "Martial uncle, I didn't expect your 3,000 embroidered uniform army to be able to use sound techniques. That's amazing." The 3 swordsmen laughed. "Yeah, I didn't expect them to be so powerful. Martial uncle, something big must have happened in Demon Wind Mountain Range. Why don't we go in and take a look?" The 4 swordsmen said with anticipation. As soon as the 4 swordsmen spoke, everyone looked at Yin Chuan with anticipation. "Why? Do you want to go in?" Yin Chuan laughed. "Of course. With so many experts going in, something big must have happened. The 8 of us should join the fun. Even if we can't get what's inside, we can at least take a look. The 3 swordsmen said immediately. Then why don't you go in? Yin Chuan asked in confusion. Alas, we also want to, but our master won't let us. The 4 swordsmen said helplessly. However, Martial Uncle, if you're willing to go in, then we can go in. The 3 swordsmen had a fawning expression. Oh, our master can't stop you. Master told us to protect you. Wherever you go, we will go. As long as you go, we can go. The 3 swordsmen laughed. That's right. Martial Uncle, why don't we go and take a look as well? Everyone nodded. Go away. Yin Chuan laughed and shouted. Thousands of demons have escaped from Demon Wind mountain range. Wouldn't we be courting death if we went in? We just need to kill the escaping demon beasts in the periphery. Yin Chuan said with certainty. Don't, Uncle, listen to me. The 3 swordsmen tried to persuade him. Ming! Ming! Suddenly, 2 crisp and long cries resounded throughout the entire Liangjing. Everyone looked up. A green light flashed in the distance. The green light came from the horizon and arrived above Liangjing in the blink of an eye. That's fast, Zhu Jiansheng said in surprise. The green light stopped in the air and everyone could see it clearly. It was 2 green birds that were about 30 meters long. The green birds were extremely beautiful and emitted a gentle green light. Green wand? It's a green wand? The 3 swordsmen said in surprise. The 2 green wands flapped their wings and floated in the air. At the same time, they were pulling a white limousine. Chapter 273. Zhu Jiansheng exclaimed in surprise. Green wand pulling the carriage. Who exactly is inside? The carriage was like a huge house, but it was surrounded by a platform. 10 men stood on the platform. The 10 men's faces were very old-fashioned and expressionless. In front of the white carriage, there was a curtain. It was as if 2 maids were slowly pulling the curtain apart. Ka. The 10 old-fashioned men knelt on one knee and respectfully waited for the person to walk out of the house. This scene surprised many people. Who exactly was inside the carriage that was pulled by the green wand? Slowly, a woman in white walked out from the carriage. The woman was wearing a white veil, which made her look like a holy lotus flower. The woman held a jade flute in her hand and slowly stepped onto the platform. The gentle breeze blew the woman's hair, making her look extremely beautiful. The woman's face was fair and white, and she was extremely beautiful. Even though she was not as exceptional as Meng Rongrong, she was more elegant and refined. It made people hold their breaths when they looked at her, and they did not want to disturb her. I'm late. Let's continue on our way. The woman said softly. Ka. The 2 green wands seemed to understand human language and let out a long caw. At the flat mountain inn, Zhu Jiansheng and the 7 swordsmen looked at the holy woman, not wanting to disturb her. Only Yin Chuan's eyes were moist, and his whole body was trembling. Roa, are you Ro? Yin Chuan looked at the holy woman on the green wand carriage in disbelief. I'm Jinro. What's your name? Who wants you to send flowers? I don't like it. Why don't I keep one? Be your wife? Dream on. Hubby Ro, I want to eat the ice heart lotus seed. Hubby, Ro, or we'll definitely give birth to a baby for you. No, give birth to 10 babies. I'll give birth to 10 babies for you. I don't. It's broad daylight. How can you? Hubby, my father prepared this for me. I heard it's delicious. Let me feed you. Hubby, Ro, or we'll be leaving first. You must take care of yourself. Husband, I still remember the 3 lives flower you gave me that day. It was so beautiful, so beautiful, so beautiful. Jinro, Yin Chuan's wife in his previous life. Yin Chuan's eyes gradually moistened as he recalled the past. The scene gradually froze in his mind. Jinro had fallen into his arms, blood flowing from her mouth. Ro, you're still alive? Otherwise, why would you appear before me? You're alive too? Yin Chuan lost control of his emotions as he looked at the pure and holy woman on the blue phoenix carriage. Ming! The green wand let out a long cry. Its body emitted a green light that shrouded the caravan behind it as it shot toward the Demon Wind mountain range. Row. Yin Chuan roared in shock. Yin Chuan wished he could rush up and stop the Blue Phoenix carriage, but he was only in the essence realm. How could he stop it? Swish! The Blue Phoenix pulled the carriage and shot into the Demon Wind mountain range in an instant. Row! Yin Chuan roared. Uncle Master, what's wrong? Zhu and Sheng and the rest quickly supported Yin Chuan. Me? Yin Chuan came back to his senses and looked at the surprised Zhu and Sheng and the rest. He ignored them and looked in the direction where the Blue Phoenix left with a trace of joy and bitterness on his face. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Uncle Master, you called her Roa? Do you know her? Who is she? Zhu and Sheng asked curiously. Yin Chuan shook his head. She's a very important person to me. Since you want to enter the Demon Wind mountain range, all right, let's go together. Really? Everyone was delighted. Yin Chuan looked into the distance with reluctance. He took a deep breath and said, however, we can't go in like this. We have to be fully prepared. Prepared? That's right. Follow my instructions. Chapter 274. Not bad. Follow my arrangements. Arrangements? Don't worry. As long as we go to the Demon Wind mountain range, we will listen to whatever Martial Uncle says. The three swordsmen were overjoyed. Let me think about it, Yin Chuan said. Yin Chuan stopped talking and returned to the Flat Mountain Inn to drink wine alone. The 3,000 members of the embroidered uniform army slowly recovered from their injuries. Even though they had just recovered from a serious illness, they were all unusually excited. After all, many cultivators had rolled around in pain from the earlier clash of the zither sounds. Not only were they fine, but they had also destroyed this vast sound disaster. They were part of the ferocious tiger army formation. The embroidered uniform army looked at Yin Chuan with admiration. Zhu and Sheng and the others looked at Yin Chuan in confusion. Yin Chuan looked at the ruins of the city and drank wine alone, as if he was thinking about something. After an hour, Yin Chuan looked at everyone with a determined expression. Zhu and Sheng, 7 swordsmen. Yin Chuan called out, "Here." The 8 immediately stepped forward and smiled. "Are you really willing to follow my orders?" Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. "Of course." The 3 swordsmen answered. "Definitely," Zhu and Sheng said excitedly. "Good, I will arrange it for you now." Yin Chuan smiled. "Oh, 4, 5, 6, 7. For swordsmen, I want you to go back to the Black Dragon Swamp where you killed the Flood Dragon," Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. At the bottom of the Black Dragon Swamp, you said there's a big hole that leads to the Demon Wind mountain range, right?" Yin Chuan asked. "Yeah, that's right. What are we going to do there?" The 7 swordsmen asked in confusion. "Follow that big hole until you reach the end. Find me the entrance to the Demonic Wind mountain range. Enter the Demonic Wind mountain range through that big hole and meet up with me," Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Why?" The 7 swordsmen were confused. "Leave yourself a way out, just in case," Yin Chuan said after some thought. Okay. The 4 swordsmen said in surprise. Everyone wanted to go to the Demon Wind mountain range, but they did not think too much about it. "Martial Uncle, the Demon Wind mountain range is huge. How are we supposed to find you?" asked the 6 swordsmen, puzzled. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. This time, I'll enter the Demon Wind mountain range with a bang. When the time comes, I'll be able to find out what's going on." Everyone was puzzled. "Just take care of yourself," Yin Chuan said. The 4 of them nodded. Zhu and Sheng, great swordsman, 2nd swordsman, and 3rd swordsman. Yin Chuan looked at the 4 people. "Martial Uncle, what orders do you have?" The 4 of them looked at Yin Chuan curiously. Judging from Yin Chuan's first deployment, Yin Chuan's thinking was much more appropriate than his. "The 4 of you, go and spread the news now. Say that a heaven-class cultivation technique has appeared. I, Yin Chuan, saw with my own eyes. It was obtained by the owner of a carriage pulled by a pair of green phoenixes. It's in the Demon Wind mountain range. They haven't left yet because they're looking for an even greater treasure, Yin Xuan said solemnly. Ah, heaven-class cultivation technique? That lady in white just now? Zhu Jiansheng said in surprise. Everyone looked at Yin Xuan in surprise. Yin Xuan said snappily, of course they didn't get it. Moreover, there might not be any heaven-class cultivation technique in the Demon Wind mountain range. Martial uncle, what do you mean by this? Zhu Jiansheng asked in confusion. I still want to see her, Yin Xuan said after taking a deep breath. Everyone was at a loss. Guyu Holy Sun spread the news that a heaven-class cultivation technique has appeared in the Demon Wind mountain range. Now, I'm just proving it for him. After all, not many cultivators know about this news. Soon, a large number of cultivators will gather here one after another. More and more cultivators will charge into the Demon Wind mountain range. The news that will make them lose their rationality is the heaven-class cultivation technique. Guyu Holy Sun said so, and now that I'm proving it for him, more people will charge in, Yin Xuan said in a deep voice. Chapter 275. True experts might not care too much about the heaven-grade cultivation technique. Only those below the God realm would go crazy for it. Of course, those in the early stage of the emptiness realm are also greedy. As long as everyone goes to look for her, I will know where she went. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, that girl didn't get the heaven-grade cultivation technique. If she knows that Martial Uncle is the one who spread the news, she might come to confront Martial Uncle. Zhu Jiansheng followed this train of thought and said, yes, I want to see her. Ask all the cultivators to help me find her. Ask her to come to me. Yin Chuan said with certainty. But will the girl in white be in danger? The three swordsmen asked doubtfully. No, those two blue wands are at the peak of the God realm or the emptiness realm. If she wants to leave, those in the early stage of the emptiness realm can't stop her. She won't be in danger. Yin Chuan shook his head. If she won't be in danger, then Martial Uncle, you will be in danger, not to mention the girl in white. Even some cultivators who don't believe you will come to you and ask. If they fight, won't you? Zhu Jiansheng said worriedly. Yes, Martial Uncle. Are you going to give up your life for a girl? The three swordsmen said strangely. Don't worry. Yin Chuan smiled faintly. The 8 martial nephews felt strange. We will leave in 3 days. In 3 days, spread the news quickly. Say that I saw it with my own eyes. If anyone doesn't believe me, they can come to me at any time. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Oh, everyone nodded blankly. All right, 3 days later? Martial Uncle, will the girl in white leave in 3 days? No, she won't. ZZ said last time that she saw the Holy Son of the Dezhao Holy Land and the Great Demon a few months ago in Carefree City. Obviously, it was Gu Yu and Yao Tianshang. They couldn't find a thing inside for a few months. It's impossible for them to find it in 2 or 3 days. Since she rode the blue wand, she must be looking for the thing inside. It must still be inside. Go spread the news. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Good. All right, everyone said with complicated expressions. Obviously, Yin Chuan's plan had already exceeded their expectations. At the very least, no one could predict the future. Half a month later, in a huge canyon in the Demon Wind mountain range. Kill. Fire. Army destroyer. Kill, kill, kill. In the canyon, the sound of fighting soared into the sky. Huoguang was leading the embroidered army to fight against a pack of demonic wolves. The 3,000 soldiers were fighting in a frenzy. Their bodies were covered in blood, but they were becoming more and more proficient in the art of slaughter. Above the canyon, behind Yin Chuan, stood Lu Jin, Zhu Jiansheng, Big, Second, and Third Swordsman. Everyone looked at the canyon. Zhu Jiansheng had a strange expression on his face. Martial Uncle, You brought 3,000 soldiers here. Will you be fine? Zhu Jiansheng asked worriedly. Yeah, when it's only you, Marshal Uncle, you can think of a way to escape. But there are almost 3,000 people here. If we encounter the Demon King, we won't be able to escape. We will suffer heavy casualties. The third swordsman said with an ugly expression. Who said so? Don't we have people to protect us? Yin Chuan said with a smile. Zhu Jiansheng and the others turned around to look at the surrounding mountains. Sure enough, there were dozens of experts standing on the peaks. They were all Qi realm experts. In the past 2 weeks, more and more people have been following me. Marshal Uncle, what should we do? Chapter 276. What are you worried about? Isn't it good for them to protect us in the Demon Wind mountain range? Yin Chuan smiled. Protect. Everyone looked confused. Yin Chuan ignored them. They continued to watch Hua Guang fight in the valley. At the peaks of the surrounding mountains, there were indeed many small groups at this moment. 2 white-robed sword cultivators stood on the peak of a small mountain. Senior brother, is what Yin Chuan said true? Yin Chuan said that he made an agreement with the woman in white to get a heaven-class cultivation method and make a copy of it. However, the woman went back on her words. So he brought 3,000 subordinates into the Demon Wind mountain range to find the woman in white and make her fulfill her promise. The other person said, but why do I feel that it's fake? Fake? Is it fake? I think it's real. Oh, if it's fake, would he dare to bring an Essence State cultivator into the Demon Wind mountain range? There are 3,000 Essence State cultivators there. Wouldn't he be walking into a tiger's den? It must be real if he dares to risk his life to come in. But if it's real, we should go find the woman in white. It should be easy to find her with the Qingwan carriage. Find her? How? The Demon Wind mountain range is so big. Where can we find her? Just follow him. Follow Yin Chuan? Why? He doesn't have the item. Are you stupid? Yin Chuan must know how to find the woman in white since he dared to come in. We can find her if we follow him. Of course, the martial uncles will go find the woman in white. We just need to look after Yin Chuan. As long as he's fine, we can definitely find the woman in white. Yes, senior brother is so smart. And what? The woman in white is definitely not easy to deal with. We might not be able to get the heaven-class cultivation method from her. However, as long as Yin Chuan gets the cultivation method, we, get it from Yin Chuan. You're so wise, senior brother. Besides, don't you see that the others are not willing to leave? Oh, we're not the only ones who are smart. They can see it clearly as well. If you leave now, you'll be giving up on the heaven-tier cultivation technique. You want to leave? No, I'm not leaving. I'll follow. The surrounding Xiuzhe all had their own ulterior motives. He looked at Yin Chuan, who was also protecting Yin Chuan. If there was a Demon King, the group of experts would attack together. If there was no Demon King, the embroidered uniform army would be practicing. For a time, Yin Chuan's team grew larger and larger. Half a month later, Yin Chuan and his group had gathered nearly 100 Qi realm experts. A group of people charged into the depths of the Demon Wind mountain range, and the number of people in the group was still increasing by the day. More and more, more and more. Even if they encountered God Realm beasts along the way, the God Realm beasts were all dumbfounded when they saw the mighty team and turned around to leave. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Yin Chuan sat by a small lake. Boom! The aura emitted from his body caused ripples to appear on the surface of the lake. Third tier of the Essence State? You're breaking through really fast, Zhu Jiansheng said with a smile. It's just along the way, Yin Chuan said with a smile. Zhu Jiansheng and the others were speechless. All right, it was just along the way. Why couldn't his cultivation be just along the way? Back then, he was full and hungry. Your Majesty, Hua Guang said with a frown. What's wrong? Yin Chuan was puzzled. During this period, we've killed too many monsters along the way. If we encounter more monsters, we won't have enough time to eat them. It's a burden to bring them along. Hua Guang said with a frown. Hearing Hua Guang's words, Zhu Jiansheng wanted to kick him. The demonic beasts ate too much. Too much. When I was cultivating, I had no monsters to eat and had to think of other ways. Now you're complaining that it's too much. Let's eat the high-level monsters. First, we'll eat the Chi realm monsters we killed. Then, we'll eat the monsters at the peak of the essence state. Just bring 2 days' worth of food. Throw away the rest of the monsters. Yin Chuan said lightly. Yes. Huo Guang nodded. The 3 swordsmen and the wine sword immortal turned their heads away to avoid looking at the ugly faces of the nouveau riche. There are many monsters in the Demon Wind mountain range, but you're too extravagant. Don't mock us like that. Chapter 277. In the Demonic Wind Mountain Range. As the news of the Heaven-class cultivation technique spread, more and more sects rushed in. Some of them were aiming for the Heaven-class cultivation technique. Similarly, there were also some smart experts who knew that the Heaven-class cultivation technique was not as simple as it seemed. However, the Heaven-class cultivation technique would be more valuable than that. As the sects entered, their senior and junior brothers passed on the information they had gathered. In a forest, 4 figures were having a discussion. 7th brother, how is it? The other 3 asked. They were the 4, 5, 6, and 7 swordsmen of the Day sect. They had arrived at the Demonic Wind Mountain Range from the underground cave of the Black Dragon Pool. When the 4 of them arrived, there were already 20,000 practitioners in the Demonic Wind Mountain Range. Therefore, the 4 of them soon found other practitioners and inquired. The 7 swordsmen looked at the 3 and frowned. We have news, but what? The 3 of them were puzzled. I know where Martial Uncle Yin Chuan is, but it might not be peaceful there. The 7 swordsmen said in a strange tone. Oh, more and more practitioners are entering the Demonic Wind Mountain Range. Strange things are happening one after another. Don't you know? There are several grand demons living in the Demonic Wind Mountain Range. That's right. Grand demons are all emptiness realm demonic beasts. They are extremely powerful. This is also the reason why many practitioners don't dare to enter the Demonic Wind Mountain Range. The first news is that these grand demons have all disappeared. There are traces of battle in their nests. It's a mess. The 7 swordsmen said in a strange tone. Emptiness realm grand demons have all disappeared? Were they killed? I'm not sure, but they should be dead. Otherwise, the demonic beasts in the Demonic Wind Mountain Range wouldn't be running away in fear. The 7 swordsmen guessed. Okay, continue. The second news is that Guyu Holy Sun's team is getting bigger. There are 8,000 of them searching the Demonic Wind Mountain Range for him. The 7 swordsmen said in a strange tone. 8,000? Searching for him? So many? How? The 3 of them were surprised. It's mainly because of the life art. I don't know what happened to them, but they still sent half Demonic Wind Mountain Range for Guyu Holy Sun, and Life Realm Mountain Range for Guyu Holy Sun. So many people? What are you looking for? Are you crazy? The 4 swordsmen asked in surprise. Next up is our flashy martial uncle. The 7 swordsmen said with a strange expression. Oh, I heard that martial uncle and his 3,000 Imperial Brocade guards have been escorting them all the way here. The 7 swordsmen said with a strange look on their faces. 500. Chi State? Escort? Everyone was surprised. That's right. Guyu Holy Sun has gathered 8,000 people. Most of them are at the Essence State. Those who are at the Chi State and above may not be as many as Martial Uncle. Moreover, I heard that this team is still increasing. The 7 swordsmen said with a strange expression. Everyone was at a loss. Back then, Yin Chuan had said that it would be easy to find him and that he would have a spectacular life. The 4 of them didn't believe him at first, but now it seemed that the largest group in the Demon Wind Mountain Range was Yin Chuan. What should we do? Are you going to look for Martial Uncle? 6 swordsmen asked curiously. Of course, we're going to find Martial Uncle. Martial Uncle's side must be very interesting. The 5 swordsmen's eyes immediately lit up. Then what are we waiting for? Yes, 7 swordsmen. Where is Martial Uncle? Follow me. at the peak of a mountain in the Demon Wind mountain range. Chapter 278. Guyu Holy Sun stood at the top of the mountain with a group of experts, looking down at the devilish wind mountains under the clouds. When Ruo, Wei Qin, and the others stood behind him, several subordinates stood respectfully in front of Guyu. Holy Sun, this is the news we received, the subordinates said respectfully. Guyu Holy Sun took a deep breath and squinted his eyes. Yin Chuan, not only Guyu Holy Sun, but the other experts were also shocked. Mr. Monroe, what do you think? Guyu Holy Sun asked calmly. Mr. Monroe smiled bitterly. Holy Sun, you used fame, power, grace, and affection to invite everyone to help you. Yin Chuan used benefits that you can see but can't touch to tempt you. And he might be doing this to protect himself. Self-protection? Self-protection? 600 experts above the Qi realm to protect him when he's in the Essence realm? This Yin Chuan is really good, Guyu said with a complicated expression. Holy Sun, I think this Yin Chuan is despicable. Wei Qin, the leader of the Life League, said in a low voice. Oh, Guyu said calmly, when Ruo raised her eyebrows slightly. Holy Sun humbled himself and invited him to enter the devilish wind mountains, but he refused again and again. If he really didn't want to enter the devilish wind mountains, as he said, it would have been fine. But he followed us in and didn't give the Holy Sun any face. Despicable. Also, he used the news about the Holy Sun's heaven-level technique to recruit free bodyguards. Despicable, Wei Qin said coldly. Guyu frowned slightly. Haha, immortal Wei Qin, you're wrong. Holy Sun released the news about the heaven-level technique to convince everyone. Yin Chuan confirmed it to help the Holy Sun. What's there to be angry about? Mr. Monroe immediately laughed. Huh? Wei Qin frowned and looked at Mr. Monroe. Guyu Holy Sun took a deep breath and said, If he wants to come in, let him come in. Forget it. Yes. Wei Chan nodded and didn't say anything else. Is there any news about Yao Tianshang? Guyu Holy Sun asked solemnly. No, but it seems like Yao Tianshang is not going to let this go. He might ruin the Holy Sun's plan. Mr. Monroe frowned. Spoil my plans? Humph, he's not worthy. That group of adventurers opened the ancient seal, and all of them were cursed. They would die as soon as they stepped out of the Demon Wind mountain range. Most of them died and only brought back some information. There are still 2 people who are definitely somewhere in the Demon Wind mountain range. Once we find them, we'll know where the ancient seal is. Guyu Holy Sun said in a deep voice. Holy Sun, don't worry. The Life League will definitely find them. Wei Qin said in a deep voice. Spiritual Master Wei Qin, thank you for your hard work. After this battle, I will reward you on behalf of the Dazhao Holy Land. Guyu Holy Sun said calmly. Thank you, Holy Sun. I'll go and ask my disciples to hurry up. Wei Qin smiled. Okay. Guyu Holy Sun nodded. Wei Qin flew into the valley below. Guyu Holy Sun narrowed his eyes and smiled coldly as he watched Wei Qin fly down the mountain. Below, in a big tent, there were more than 20 people standing in front of Wei Qin. All 20 of you are in the Qi state. I have a mission for you, Wei Qin said in a deep voice. Please give us your orders, League Master. Assassinate Yin Chuan. 20 Qi state cultivators are enough. Wei Qin said in a deep voice. Senior brother, assassinate Yin Chuan? Why? Now, someone at the side asked in surprise. He's Yin Tao's vile spawn, and he'll seek revenge on us sooner or later. Judging from this trip to the Demon Wind mountain range, this little bastard is quite capable, so we must eliminate him before he grows up. Otherwise, there'll be great trouble sooner or later, said Wei Chan in a low voice. Yes. The person beside him nodded. Don't worry, Alliance Master. Yin Chuan is just an elite state cultivator. "20 of us are more than enough to kill him, let alone assassinate him. The 20 Chi state cultivators said confidently. Go. Wei Qi nodded. Swish. 20 Chi Jing warriors quickly rushed out of the tent. Senior brother, aren't you making a mountain out of a molehill? 20 Chi Jing warriors against one Essence Jing warrior? Perhaps. Wei Qin also felt that he was being overly sensitive. At the mouth of a vast lake in the Demon Wind mountain range, on a small hill, Yin Chuan led Zhu Jiansheng and the others to look at the interior of the lake. Boom, boom, boom. Above the lake, the water was churning nonstop. Blood flowed from the bottom of the lake, and crocodile carcasses floated to the surface. The crocodiles in this lake have also suffered. I have seen your army. It is like an army of locusts. Wherever they go, not even a blade of grass will survive. Many monsters have suffered from this unexpected disaster. Zhu Jiansheng laughed. Hua Guang and the others can kill monsters on land. They must be able to do the same in the sea. Otherwise, sooner or later they will be at a disadvantage. It is better to train them now. Yin Chuan laughed. But they have just reached the essence state not long ago. They should not be used to breathing underwater through their pores. You are too fast. Fast? They are already in the essence state. Do they still need people to teach them? They must know everything. Yin Chuan shook his head. But Zhu Jiansheng and the others were still at a loss. But no more buts. Don't eat the crocodile feast tonight. Yin Chuan laughed. Don't pretend I didn't say anything. Zhu Jiansheng immediately stopped talking. Ha! The three swordsmen and the others laughed. Not far away, the cultivators who were standing on the mountains were in a dilemma. Yin Chuan's journey was like a training ground. They wanted to leave now, but they were not willing to. Look, there were already hundreds of Qi realm cultivators guarding the lake. If they left, wouldn't they give up in vain? It was like waiting in line. When you are halfway through the line, you know that there's a long line in front of you, but you're unwilling to give up because there's a long line behind you. The cultivators were from different sects, so they restricted each other. For a time, they were strangely harmonious. They only hoped that Yin Chuan would be on his way soon. Whoosh, whoosh, for figures came from afar. They slowly floated up and looked around the lake. They were the 4, 5, 6, and 7 swordsmen. The 4 of them looked around with a surprised expression. 800? There are at least 800 Qi realm cultivators. Martial Uncle is too troublesome. The 7 swordsmen were surprised. Yeah, there are 800 of them. It is easier to invite a god than to send them away. These people have been protecting Martial Uncle all this time. If they don't get what they want, they will end up like this. The 6 swordsmen said with a strange expression. 6, don't talk nonsense. Remember our mission. Master told us to protect Martial Uncle. The 4 swordsmen said in a deep voice. Protect? Are you kidding me? Does he want us to protect him? 800 Qi realm cultivators. They would be able to rampage wherever they went. Each of them can drown us with their spit. The 6 swordsmen said with a strange expression. Everyone, boss, they saw us. Let's go. The 4 swordsmen said. Okay. Everyone nodded. Then they all flew towards Yin Chuan. Chapter 279. Xiao. The 4, 5, 6, and 7 swordsmen landed beside Yin Chuan. Martial Uncle, big brother. The 4 swordsmen greeted. When the 4 arrived, the eyes of the 800 Qi Jing practitioners lit up. Did someone come to find Yin Chuan? This was different from before. It's good that you're here, Yin Chuan said calmly. Have you found the place? Don't tell me you don't remember the way back. The 3 swordsmen laughed. Of course we know. Just follow us. The 4 swordsmen laughed. As soon as the 4 swordsmen finished speaking, all the sounds of birds, beasts, insects, and fish disappeared. The 800 Qi Jing practitioners who were whispering to each other also became quiet. Everyone's spirits were suddenly shaken. The place? Where? The white-clothed lady with the blue phoenix pulling the carriage? Yin Chuan asked the 4 of them to find the place. We guessed right. If we follow Yin Chuan, we will definitely find the Tian level skill book. We didn't wait in vain. The surrounding practitioners started to discuss again. At the same time, their eyes were filled with hope. The four swordsmen were surprised by the sudden change in the environment. What? Did I say something wrong? The four swordsmen were confused. You didn't say anything wrong. Yin Chuan laughed. Pung! Above the lake, a pillar of water shot out. A 10-meter-long azure crocodile soared into the sky. However, a spear pierced through its abdomen. The one who came out of the water after that was the slightly injured Huoguang. Pung! The crocodile was thrown to the shore. Huoguang was the first to jump onto the shore. Pung! 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 A large number of crocodiles jumped out of the water. The genie army brought their trophies and rushed out. In the blink of an eye, there were 500 crocodile corpses on the shore. King, the mission is complete, Huoguang said excitedly. Set up camp and eat. Yin Chuan nodded. Yes. The 3,000 embroidered uniform army soldiers quickly got busy. At this moment, the faces of the surrounding 800 cultivators stiffened. Stop to eat and rest again? Don't you know where the woman in white is? Go quickly. What would happen if she left? Although the Xiuzhou were anxious, there was nothing they could do. After all, Yin Chuan still needed to personally ask for the heaven-grade cultivation method. He could only wait. After setting up camp and cooking delicious food, Yin Chuan started to eat in the headquarters tent. Accompanying them were Huoguang, Lu Jin, Zhu Jiansheng, and the 7 swordsmen. Uncle, there are already more than 800 Qi Jing warriors. Aren't you worried at all? 6 swordsmen asked curiously. What are you worried about? Yin Chuan smiled. You're worried that they'll harm you. 6 swordsmen was confused. Will it? Why not? The 6 swordsmen were puzzled. Because they are not a single entity, I am safer. Yin Chuan laughed. Mutual restraint? The 3 swordsmen asked curiously. Yes. Moreover, if there is any danger, these 800 Qi Jing warriors will come to your aid. Huoguang also laughed. Xiao. Just as everyone was talking, a stone suddenly shot into the tent. Dong! The stone hit Yin Chuan's table. Xing! Xing! The group of swordsmen pulled out their swords and looked at the stone in surprise. Yin Chuan looked at the stone and sneered. Someone is trying to assassinate me. Who? Huoguang immediately stood up. Chapter 280. Yin Chuan nodded. Huoguang acted as if nothing had happened and walked out of the tent with the wine. Outside the tent, there were many soldiers eating crocodiles. Brothers, the king asked me to give you a toast. Now that we are outside, there is no wine, so we will use meat as a substitute. Huh? Huoguang laughed. Sir, everyone stood up. Huoguang held the wine cup in one hand and made a strange gesture with the other. The gesture was normal, but all the soldiers' pupils shrank. Long live the king! All the soldiers raised the meat and congratulated. While eating the meat, the soldiers chatted and divided into different groups. Inside the tent, assassination? Martial uncle, how did you know? Zhu Jiansheng was surprised. This is a reminder from one of the 800 practitioners. Yin Chuan smiled as he looked at the pebbles on the table. Who? Zhu Jiansheng was curious. Who? How would I know? They helped me find out. We just need to be more careful. Yin Chuan laughed. Assassination? What should we do? The 3 swordsmen were worried. What are you worried about? Huoguang is already there. Don't worry about them. Let's continue eating. Yin Chuan laughed. Everyone was confused. Martial uncle is too carefree. Even if someone tries to assassinate him, he won't care. While everyone was eating, Huoguang raised his cup and walked around the 3,000 soldiers. Some of the soldiers disappeared without them noticing. On a hill not far from the main tent, 20 Qi Jing assassins sent by Wei Chan were all staring at the main tent. Boss, I saw it. Yin Chuan is in the tent. One of them said coldly. There are 800 Qi Jing cultivators outside. There are 8-day sex Qi Jing cultivators in the tent. The others are not a problem. The leader said, 8-day sex Qi Jing cultivators are not a problem. The main problem is that there are 800 Qi Jing cultivators outside. They're all waiting for Yin Chuan to lead the way. If we assassinate him, won't they be angry? Angry? Whatever. We must complete the mission given by the alliance leader. We must rush into the tent. You 8 block the 8-day sex Qi Jing cultivators. The 12 of us will attack at the same time and kill Yin Chuan. Once Yin Chuan is dead, we will retreat. It will be too late to save the 800 cultivators. The leader said, "Boss, we will escape after killing Yin Chuan. No one will be able to stop us." Well, since it's confirmed, let's begin immediately. I'll count to 3, and we'll move out together. Yes. Whoosh! 20 black figures instantly shot towards the central tent, like 20 sharp arrows. They were so fast that the countless cultivators in the surroundings could not react in time. The 20 assassins arrived in front of the tent and were about to enter. Bang! Suddenly, 500 rays of light shot towards them. 500 shooting sun arrows were aimed at the 20 assassins. Huh! The 20 assassins' faces changed. Bang! The assassins spat out their chi walls one after another, and a powerful aura spread out. Boom! 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 The shooting sun arrows were blocked by the air wall, but the power of the 500 shooting sun arrows was enormous. When they hit the air wall, the speed of the assassins suddenly slowed. Some of the assassins were even knocked back by the force of the shooting sun arrows. Not good. The assassin leader's face changed. Shoot! Bang! Chapter 281. With a clear target, the second volley of 2,000 shooting sun arrows exploded out. 2,000 streams of light, like a meteor shower, fiercely crashed into the air wall of the 20 assassins. Rumble. It was equivalent to a Qi Jing realm cultivator facing 100 shooting sun arrows. Although the power of a Qi Jing realm cultivator was not as strong as a Qi Jing realm cultivator, there were many of them. With the combined power of 100 shooting sun arrows, the power of the shooting sun arrows was comparable to a Qi Jing realm cultivator. The air wall around the 20 assassins shook violently, almost collapsing completely. We've been discovered. Not good. Someone cried out. Let's go. You want to leave? Shoot. Hua Guang shouted again. Pum. This time, there were even more arrows. 3,000 arrows burst out almost at the same time. There were even more arrows, and they were even more ferocious than before. 3,000 rays of golden light shot out, bringing with them endless despair. They closed in on the 20 assassins. Originally, they looked down on the Essence Realm, but now, boom! The air wall exploded from the impact, and the remaining force of the rain of arrows unscrupulously struck the crowd of cultivators. Bang! Bang! The air wall exploded, and all the Xiuzhou were heavily injured. Their long swords struck the rain of arrows, but there were too many arrows. How could he block all 3,000 arrows at once? The assassins were hit by the arrows and fell to the ground. Of the 20 assassins, 5 were dead, and the remaining 15 were covered in arrows. They were all a loss as they looked at the group of elite realm cultivators in disbelief. Impossible, impossible, the leader said in disbelief. The 20 of them were assassins, yet they were all wiped out in the blink of an eye. I'm in the Qi realm, but they're in the Qi realm. Those guys are only in the Essence realm. At this time, no one would sympathize with them. The 800 Qi Jing cultivators who had regained their senses were also glaring at the assassins. It was already merciful that they didn't teach them a lesson. Why would they pity them? At the same time, the 800 Qi realm cultivators were also looking at Huoguang and the others in surprise. These days, the genie army had only killed 2 or 3 Qi realm beasts, so the cultivators didn't think much of it. At this moment, he finally realized the true power of the Imperial Secret Army. 20 Qi State warriors? Take him down in an instant. Pierce his shoulder blades and tie him up, Hua Guang shouted. Yes, the soldiers replied. In the blink of an eye, 15 Qi Jing cultivators were tied up and brought to the main tent. In the central tent, Yin Chuan was still drinking and eating. Zhu Jiansheng and the 7 swordsmen looked at the group of Qi Jing warriors kneeling on the ground in confusion. Boss, try slapping me. The 3 swordsmen felt like he was dreaming. Slap. The great swordsman slapped the 3rd swordsman's face. Ouch, you really hit me. The 3 swordsmen's face immediately swelled up. Looking at his palm, the great swordsman said in a deep voice, "It hurts quite a bit. Looks like it's not a dream. Boss, I'll fight you to the death." The 3 swordsmen said with grief and indignation. Zhu Jiansheng looked at Hua Guang in surprise. They are from the Life League. They are all in the Qi state. Are these Qi Jing warriors still the same group of mortals that he met a year ago? With 5 dead, the 15 Qi Jing warriors kneeled in front of Yin Chuan like prisoners. Yin Chuan, you better let me go now. Otherwise, the Life League will kill you like how we killed your father. One of the Qi Jing assassins said viciously. What did you say? Yin Chuan put down a piece of meat and said coldly. I said like how we killed your father. The assassin said again. Sure. A long spear came from behind and pierced through his heart. It was Hua Guang who killed him with a single spear strike. The 14 assassins who were planning to scare Yin Chuan suddenly changed their expressions. These people are crazy. Chapter 282. After one of the assassins was killed by Hua Guang, the rest of the assassins finally understood their predicament. This group of people did not care about their background. If they were dissatisfied, they would kill them. Tell me, what is the Life Alliance searching for in the Demon Wind mountain range? Yin Chuan asked calmly. The assassins gritted their teeth and refused to speak. Hee, you still refuse to speak? Yin Chuan sneered. Humph. We'll die if we speak, and we'll die if we don't. The winner takes all. If you want to kill us, just kill us. An assassin said stubbornly. Humph. The assassins snorted. Did I say I'm going to kill you? Yin Chuan asked. Everyone looked at Yin Chuan. Lu Jin, take them away and interrogate them in batches. Keep those who answer truthfully. Kill those who lie. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Lu Jin replied. Are you serious? You won't kill us if we tell you the truth? An assassin suddenly asked hopefully. Apparently, the assassins were no longer so stubborn. Take them away. Lu Jin waved her hand. The assassins were taken out of the tent. Zhu Jiansheng and the 7 swordsmen looked at this scene blankly. Martial uncle, you're amazing. The 3 swordsmen said in admiration. Don't spoil their mood during the meal. Continue eating. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Okay. Yin Chuan continued eating. When he was done, he drank a cup of tea. 2 hours had passed. Lu Jin entered the tent again. King, they've confessed. These people are really afraid of death. They all confessed. Moreover, their testimonies are the same. It should be true. Lu Jin said with a smile. Oh, tell me about it. They were sent by Wei Chan, the leader of the Life League. He felt threatened by King and wanted to take action in advance. Lu Jin said in a deep voice. Feel threatened? Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. That's right. This Wei Qing clearly wants to kill His Majesty. Lu Jin said in a low voice. Got it. Go on. Yin Chuan took a sip of tea. Guyu Holy Sun's 8,000 men are actually searching for 2 people in the Devilish Wind mountain range. Lu Jin said. Oh, these are the portraits we found on one of the assassins. Lu Jin handed over 2 portraits. In the portrait, there were 2 ordinary-looking men. Both of them had sideburns and looked very ordinary. Did you find out why you're looking for these 2? Yin Chuan asked curiously. They don't know either. Lu Jin shook her head. At this time, Zhu Jiansheng and the others also looked at the portrait. 6th Martial Uncle? Zhu Jiansheng's expression changed. Do you know him? Yin Chuan asked doubtfully. Senior brother, are you saying that this is 6th Martial Uncle? How is that possible? Sixth martial uncle is so handsome. He doesn't have a beard. The three swordsmen also said in disbelief. Zhu Jiansheng's eyes were filled with uncertainty. After thinking for a while, he looked at Yin Chuan and said, I'm sure that one of the portraits is sixth martial uncle because I saw him with my own eyes not long ago. As for the other one, if I'm not wrong, it should be third martial uncle. Ah, the seven swordsmen were confused. Go on, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Not long after the 3,000 men of Ritian Peak underwent the tribulation at the same time, an alarm bell rang in the sect. Do you still remember? Zhu Jiansheng said in a low voice. That's right. At that time, the sect leader was handing over my father's relics to me. Before I could open it, the bell rang and the sect leader left. He came back to see me the next day and said that two first-generation disciples went to Demon Wind mountain range together. One died, and the other returned with injuries. Yin Chuan nodded. The one who died was sixth martial uncle. At that time, I heard the bell and went over. I saw it with my own eyes. Sixth martial uncle looked like this in the portrait. They disguised themselves so that no one could recognize them. But I've seen sixth martial uncle dressed like this before, Zhu Jiansheng said in a low voice. Chapter 283. Is it really sixth martial uncle? The three swordsmen asked in surprise. Sixth martial uncle died not long after he came back. Before he died, he talked with the sect leader for a while. The sect leader dismissed everyone, but he let us see him one last time before he died. At that time, sixth martial uncle died extremely miserably, his entire body releasing bloody blisters, more and more of them popping out, as if there was a flame burning him to death. Sect master said that it was a curse. Zhou Jinxing's expression became ugly. Ah, sixth martial uncle is really dead? The three swordsmen asked in surprise. But the sect leader said that one of them died and the other came back injured. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. No, only sixth uncle master and third uncle master are still in Demon Wind mountain range. But the sect master has instructed us to tell the same story to the public. We have to say that the two of them have returned together, and that one is dead and the other is injured. Ah, Guyu Holy Son and the others are still looking for third martial uncle? Everyone's face fell. King, there's another piece of news. The person in the painting is in their encirclement. Someone has found the person in the painting, but he's good at hiding, so they couldn't find him immediately. But the place is surrounded by experts, so it's only a matter of time before they find him. Lu Jin said in a low voice. Then third martial uncle is in danger? Everyone's face changed. Martial uncle, what should we do now? Zhu Jiansheng looked at Yin Chuan anxiously. Yin Chuan frowned and thought for a while. Zhu Jiansheng and the seven swordsmen looked at Yin Chuan expectantly. After a while, Yin Chuan said with determination in his eyes, Huoguang, tell the soldiers to eat and rest for 4 hours. We'll set off in 4 hours. Yes, Huoguang answered. Thank you, martial uncle. The 8 people said gratefully. Since he joined the Day sect, I won't ignore his safety. The same goes for all of you. We'll set off in 4 hours. Adjust yourselves well, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes, the 8 of them replied. For hours later, Yin Chuan's army escorted 14 assassins and quickly advanced through the forest. The 800 Qi Realm warriors were surprised when they saw the army speed up. However, they were happy that Yin Chuan had finally learned his lesson. With 14 assassins leading the way, the journey was rather smooth. The news of the assassins' capture had also reached Guyu Holy Sun 4 hours ago. On the same mountain peak, several subordinates stood respectfully in front of Guyu Holy Sun. He sat on a throne and listened to his subordinates' report. 20 Qi state cultivators, they should be from the Life League. The subordinate said respectfully. People from the Life League? So is Wei Qin who gave the order to assassinate Yin Chuan? 20 Qi realm cultivators trying to kill an elite realm cultivator. yet they were all wiped out? Huh, the Life League is indeed full of trash. One of Guyu Holy Sun's subordinates said disdainfully. The Holy Sun is just using Wei Qin. Why do you care? Mr. Monroe said with a smile. You may leave. Guyu Holy Sun said calmly. Yes. The messenger left immediately. However, as soon as the messenger left, another person ran over. Holy Sun, I found him. I found him. The messenger said excitedly. Phew. Holy Sun stood up immediately. Holy Sun, I found the person in the portrait. The leader of the Life League, Wei Qin, is leading his men to... The messenger said excitedly. Lead the way. Guyu Holy Sun said immediately. Yes. Yin Chuan's army hurried along the way. In just one day, they entered Guyu Holy Sun's search area. Zhu Jianxing captured an elite realm cultivator. My king, that person confessed. They found the demon ox's nest in the north. After the demon ox disappeared, no one knew where it went. However, not long ago, someone found the leader and the third uncle. Now, almost all the masters that Guyu Holy Sun brought are gathered there. All the masters above the Qi realm have gone there, and the elite realm masters are still rushing there. Lu Jin said respectfully, the demon ox's nest? Let's go quickly, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Nearly 3,000 Jin E soldiers and more than 800 Qi realm masters rushed towards the demon ox's nest. The demon ox's nest. It was a huge valley. There used to be a large number of palaces, but now it was a pile of ruins. Several mountains around it had collapsed, indicating that there used to be a fierce battle here. Guyu Holy Sun stood on a high platform, surrounded by many of his subordinates. Mr. Monroe stood behind Guyu Holy Sun. More and more masters gathered around the valley, but most of them were from the Life League. At the bottom of the valley, two figures were supporting each other. The leader of Day's sect, Feng Tairan. The other was Zhu Jianxing's third uncle. However, the beard on his face had disappeared. Feng Tairan and third uncle's faces were black. It was obvious that they had been poisoned. Feng Tairan's mouth was bleeding profusely. He looked coldly at the five figures in front of Guyu Holy Sun. The leader of the five figures was the leader of the Life League, Wei Qian. Wei Qian reported to Guyu Holy Sun with an ugly expression. Holy Sun, when we heard the news, we were afraid that the two of them would run away. We didn't have time to report it, so we came here first. Wei Qian said with an ugly expression. Is that so? Guyu Holy Sun said in a low voice. It's true. I wouldn't dare to lie to the Holy Sun. It was an emergency. Wei Qian defended himself again. Mr. Monroe said in a low voice, Emergency? The five of you came here together? There were only two of them. Did the five of you need to come together? Why didn't you leave someone to report to the Holy Sun first? If we didn't get the news, we would still be in the dark. When Ruo, don't slander us. It was an emergency. We only wanted to prevent the two of them from running away. What other thoughts did we have? Along the way, the Life League sent half of our men to help the Holy Sun. The five of us, the immortal state warriors of the Life League, were all sent out. When Ruo, Wei Qian scolded. That's enough. Guyu Holy Sun said in a low voice. Guyu Holy Sun said. Everyone stopped talking. Guyu ignored them and looked at the two people who were supporting each other in the valley. Feng Tairan and Duan Sanshu of the Day sect. Guyu Holy Sun said lightly. Greetings, Guyu Holy Sun. The two of them said in despair. Are you poisoned? Guyu Holy Sun said lightly. Black venom of the Life League. Duan Sanshu looked at Wei Qian with hatred. I don't care what kind of poison you were poisoned with. Do you know what I want? Guyu Holy Sun looked down at the two of them. Holy Sun, if you want to go to that place again, I can give you the map. However, Guyu Holy Sun, please let us go. Duan Sanshu begged. You have no right to negotiate with me. Tell me, where is the seal? Guyu Holy Sun said in a low voice. Chapter 284. Holy Sun, if you want to go to that place again, I can give you the map. However, Guyu Holy Sun, please let us go. Duan Senshu pleaded. You are not qualified to negotiate with me. Tell me, where is the seal? Guyu Holy Sun asked in a deep voice. Ha ha, cough cough, ha ha. Feng Tyran laughed bitterly as he coughed up blood. Terms? Ha! Guyu Holy Sun, do you know what happened to the nest of the demonic bull great demon? Feng Tyran sneered. Guyu Holy Sun looked at Feng Tyran in confusion. The demonic bull great demon is an emptiness realm great demon. It suddenly disappeared because it was subdued a month ago. Not only the demonic bull great demon, all the emptiness realm great demons in the demonic Wind Mountain range disappeared because they were subdued. Feng Tyran sneered. Subdued? The surrounding cultivators were surprised. Great demons were emptiness realm great demons. Who could subdue them? Not just one, but a group. The demonic beasts in the demonic Wind Mountain range disappeared one after another. Were they subdued? Oh, subdued? Who? Guyu Holy Sun asked indifferently. Cough cough. Ha! It's your enemy, Yao Tianshang. Feng Tyran sneered weakly. Yao Tianshang. Guyu Holy Sun's pupil shrank. You must have found out why the demonic beasts in the demonic Wind Mountain range fled. It's because Duan Senshu and his team broke a seal. The aura emitted from the seal frightened the demonic beasts. The aura that frightened the demonic beasts was an aura that could destroy the world. Humans didn't feel anything, but the demonic beasts felt endless death. Therefore, they fled. Feng Tyran said coldly as he coughed up blood. That aura only appeared for an instant, but it struck deep into the souls of the thousands of demonic beasts. The thousands of demonic beasts don't know where it came from, but they have a rough idea of where it came from. Yao Tianshang has subdued a group of great demons. Based on our descriptions, we should be able to find the location of the seal very quickly. Feng Tyran said coldly. Yao Tianshang's team is also growing stronger. Furthermore, they are all emptiness realm experts. The gap between the two of you is gradually narrowing. Yao Tianshang should be able to find the seal very soon. We'll find it soon. Feng Tyran said solemnly. Guyu Holy Sun narrowed his eyes. We're not talking about conditions. We're just on a way out. If you don't even give us a way out, why should we tell you where we are? Torture us? Extorting a confession through torture? Haha, bring it on. Duan Senshu and I are not afraid of this. The longer we wait, the higher the chances of Yao Tianshang obtaining the treasures within the seal. Feng Tyran said as he coughed up blood. Holy Sun, this old man is very stubborn. Let me pry open his mouth. Wei Chan said in a low voice. Holy Sun, let me do it. My soul-tearing torture can make him suffer so much that he'll wish he was dead. Holy Sun, let me do it. I have experience in this area. The subordinates all asked for permission. Mr. Monroe frowned slightly. He took a step forward and said, Holy Sun, I think we should forget about it. The Day sect cannot run away. Feng Tyran doesn't dare to tell you the location of the fake seal. Why don't you let them go after they tell you the location? Guyu Holy Sun's face darkened as he looked at Mr. Monroe. Chapter 285. Holy Sun, this is a win-win situation. Mr. Monroe said again. I don't like being threatened. Guyu Holy Sun said in a low voice. Guyu Holy Sun's words left Mr. Monroe speechless. He smiled bitterly, nodded, and left. Here, Guyu Holy Sun was the most powerful. No one dared to oppose him, regardless of strength or status. Wei Qing immediately stepped forward and said, Holy Sun, among my 4 junior brothers, Wei Jia and Wei, cultivate the Xianming Duo Qi, which can corrode one's soul. Once one is contaminated by the Xianming Duo Qi, one will be in agony. No one can withstand this torture. Let them come. Among the 4 people behind Wei Qin, 2 green-faced men walked out respectfully. Looking at the 2 of them, Guyu Holy Sun nodded lightly. Yin Chuan's army traveled across mountains and rivers, quickly heading towards the nest of the demon bull Great Demon. In the distance, they saw a large number of cultivators gathered on a mountain peak, looking at a large canyon. Ah! Ah! In the distant canyon, two heart-wrenching screams could be heard. It's the sect master's voice. Zhu Jiansheng's expression changed. Third martial uncle. It's third martial uncle's voice. The three swordsmen's expression changed. Hurry, hurry! Yin Chuan urged again. Rumble. The group of cultivators quickly rushed towards the canyon not far away. In the canyon, Guyu Holy Sun led everyone to look at the canyon below. Below, Wei Jia and Wei Yi spat out waves of green qi from their palms, enveloping the black-faced Feng Tairan and Duan Senshu. As the green qi enveloped the two of them, a layer of frost formed on their bodies, causing them to tremble continuously. Speak quickly, Wei Jia said coldly. Ah, ha ha. The two of them cried out in pain and laughed, refusing to speak. Speak quickly, Wei Yi also Jiahu said. The surrounding experts all frowned as they looked at the two of them. The two of them were too stubborn. He was already in such a miserable state, but he still refused to say anything. Guyu Holy Sun's face darkened. If you still don't speak, I'll freeze and shatter your divine soul, Wei Jia said coldly. However, Duan Senshu gritted his teeth. Even though he was screaming miserably, he continued to look coldly at Wei Jia, refusing to say anything. You're courting death. Wei Jia's face turned cold, and his palms suddenly emitted bursts of purple light, as if they were about to freeze and shatter Duan Senshu's spirit soul. Stop! Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, 100 sword lights shot out, heading straight for Wei Jia and Wei Yi. While the two of them were distracted, a large amount of sword light had already arrived. Oomph. The two of them snorted coldly and struck out with their palms. Rumble. The 100 sword lights were shattered with a loud bang. Zhu Jiansheng and the 7 swordsmen attacked at the same time, but they were easily neutralized by the two. However, this was already enough. At least the two of them could no longer destroy Feng Tairan and Duan Senshu. Bang! That you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.